Okay, we're live and good to go.
We are good to go, Mayor.
Everyone here, thank you so much. Okay, I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council. It's Tuesday, June 23rd at 5:02 p.m. This is our last meeting before the council break. If the clerk would please take the roll.
Councilmember Cormack.
Here.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filseth.
Here.
Mayor Fine.
Here.
Councilmember Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Ku.
Here.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Thank you so much. So we have a couple items today. We're going to start with special orders of the day, then oral communications, our consent calendar, and we have 3 action items, which we'll get to later in the evening. So let's begin with our first order of business, appointment of 2 candidates, the Utilities Advisory Commission. Just so everyone understands how this works, in council chambers, sometimes we do this by voice vote, sometimes by paper ballot. In this instance, paper ballots won't work. So we're going to do it by a voice vote in reverse council order until we have 2 candidates with a majority of support. And the clerk says that they will publish the names as we vote for them. Let's first go to members of the public. If anybody would like to speak on this special order, appointment of 2 candidates to Utilities Advisory Commission. And if the clerk would help for anybody who wishes to speak on this item.
We have Rebecca Eisenberg who wishes to speak on this. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I won't take that. I just want to say that I think that the incumbents have been doing a great job, and I am in favor of reappointing them to another term because they've been doing great. And that's the 2 incumbents, Lisa and Lauren. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Rebecca. No more speakers, Mayor Fine.
Okay, so we return to council. And if everyone would please announce their votes in reverse order. We're going to start with Councilmember Tanaka.
Lisa, Lauren.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Lisa and Lauren.
Okay.
Lauren and who? Lisa?
Sorry, number 2 and number 4.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa Forcell and Lauren Segal. Councilmember Ku.
Lisa Forcell and Lauren Segal.
Thank you. Councilmember Niss.
I'm voting for Lisa Forcell and Lauren Siegel, and also want to thank them at the same time for doing such a terrific job during their first term. And it's a pleasure to welcome them back if indeed they're elected.
Okay. I'm next. I'm voting for Lisa Forcell, Lauren Segal, and likewise want to thank all of the applicants, our incumbents, and Mr. Ezran and Mr. Metz. Councilmember Filseth.
Segal and Forcell.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, Lisa Forcell, Lauren Segal, and also thank you to all the people who applied.
Councilmember Cormack.
Number 2, Lisa Forcell, and number 4, Lauren Siegel, with thanks to the other 2 as well.
Okay. If I got that correctly, it seems like we've unanimously reappointed Lisa Forcell and Lauren Segal. So congratulations to those 2 both. And again, thank you to Mr. Ezran and Mr. Metz for your application and interest. Please keep an eye on future council board and commission openings. Okay, next we move to oral communications. I just have 1 or 2 comments before we start that. So first, I want to thank everybody for what we are seeing as an increased level of interest in the matters before the council and the city of Palo Alto. It's really tremendous and encouraging to see so much interest, especially from some of our younger community members. That's really encouraging to me. What I do want to encourage us all to focus on is it's a little harder not being in a council chamber to understand sometimes what we're working on, what the business is, what some of our rules of decorum are. And so I would encourage everybody, including my council colleagues, let's please review the council procedures and protocols manuals. There are a lot of good rules in there and guidelines for how we operate our business. 2, if you are speaking on an item, please speak to that item. Oral communications is for items not on the agenda. The consent calendar are items which have been through a lot of city process and rigmarole and are supposed to be non-contentious. And then the action items are specific items which need council direction and policy. The public is welcome to speak on any of those items, but please do keep your comments focused on that. At the same time, I understand there's a lot of understandable disappointment and outrage nowadays with regards to systemic racism, policing, and government transparency in the country and in the state, and of course here in Palo Alto as well. That is absolutely welcomed, but let's try to keep our comments respectable and in the spirit of a community democracy, because that's what we're doing here every time we meet. So I'd really appreciate if everyone can keep that in mind. The second order of business is a number of council ad hoc commissions. And I'm just bringing this up now because we actually don't have council member comments later on in the discussion. So there are 2 council ad hoc commissions going on right now. One is the Business Support Commission, ad hoc commission with council members Cormack and Nis. I want to thank them for their diligent work on that. We're going to continue it over the summer, especially as we're doing some increased work on University Avenue and Cal Ave and other business support endeavors. The other council ad hoc is our boards and commission ad hoc, composed of Vice Mayor Du Bois, Council Member Cormack. Want to continue that one as well, and I hope come the end of our recess, we can see a report and figure out some improvements there. As we spoke about 2 weeks ago with regards to police and community relations, there are 3 ad hocs, or 4 ad hocs, sorry, trying to keep my notes straight. We had spoken about, and I spoke with the city manager and we refreshed these or refactored them a little bit. So the first is intended to focus on police policies, data, and hiring. This is what I would consider the big one. How do our police operate? How do we interact with citizens? What does the data show? I've received interest from 2 council members, and I'm hoping to appoint council members Cormack, council member Koo, and Vice Mayor Du Bois to that ad hoc. There's another council ad hoc committee the city manager and I spoke about, roughly called alternative service models. Should we look at programs like Cahoots? Should we look at programs like Department of Public Safety in Sunnyvale? And the 2 who have expressed interest in this are council members Tanaka and council member Nis. There's a third one focused around transparency and accountability. What is our department doing in terms of making sure that folks are aware of what's happening in our department and that we're sharing the correct information at the right times? And I'd like to appoint council members Philseth and Vice Mayor Du Bois. And then there's a 4th council ad hoc on citywide diversity and inclusion initiatives. And I was thinking of appointing myself, Councilmember Cormack, and Councilmember Nis. So I will send out an email later tonight or tomorrow to each of you and to the city clerk. As a quick reminder, we have committed to reporting on these items each 30 days. And of course, some of these may need to be adjusted as we go. I hope that's okay. Happy to hear any comments, but as I mentioned, I've only heard from 2 of you so far. Okay, let's please move on to oral communications, where any members of the public may speak to any item not on the agenda. And if the clerk would please help me with members of the public who wish to speak.
Mayor, fine. Our first speaker is Kevin Lee. Kevin, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kevin. I am a Stanford student and the co-president of the Stanford Democrats. I wanted to briefly voice my support for vote 16, which is the proposal to lower the voting age for city council elections to 16. Only a few years ago, I was in the position of being 16 and 17, of being actively engaged in my home community and in not having a voice with a vote, unlike all of the people who I had the chance to work with on the issues that affected me as a citizen. As I'm sure you all know, our generation is going to be the one that carries the burden of dealing with many of the challenges that face us today. And the young people that I've met and worked with are some of the most mature, thoughtful, and inspiring people that I have ever known. And their work on the Vote 16 platform is laudable, and I would urge you to hold a special meeting to calendar this for the ballot as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is James Hindery, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and Catherine Casey. James, go ahead.
Hi there, Council. This is Jamie Hindery. I too would like to voice my support for Vote 16, and I do urge the Council to schedule a special meeting while you guys are away at recess to make sure that this is done before the filing deadline, and this doesn't get pushed back for another 2 years. I also, now that you guys have removed the Foothill Park thing from the agenda, the item from the agenda, I really would like to voice my disappointment with the council for dragging its feet on this issue. It's something that, from my understanding, has been ready to go for quite a long time, and seems like a pretty non-controversial vote that you guys could be taking and getting over with. You guys have removed action item number 8, so I feel like I have the right to speak on that. I think it's disappointing also that in your efforts to kind of expedite your vacations and getting off to your recess, that you've chosen to delay such an important action item. Thank you. I cede my time.
Thank you, James. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Catherine Casey and Thomas Lai. Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so this is your last meeting before your break, and it's the last meeting where you can put items on the ballot. You don't need to have a special meeting to approve items for the ballot. You actually have a few that are teed up and ready to go. Your agenda is not finalized. You have the ability to add to your agenda right now. And I'm asking, as others have strongly asked, that you put the Vote 16 initiative. All you need to do is vote today to put it on the ballot. It doesn't matter what you think about it. You may be completely opposed to it. That's not the ask. The ask is to put the measure on the ballot and let the voters decide. You can do that without cutting into your vacation. You can do that in this meeting right now by just voting to put it on the ballot. Additionally, I'd like you to put the business tax back on the ballot. You have been making budget cuts left and right. They've been painful. This is a budget of your own making. The city is hurting because of your refusal to collect revenue from our largest businesses and largest employers. We are the only city around that doesn't tax its businesses, exempt small businesses, exempt medium-sized businesses, tax only the biggest businesses. You have a draft you can approve, exempt every business below 300, 400, 500 employees and below $300 million. Get it on the ballot. We will have revenue. Please, let's be like every other city. Last thing is, I'd like you to consider, and again, your agenda is still up for bids, ranked choice voting. It has been proven to be the most effective way of voting when there are more than one position. And actually, since I have 6 seconds, I'd like you to put the Foothill Park and affordable housing back on your agenda too. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Catherine Casey, to be followed by Thomas Lai. Catherine, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katie Causey. I am a proud PAUSD alum and active volunteer in the Palo Alto community. First off, I want to thank you for your leadership. I know this is such a difficult time and you're all working incredibly hard to make tough decisions during global crises. So thank you so much for your leadership. Tonight, I'm here to support Vote 16 Palo Alto. These teenagers have been working for months to get a ballot initiative, and it's frustrating for me to hear that in the disorganization of the pandemic, they weren't able to get more guidance from the community about moving a widely supported measure forward. And I don't want this to be an important issue that gets lost. I have volunteered with so many programs in this community, and all of them emphasize that if we want young people to stay engaged in politics, we have to show them that their work has impact. Right now, during global crises, we are seeing so many young people lead, whether that's organizing protests or getting supplies to their community, and we need to recognize and encourage that leadership. Supporting our teens in the civic engagement process is something we emphasize over and over in our schools and community programs. If there's anything that can be done to move this measure forward, I strongly urge the council to consider. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Thomas Lee, to be followed by Terry Godfrey, and then Ann Cribbs. Thomas, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm here today to ask the City Council to schedule a special session during the recess to discuss the myriad of time-sensitive and socially important issues that simply cannot wait until August. These include adding a measure to lower the voting age to 16 on the 2020 ballot, discuss the reopening of Foothills Park, and providing leadership to the city during the pandemic. All of these issues simply cannot wait. By August, we might not be able to ride the current wave of momentum behind the push for racial justice as people become more busy. By August, we might have to stay shut inside for longer because of a lack of leadership during the pandemic crisis. By August, it'll be too late for a new ballot initiative. If we wait until 2022, the students behind Vote 16 will be in college. Most will no longer be in Palo Alto to fight for change. Inaction to hold a special session is the functional equivalent of moving to destroy this coalition. We do not have the luxury to put our lives on hold because it's summer. Look at all these high school students. It's summer break, but they aren't on vacation. No, they're working hard to fight for change. If they aren't stopping, then why are you so eager to look forward to your summer recess? The City Council has the power to hold special sessions during times of emergency or extraordinary circumstances. If 2020 is not an emergency, then I don't know what is. I recognize that many of you have been working tirelessly over the past month, and some of you have other responsibilities. Thank you for your service, but don't pat yourself on the back until the work is done. You are elected officials that vow to uphold the public interest. Now is the time to rise up and put aside your own self-interest for the greater good. Need I remind you that this is an election year. We, the citizens of Palo Alto, are watching. Hold a special session. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Our next speaker is Terry Godfrey. And she's missed off the list. So we'll go to Ann Cribbs, Antonia Mao, and then Madison Abbasi. Ann, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, Ann.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Ann Warner Cribbs, a Palo Alto resident since 1965, and I love Foothill Park. As the Vice Chair of the Park and Recreation Commission, I was scheduled to speak tonight as part of the presentation from the PRC regarding the recommendation to open Foothill Park, create a pilot program, and my personal desire to take action and move ahead to repeal the ordinance which restricts Foothill Park to Palo Alto residents only. I was so disappointed when the discussion and the decision was delayed. Given the changes in the world since last November of 2019, when the PRC made its recommendation, I believe we must go beyond the pilot program and change the ordinance now. It's the right time and it's the right thing to do. Today's International Olympic and Paralympic Day. As an Olympian, it would have been especially meaningful to have this discussion tonight on International Olympic Day, June 23rd. The goal of the Olympic movement is to contribute to building a better and more peaceful world by educating youth through sport, practiced without discrimination of any kind, and in the Olympic spirit, which requires mutual understanding with a spirit of friendship, inclusion, opportunity, solidarity, and fair play. So in summary, and as the Olympic spirit suggests, the simple action is to immediately open the park to all, repeal the ordinance, welcome our neighbors, especially the children who will be responsible for the future, work together as a community to protect the incredible environment that we know and love as Foothill Park, and demonstrate Palo Alto's commitment to equality, access, openness, and resource protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Our next speaker is Madison Abbasi, to be followed by John Schenk and Dana Tome. Madison, go ahead.
My name is Madison Abbasi, and I'm going to be a junior at Palo Alto High School. We were here yesterday to discuss Vote 16 being placed on the agenda, and it did not happen. I am back today to ask for the council to seriously consider this message and to hold a special meeting during recess to discuss Vote 16, as well as the other items that were pushed until August. I am a very strong supporter of Vote 16 Palo Alto because I truly believe in the importance of hearing youth voices in the decision-making process. To reiterate some of the points made earlier, research has proven that 16 and 17-year-olds possess an adult level of cold cognition capabilities, or the ability to logically reason. Therefore, there is no neurological difference between a 16-year-old voting and an 18-year-old voting. And secondly, I would also like to point out that Vote 16 is not a movement without precedent. Already in Berkeley, 16 and 17-year-olds can vote in city council elections. And I also would like to point out that Vote 16 could facilitate a great amount of change in Palo Alto. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Madison. Our next speaker is Terry Godfrey, to be followed by Madison Abbasi and John Schenk. Terry, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. First, City Council, thank you very much for the work you're doing. I understand how hard it is to govern in these tough times, and being on this side of the microphone, I know that it's easier to advocate than it is to govern. So I appreciate your taking the time to hear from the community. I'm here to support Vote 16 Palo Alto, although I can't be half as eloquent as Madison just was. I'm part of their community coalition, which is an advisory board to provide them with some support and advice. And I have to say, as other speakers have said, that they are incredibly organized and have a ton of positive momentum and positive energy to get this work done. As I think we can all agree, building lifelong voters is a goal for all of us. And this is the time to strike while the iron is hot. If we could ask you to please put this on a special meeting for this summer so that you can get it onto the ballot this time, versus having these kids try to keep this momentum going for another 2 years. We appreciate your considering doing that. And again, thank you for the work that you do. I'm finished.
Thank you, Terry. Our next speaker is Dana Tome, to be followed by Ishani Raha and Laura Stark. Dana, you may need to unmute from your end.
Got it.
There
All
you
right.
go.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Dana Tom, a former Palo Alto School Board member, and I urge you to support Vote 16 Palo Alto. I'm proud to be a member of Vote 16 Palo Alto's Community Coalition, which is an advisory board that provides these student leaders with advice on how to advance their cause. I support Vote 16 Palo Alto because lowering the voting age will build civic engagement in our younger citizens and make voting a lifelong habit. In addition, it's important to give young people a say in our democracy. I strongly urge the council to hold a special meeting over their recess to discuss Vote 16 Palo Alto and place a measure on the ballot. There is precedent for lowering the voting age. Berkeley Unified passed a ballot measure in 2016, lowering the voting age to 16 for their school board elections. In addition, Oakland Unified and San Francisco Unified have similar ballot measures in their November 2020 ballot coming up. These young people deserve to have their voices heard, and our community deserves a chance to give them their opportunity to vote. I hope you can support them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dana. Our next speaker is John Schenk, to be followed by Ashani Raha and Laura Stark. John, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Council, for this opportunity. I am John Schenk with Deutsch Brothers. And while we're all doing a tremendous amount to support our small retailers and specifically our restaurants, at this time, I'm asking you to convey to staff that you prioritize these businesses over office construction encroachment permits. Specifically, I'm speaking in support of Vino Locale, a wonderful long-time restaurant on Kipling Street. Ever since the beginning of this year, a very large construction project at 473 University has been allowed to close Kipling Street multiple times each week, block most of the street's parking, wrap red tape that says danger in all capitals between the street trees down the block, including right in front of their business, making the sidewalk about 3 feet wide and clearly not a place one wants to go to sit and have a glass of wine. They're doing all that they can. They've opened as on the first day the county allowed. And they and the other retailers on the street and in the neighborhood really do need a chance to survive. So in addition to all the other things that you're doing and we're all doing to help them, we really need staff to force the contractor to use their own property for the storage of materials, etc. Just this afternoon, I took a picture and I've shared it with staff of all their materials out in the street, and it's blocked. And Vino Locale at the same time is trying to set up and attract customers to their spot. And while it's closed, it's also extremely difficult for them to convince people to drive down, sometimes through what looks like a guard, to get to their front door for a pickup, or for the Uber deliverers or the other DoorDash folks to even get there. I just think staff needs some direction on the priorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Ashani Raha, to be followed by Laura Stark and Michaela Say. Ashani, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ishani Raha, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 Palo Alto because I believe that it's essential for young people to vote in their first election, as this leads to lifelong civic engagement and voter turnout. I spoke at yesterday's council meeting as well, and I would like the council to call a special meeting over their recess to discuss Vote 16. As we have previously established, voter turnout is much higher among youth that are still living with their parents than among those who have left the house. Together, from the concept that voter turnout will be much higher among 16-year-olds who are living with their parents in a stable environment, and the fact that voting in one's first election is crucial to establishing a voting habit, we can conclude that lowering the voting age to 16 and guaranteeing every 16 and 17-year-old the opportunity to vote in high school will lead to higher voter turnout rates and create habitual voters. This is not just a hypothetical idea. In places where the voting age is 16, such as in Tacoma Park, Maryland, 16 and 17-year-olds turned out at 4 times the rate of all other voters. In other areas such as Austria and Norway, 16 and 17-year-olds turned out at higher rates than the next highest voting bloc. This shows that lowering the voting age to 16 is key to addressing our democracy struggle with voter turnout rates. Lowering the voting age to 16 will create lifelong habitual voters, voters who are able to express their voices in their democracy. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously and I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss Vote 16, as well as other items pushed off the agenda yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishani. Our next speaker is Laura Stark, to be followed by Michaela Say and then Miranda Lai. Laura, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Stark, and I am a parent of 2 teens in the community and former member of the Measure Z bond and parcel tax campaign committees. I'm here to express my support for Vote 16 Palo Alto. I'm also a member of the Community Coalition for Vote 16 Palo Alto, which is an advisory board that provides these students with advice. I support Vote 16 Palo Alto because I believe our youth should be strongly engaged in the direction and decisions that impact their local community. I also believe that Vote 16 will increase voter turnout and give young people a say in our democracy. I strongly urge the council to hold a special meeting and place this measure on the ballot. These young people deserve to have their voices heard, and our community deserves a chance to give them their opportunity to vote. I want to thank the City Council very much for your time to listen to this request this evening. I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Laura. Our next speaker is Michaela Say, to be followed by Miranda Lee and Rachel Owens. Michaela, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Michaela Sia, and I'm a rising senior at Palo. I'm here to talk about how Vote 16, despite being on yesterday's agenda, was not discussed. If a special meeting is not held during the break, it sends the message that the council simply does not view this issue as a priority and does not view the voice of the youth as a priority. Despite the fact that 16, 17-year-olds are just as affected by local politics than anyone else. For example, the council talked about cutting the budget for theater and transit, both issues which directly affect 16, 17-year-olds. We hold jobs, pay taxes, drive, and get tried in court just like as adults. We deserve a voice. And I strongly urge you to make a special meeting during your break to discuss this issue. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Michaela. Our next speaker is Miranda Lee, to be followed by Rachel Owens and Sabrina Chan. Miranda, go ahead. Miranda,
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Miranda Lee, and I'm a graduating senior at Palo Alto High School. We were here yesterday to discuss Vote 16 being placed on the agenda, and it didn't happen. I'm back today to ask for the council to seriously consider this message and hold a special meeting during recess to discuss Vote 16 as well as other items that were pushed until August. We understand that the council has been working hard, but this doesn't justify pushing so many important agenda items, and we're asking you to do your duty as elected leaders to uphold the public interest. I support Vote 16 because I believe that it allows youth to become more engaged in local politics and establishes steady lifelong voting habits and improved civic engagement. We need bold ideas to reinvigorate participation in democracy, and lowering the voting age for local elections is one of these potential solutions. Turnout for the 2014 midterm elections was at a 72-year low, and the United States ranks below most other advanced democracies in voter turnout. Decisions made by the Palo Alto City Council affect 16 and 17-year-olds every day, and young people care deeply about city issues, much more than we credit them for. For example, in the past couple of weeks, young people organized a protest for Black Lives Matter that involved thousands of citizens rallying and marching for a single cause. We can see that our young people are engaged, responsible, and ready to create change in society. Allowing them a vote and thus a voice in our city council will allow them to make the positive change that they wish to see and improve our city. This is all for the good of Palo Alto. We have been working endlessly for months to push for this change and do not want to lose momentum by having this be another discussion tabled to be placed on the ballot in 2 years. Please give us the chance to let the people of Palo Alto decide whether or not 16 or 17-year-olds should be able to vote in local elections. We understand that the City Council is very busy, but I was disappointed that this issue and others are being dismissed. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously and don't brush this off. I urge the council to seriously consider this measure and hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this and other issues that were pushed. Thank you.
Thank you, Miranda. Our next speaker is Rachel Owens, to be followed by Sabrina Chan and Yael Sarig. Rachel, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel Owens, and I'm the president of Vote 16 Palo Alto, which is a youth-led, nonpartisan movement aiming to lower the voting age to 16 for city council elections. I want to start off by thanking the council for listening to us at yesterday's meeting. They informed us that they were unable to place Vote 16 on today's agenda, and many of them have since reached out and suggested that we do an initiative petition, which involves gathering signatures to get this on the ballot. We did consider this possibility about 3 months ago. However, due to shelter-in-place policies, we did not feel that it was responsible to place our health and the health of our community at risk to get signatures. While we still do not want to risk the health of our community, another reason we can no longer do this is that the deadline to do an initiative petition has passed. This means that our only way forward onto the ballot is for City Council to place this measure on the ballot. They can do this by calling a special meeting over their break to discuss Vote 16 and all of the other issues they have put off until August. I would like to clarify that our campaign has been trying to find a path to the ballot and the specific processes through which City Council can place a measure on the ballot for the better part of 3 months now. This is not a new idea. Unfortunately, we were met with inconclusive and contradicting answers. However, now that the path to the ballot is clear, City Council needs to call a special meeting during their break to discuss this issue, along with other issues they have pushed off until August. It is the duty of the City Council to provide their constituents with the opportunity to decide for themselves whether or not they believe the voting age should be lowered to 16. If the City Council refuses to call a special meeting, this important discussion and measure will be pushed off until 2022. I understand that the council and their staff are tired, but I urge them to consider the importance of the measures that they have pushed off until August and call a special meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Our next speaker is Sabrina Chan, to be followed by Yael Sarig and Amy Yu. Sabrina, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Sabrina Chan, and I'm a rising senior at Palo High School. I'm speaking in support of Vote 16. Speaker Nancy Pelosi herself has advocated for lowering the voting age to 16. In her words, it is really important to capture kids when they're in high school, when they're interested in all of this, when they're learning about the government to be able to vote. As high school students ourselves, we know firsthand that advancing civics education within our community would not only lead to a higher standard of education within Palo Alto, but would develop students with critical thinking capabilities who are ready to be active political citizens. One of the key criticisms of Vote 16 campaign is that students won't have enough insight about the political system to vote effectively. However, just as Nancy Pelosi stated, this should be seen as an opportunity for improvement rather than a setback. In school, we've already learned about the inner workings of the government. Palo Alto could be a pioneer in civics education. Taking advantage of their already present student interest in politics, the passage of Vote 16 would transform Palo Alto schools for the better. I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Our next speaker is Yael Sarig, to be followed by Amy Yu and Antonia Mao. Yael, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yep, you've got it.
Thank you. My name is Yael Sarig, and I'm a member of Vote 16 Palo Alto. I spoke yesterday, and I'll echo what the other Vote 16 supporters have voiced. I appreciate the council listening to us last night, and I still urge the council to call a special meeting during their recess to discuss Vote 16. I support Vote 16 because I've always been politically active, something that's made me aware of the various strengths and shortcomings of American politics. Vote 16 is a way to address and remedy a glaring concern in our democracy, our voting problem. The 2016 election was decided by essentially a quarter of eligible voters, continuing a long trend of lackluster civic engagement in America. Now, during the pandemic, the ripple effect that results from uninspired voting should be obvious. Frustration with our government and the way they've handled the public health crisis has been rampant. That frustration has bubbled up and boiled over in the form of nationwide protests against police brutality, against systemic racism. From the barrage of voices comes one urgent, unifying message: vote out politicians who have set the country back or who have been allowed to sit idly by while it burns. Vote in your local elections. Simply vote. Palo Alto's Vote 16 campaign is, in my eyes, a step towards creating a more politically engaged America. Rallying young, impassioned voices to vote creates habits that last throughout adulthood. We're much more than activists fighting for a voice in local elections. Vote 16 is important to me because America's future is important to me. I care about voting as a civic duty, but a staggering percentage of Americans don't. Vote 16 is perhaps a small step, but it's a step towards empowering voters. But that empowerment cannot occur within Palo Alto unless the council agrees to discuss Vote 16. Vote 16's campaign should not be forced into a 2-year delay. The council has the power to push the campaign forward or to set it back. I strongly urge the council to seriously consider this measure and hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss Vote 16, as well as other items pushed off of the agenda yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Yu, to be followed by Antonia Mao, and then Charlize Nguyen. Amy, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Amy Yu, and I'm a rising senior at Palo. I urge the council to hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss Vote 16. I support this cause because sustainable environmental policies will impact teenagers the most. Climate action is crucial to our futures, and the policies being passed right now will affect teenagers decades into the future. I believe youth voices are needed at the ballot box because city council members must serve all their constituents, not just the ones over 18. 16 and 17-year-olds know better than anyone that safe bike paths and transportation policies are needed to create a safer community. Additionally, we have seen from the past few weeks that young people are incredibly engaged in social justice issues affecting our communities. Youth have come together to demand justice for Black Americans who face police brutality and racial injustice every day. This is just one example of how youth are making an impact in our local community and deserve a voice through their vote. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and again, I strongly urge City Council to hold a special meeting during their recess.
Thank you, Amy. Our next speaker is Antonia Mao, to be followed by Charlize Nguyen and Jeff Paulson. Antonio, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Antonia Mu, and I'm here today to support Vote 16. I urge the council to place a measure on the ballot to be voted on as soon as possible and not let this issue be delayed by 2 years. The students in Vote 16 have been working on this issue for months and have not received any real action items or a clear path to the ballot from city officials. This is why I strongly urge the council to hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this issue. Lowering the voting age can lead to a long-term increase in voter turnout because voting is habitual and 16 is a much better time than 18 to establish the habit of voting. At 18, people are in a state of transition that makes it less likely that they will vote. At 16, people can establish the habit of voting in a stable environment. This is crucial because whether a person votes in the first election they are eligible for strongly influences whether they will continue to vote in future elections. 16 and 17-year-olds are ready to vote. Research shows that they have the requisite civic knowledge and skills and have the mental reasoning ability to make informed decisions. We need bold ideas to invigorate participation in democracy, and lowering the voting age is one of these potential solutions. Turnout for the 2014 midterm elections was at a 72-year low, and the United States ranks below most other advanced democracies in voter turnout. The decisions that City Council makes on behalf of youth will impact our lives for years to come, and 16 and 17-year-olds will have the unique insight into how the city's policies affect teenagers. I hope you take our concerns as young people seriously, and I strongly urge the council to hold a special meeting during their recess to discuss this measure and other important issues that have been pushed from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonia. Our next speaker is Charlize Nguyen, followed by Jeff Paulson and Sarah Chang. Charlize, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Charlize Nguyen, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. I support Vote 16 because despite our lack of representation in city government, 16 and 17-year-olds have a large stake in Palo Alto affairs. I'm a volunteer at Palo Alto Community Childcare, and I'm the president of my school's Youth Community Service Club. I'm very fortunate to have been a part of these city-funded programs, and I'm grateful that the city of Palo Alto recognizes the value of these organizations. However, when budget restrictions threaten to cut community services, such as the proposed $400,000 reduction to teen services, I do not have a vote. I'm forced to watch as city council members
decide the fate of these programs that have been integral to my daily life for the past 3 years. City council members that I did not elect consistently make decisions affecting my life and the lives of my peers. While we can speak at meetings like these, sign petitions, and have thoughtful discussions with our parents, we are still unable to directly participate in our democracy. If we lower the voting age, City Council representatives are encouraged to consider all members of the community, young and old, as they hold themselves accountable to the constituents who elected them. If you know American history, you know that the national voting age was lowered from 21 to 18 relatively recently. Soldiers argued that if they were old enough to be drafted into the Vietnam War to fight and die for their country, they were old enough to vote. In today's age, Palo Alto teenagers hold many responsibilities. While we are not expected to fight and die for our city, we are old enough to drive, file taxes, and in some cases, be tried in court as adults. Teenagers have the cognitive capacity, emotional intelligence, and invested interest to vote in city elections. I urge Palo Alto City Council to host a special meeting as soon as possible to discuss this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlize. Our next speaker is Jeff Paulson, to be followed by Sarah Chang and Jasmine Vinay. Jeff, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you for letting me speak. I'll keep this brief. When my grandparents negotiated with the city council to buy the park, it was not their intention to have it be for Palo Alto's exclusive use. I understand the difficult times that occurred during the 60s that may have promulgated this policy. However, I think the policy is wrong. Many of the comments I received on Palo Alto Online had to do with money, but not many addressed the moral issue. Moral issue is difficult to measure, but I think it behooves the council to consider it. Regarding the finances, I will give you a more detailed document regarding my proposed operation for the park without an entrance station. Having worked in the park for 7 years, I think this is a viable possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Our next speaker is Sarah Chang, to be followed by Jasmine Vinay, and our final speaker is Gaurav Tyagi. Sarah, go ahead, you have 2 minutes. Sarah, there you go.
Hello.
You have 2 minutes, Sarah.
My name is Sarah Chang and I'm a rising senior at Gunn High School. I'm speaking in support of Vote 16 and urging the City Council to discuss this issue at their meeting tomorrow. I support Vote 16 because I believe it is imperative for the young members of our community to have the opportunity to impact their community through voting. When 16 and 17-year-olds engage in civics, conversations about politics and local issues are brought to the dinner table. Parents and family members are engaged in civic life through the 16 and 17-year-olds in their household, with a positive impact on voter turnout for people of all ages. Not only would it establish the good habit of exercising our civic duty by voting and increase the voter turnout, but also 16 and 17-year-olds deserve to have their voice heard in regards to issues that affect them. I hope you take our concerns seriously, and I strongly urge the council to consider this measure and agendize a discussion of Vote 16 for tomorrow's meeting, or hold a special meeting during the recess to discuss this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Jasmine Vinay, to be followed by our final speaker, Gaurav Tyagi. Jasmine, go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Vinay and I am a recent Pali graduate. I strongly urge the council to call a special meeting over their vacation to discuss and vote on the Vote 16 ordinance. I support lowering the voting age to 16 because city council members have failed time and time again to act in the best interest of the younger constituents. Yesterday, the council failed to grant $20,000 to KZSU, a youth-run radio station, but did not vote to cut the $20 million going towards the airport. Again, the council failed to listen to youth protesters calling for cuts to the police budget and instead reinvesting that money into our community. Why is it more important to uphold a historically racist system than to give our Palo Alto youth a quality experience in the arts and education from the library? With COVID-19 and the shelter-in-place order, Vote 16 cannot start a citizens' initiative in time for the November 2020 election. City council members, you have the power to create historical change and finally listen to young voices. I implore you all to call a special meeting over your break to discuss Vote 16 before the deadlines pass. Do not ignore your duty to serve this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jasmine. And our final speaker is Gaurav Tyagi. Go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gaurav Tyagi, and I'm a rising senior at Palo Alto High School. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your hard work that you have put into leading our community during this difficult time. The current pandemic has been a test of all of our strength, and so I thank you for your unyielding dedication. I support Vote 16 because the US is facing a serious problem with voter turnout. Democracy is the cornerstone of our society, and being able to have a voice is what allows us to create change in our communities. Unfortunately, voter turnout is poor among first-time voters, and this leads to serious problems since voting is a habit. So voting for the first time significantly increases the chances of continuing to vote. What Vote 16 proposes will allow 16 and 17-year-olds to begin voting in a comfortable environment where their community can encourage them to vote, and they aren't dealing with the life changes that impact 18 and 19-year-olds as they move to college. I believe that the Palo Alto community should be able to take a stand on the issue of poor voter turnout. I strongly urge the council to hold a special meeting during their break to discuss this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's our final speaker, Mayor Fine.
Thank you to our clerk, and thank you to everyone for speaking up and providing your input. We really appreciate it. Okay, we now move on to the consent calendar, items 2, 3, 4, and 4A, including 4A, which was moved there yesterday by council motion. If there are any members of the public who wish to speak to the consent calendar, please raise your hand. And if the clerk would please help me help these folks give their comments.
Yes, we have a couple of speakers. Jeremy Ehrman, followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and James Hindery.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Jeremy, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. I urge you to remove the Cubberley lease from the consent calendar and to vote on it as a separate item, because the consent calendar, Mayor Fine said at the beginning of the meeting, is intended for, I think your words were, non-contentious items. This is one of the most contentious items in the budget. It represents a major shift in city policy from over 30 years, which was enacted with almost no council discussion, driven almost entirely by city staff, who sent the lease first to the school district and then evicted tenants before the council even discussed it last week for the first time. When council attempted to exercise their right to drive policy by changing the term of the lease, they were told they couldn't really do this because the school district had already voted on it. But why was it not sent to the council first? Last night you voted to approve your budget, which includes Cubberley, even though technically you haven't voted on it yet because you couldn't vote in your closed session last Wednesday to approve this. So I really think you owe us all the courtesy and the honesty and straightforwardness of having an actual clear vote on this item so it's on the record, instead of just shoehorning it into the consent calendar as if it's no big deal, no big item, when it's a major shift in policy, which you've barely discussed. I think that you all owe all of us the courtesy of an actual straightforward, on the record vote on Cubberley Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by our final speaker, James Hindery. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, it's Rebecca Eisenberg. I believe that the City Council has a legal obligation under the Brown Act to remove the discussion of the Cubberley lease outside of the consent agenda to the main agenda. I recognize, as I was told in an email, that Palo Alto may have its own rules of interpretation and application of the Brown Act, although I was never given a link to those rules. Nonetheless, it's pretty standard interpretation of the Brown Act that important measures have there's a 2 meeting minimum of discussion. This was brought up once, and now here it's put on the consent agenda, which, as you know, denies the public and the city council of the regular process of discussion. I strongly believe that you not only should, but you are actually required to remove it. Then again, I do think that Palo Alto has been using its own interpretation of the Brown Act, with which I strongly disagree. Why should the Coverly lease be removed? I think that the description of it as given by the city manager was later shown to be inaccurate. At least as far as I could hear, it was presented as something that was mutual request by both the school district and the city. However, as school board president Todd Collins confirmed when he called in, it was not mutual. It was a unilateral termination by the city, which I could have told you that earlier. So I was surprised to hear the way it was described by the public, to the public by both the city manager and the mayor. This was a unilateral. It was not this was a unilateral move. It was not a mutual move, and it is very harmful to both the school district and to the nonprofits. It is worthy of discussion before it's just summarily approved today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our final speaker is James Hindry. James, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there, Council. This is Jamie Hindery, and I'm a preschool teacher actually at Coverly. So this is an issue that's close to my heart. And while I'm not a lawyer like Rebecca, I have been reading the Brown Act, and it is I share the understanding that Rebecca just mentioned, that it seems rather illegal given the contentiousness of this item when it was last brought up, for it to be on the consent calendar. So I do worry that putting it on the consent calendar is just flat out illegal. I would love to hear more discussion. I do think it was unilateral. I'm very disappointed in it. I think it at least warrants more discussion and needs to be moved off the consent calendar for legal and just community reasons. I cede my time.
Thank you. Mayor Fine, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you to all of our speakers. I will move the consent calendar items 2, 3, 4, and 4A.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Any requests to pull items or no votes on this, please raise your hand. Seeing none, let's please vote. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. We now move on to the action items for tonight. We have item 4B, 488 University, also known as the Hotel President. Item 5 is suspension of the Business Improvement District funding. And item 7 is an urgency interim ordinance for outdoor dining, retail, and other activities. Let's please start with 4B. And let me just pull up my notes quickly. Okay, so first, this is a quasi-judicial item. So I'd encourage us first to go in a round of disclosures. And let me find my notes. So I toured the building in August of 2019 and January of 2020 with the applicants. They showed me the state of the rooms and the property, what they're intending to do in terms of historical refurbishments, and complained extensively about the city's parking rules. Everything else I learned, though, is in the public record. And maybe after this, we'll just go Councilmember Tanaka.
They had a some sort of get together at the restaurant, I think nearby. I forgot the name of the restaurant. And I was there for just about 5-10 minutes. I got there a little bit late, so I didn't really get the full discussion. And then I talked to the developer over the phone, I think a couple times.
And I talked to, I think, a few of the prior tenants before as well. And I think that's about it.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo?
Actually, one thing I want to say, one thing we talked about that wasn't on the agenda, or wasn't in the packet, was because I was really interested in knowing what was their projections of the hotel occupancy in terms of, or TOT. So not related to this topic, but that was something that was discussed, that was not in the packet.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Koo.
At the very beginning, when prior to them purchasing the property, I was approached by Lighthouse, Steve Emsley and Richard Hackman, to meet with AJ Capital, which I did, where they displayed their plan. And recently with another representative, Michelle Krause, on a telephone call, which I wasn't able to meet. I ran out of time.
Thank you. Councilmember Niss.
Also indicate that 2 of the visits which the mayor mentioned with those who are involved with the building on the same date, I also did. But I would also indicate that I've known this building for a very long time. I knew 2 residents actually 3, who lived there. One you just mentioned, Michelle Krause, and also Sid Espinoza, a former mayor, and Gary Fazzino, a former mayor, both lived there. And I had been to both of their residents while they were there. I knew a number of the people who lived in the building that I talked to from time to time. And I also am very familiar with the building as far as it having historic value and being a Burge Clark. So I had often seen it with friends or had pointed it out as a special building in our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Filseth.
In the last 3 weeks, I had a Zoom call with the applicant, and I've also spoken to Jeff Levinsky, and I learned nothing from either that's not in the public domain.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I think disclosure since the last time this came to us. I met with the applicants in December. They updated me on parking and the plans, but I think all of it's included in the current report.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cormack.
Nothing to disclose. I have not met with the applicant nor toured the site.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you all for that. So just quickly outlining what I think is our order of business. We'll have a staff presentation, then 10 minutes for the applicant. I'm hoping the city attorney can maybe give us a little bit of context about our role in this item, acting in a quasi-judicial manner. Then I'd like to go to public comment, then come back to council for a round of questions, and then a round of questions, comments, motions. So does staff, and we may take a break somewhere in there. Does staff have a presentation for this?
Yes, we do. So I'll ask Jonathan Late, our Director of Planning and Development Services, to report for staff. I would just, in making the transition, Mr. Mayor, emphasize the point you just made, that the council is acting in a quasi-judicial role this evening, which for those who may not track the city council's activities on a frequent basis is distinct from the normal highly discretionary decision-making that the council engages in. In this case, you're acting effectively as a judge or jury in applying the laws, applicable laws, to the application you've got in front of you. And the city attorney, I'm sure, will expand on that. But I do note that that's relevant in as much as it affects both the council's decision this evening, as well as the recommendations that staff has brought before you. So with that, let me ask Mr. Late to walk through the report.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shikata, and good evening, Mayor Fine and City Council members. I am Jonathan Late. I'm the Planning and Development Services Director. So tonight's agenda item concerns the hotel president at 488 University. I think the council and community are generally familiar with this location at the corner of University Avenue and Cowper Street. The building was constructed in 1929, clearly at a height and floor area that exceeds our local zoning standards today, and with fewer parking spaces. It is a historic resource and does have local protections through our municipal code and through the State California Environmental Quality Act. The building was designed with ground floor retail and hotel units above, and it operated in that capacity until about 1968, when the longer stays were being permitted, and it eventually transitioned into a multi-family unit. 2 years ago, the property was sold, and the new owners had expressed its interest in converting the existing residential use to the now proposed hotel use that is before the City Council this evening. Of course, the council and the community will recall all the conversations and debate that took place then. The council enacted a no-fault renter eviction ordinance. Within the next 6 months, the City Council would take action on other discrete and independent policy initiatives that related to downtown, but also affected the subject application that's before you, including council action in April 2019, where it prohibited the conversion of residential uses in the downtown area to non-residential uses unless a waiver is granted. The applicant proposes to convert the multifamily units, 75 units, to 100 hotel rooms. There are interior and exterior changes that are being proposed, including changes to the roof garden. All of the exterior changes will be compliant with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. Given the limited amount of space, I should note that that conversion of residential units to hotel unit does require more parking spaces than can be provided on site today. And so the applicant proposes to restripe the spaces and provide some tandem parking in the subterranean garage, but also locate about 25 spaces off-site at 330 Everett. And the balance of spaces, about 80 in lieu spaces, thereabouts, are proposed to be paid via the city's in lieu fee. To effectuate this change, there's a number of entitlements that need to be granted, including historic review and architectural review board findings that need to be met. Applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to use the rooftop deck for the hotel use, as well as to permit on-site sale of alcohol. And then, of course, there's the waiver request, which is the other entitlement that's being sought this evening. So just reflecting for a moment on City Manager Shikata's comments, the City Council, of course, is very comfortable and familiar with its legislative role in making policy for the city. This action is different in that it is a quasi-judicial application, and your deliberation and your thoughts on this application are not intended to set policy, but rather reflect on the application that's before you to the findings that are set forth in the municipal code. And for each of these actions that you'll be taking, there are a set of findings that need to be met. Also, the city has policies, of course, a number of policies related, of course, to housing and the environment of the downtown, the types of uses that are anticipated there. But we also have policies that support the retention and rehabilitation of historic buildings. And applicant, as a part of this project, is proposing to structurally retrofit and seismically improve this building, as well as making the exterior changes that would be consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards, thus prolonging this building, the life of this building, and improving some of the safety features about it as well. And then, the recommendation that staff presented in its report, we have findings that support the various planning entitlements. Clearly, there's going to be a lot of debate and discussion about the waiver that's being requested. Now, to grant the waiver, the City Council would find that the applicant has demonstrated that there are state laws that or federal laws that preempt the city from requiring the applicant to maintain the residential use in this building. I know City Attorney Stump will speak further to this issue. And this, the applicant has provided, I believe it's in attachment C of your staff report and packet, their perspective on that, and staff, including staff from the City Attorney's Office, have reviewed that and believe that a case is presented to support those findings. I won't speak to the legal risks associated with any of the particular findings, again, leaving that to our City Attorney's Office, but I will note that those findings played a role in the staff recommendation. So I want to present to you this summary of actions that we're asking you to consider this evening. I want to highlight two. One is the council's aware that we've received a number of public comments on this project. Some had to do with parking, and since the item was continued and we've had 24 hours since this was to be heard, we've had a chance to go back and take a look at some of these parking numbers. And I do need to report that there is a minor discrepancy in some of the numbers that are presented in the staff report, but it's nowhere near the magnitude that's being represented in the Palo Alto Neighbors letter. It's closer to, excuse me, it's closer to about 4 or 5 parking spaces that the project appears to be deficient in. And so should the council decide that this is a project to move forward, we would ask that you direct staff to update the in-lieu parking requirements for this project and the fees prior to issuance of a building permit. It could be remedied through that means, of course, understanding that they are requesting a fair amount of in-lieu parking. And then lastly, I just wanted to note that we understand that the applicant has a concern with condition number 58 in the record of land use action. If you aren't aware, or you've got a lot of paperwork that you have before you, but this was an App Places memo that was transmitted, I think, last Thursday to the City Council containing the record of land use action. Condition number 58 on that document is a restriction of the rooftop deck for use of the hotel guests only. I know that the applicant is going to want to speak this evening to broadening that condition to allow the roof deck to be used by members of the community. So with that, I will end my presentation and happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Can you ask the clerk to please send that presentation and the record of land use action to the council once more, just so we have those documents fresh. And then next up, I believe, is the project applicant.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Pablo David, and I will be representing AJ Capital tonight, along with my colleague, Alex Stanford. I first would like to extend a sincere thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. We're extremely appreciative of having the opportunity to be before all of you to present our vision for the hotel president and what we think and hope will be a community asset for all Palo Altans. I'll now turn it over to Alex for a brief presentation, and thank you again.
Is the presentation visible?
Great, thanks, Pablo. And I'm not sure who's controlling the screen, but do you mind going to slide 2 of our presentation?
Is the presentation visible to everyone?
It is not, Claire. Okay. We're seeing your desktop.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Claire. You might go into slide 2. Perfect. All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and council members. Thanks again for the opportunity to present our restoration plan for the Hotel President. Designed by the renowned Burrs Clark, the iconic Spanish colonial revival style building established the commercial corridor of University Avenue when it first opened to guests in 1930. Named in honor of Stanford grad and then President Herbert Hoover, the Hotel President debuted as Palo Alto's largest hotel and largest building on University Avenue. Unfortunately, as many of you have witnessed, the building has suffered from decades of deferred maintenance and is in urgent need of restoration. Next slide, please. Since our acquisition in June 2018, we have developed the restoration plan designed to restore the hotel to its former grandeur through thoughtful rehabilitation and preservation, upgrades to critical building infrastructure, and sustained economic community benefits. Next slide, please. Listed in the Palo Alto Historic Inventory as a Category 2 property of major regional importance, the project preserves the building's key character-defining features, including the exterior stucco facade, front entry canopy, steel sash multi-light windows, and elevator. Restoration of the former lobby lounge and rehabilitation of the commercial storefronts and original rooftop garden are also planned. Last month, the Historic Resources Board unanimously confirmed the project is consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties, and we have a progress rendering here that shows the restoration of the original lobby lounge. Next slide, please. The hotel will feature 100 guest rooms, lobby lounge, rooftop garden, and local retail stores along University. The project fully complies with the parking requirement through a combination of on-site and off-site parking spaces and in lieu fee payment to the Downtown Parking Assessment District. All parking will be valet managed, and the hotel will adhere to a TDM plan and participate in the Palo Alto TMA. Next slide, please. To ensure the Hotel President remains an architectural anchor for generations, we are investing significantly in upgrades to the building's infrastructure, including an extensive seismic retrofit, installation of sprinkler and fire alarm systems, ADA improvements, and modernization to the original mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems. Our design team has worked to integrate the code-required life safety improvements without compromising the rehabilitation and preservation of the building. Next slide, please. Construction is estimated to extend through 2021, with the restored hotel opening in early 2022. Once the hotel stabilizes in 2024, over $20 million in annual economic stimulation impact for the Palo Alto community is forecast. Additionally, sustained annual tax contributions are anticipated to exceed $2.3 million. Next slide, please. Responsibly restoring irreplaceable, cherished buildings is our passion, as you can see from a couple of past historic projects, including the Chicago Athletic Association, which we completed in 2015, and next slide, please. A few of our graduate properties, including Graduate Berkeley across the bay, formerly the Hotel Durant, which we completed in 2017. These projects reflect our commitment to historically accurate restorations that revitalize local landmarks, and we are very excited to collaborate with the city on the Hotel President's revival. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll kick it back over to Pablo to wrap up.
Thanks, Alex. As Mr. Lay indicated, we did want to highlight condition of approval number 58, limiting the rooftop use to hotel guests. We do kindly request the condition be deleted. We intend for all guests and patrons visiting the property to have access to the rooftop. If the council does not support the deletion, we request the language be revised to use of rooftop shall be limited to hotel guests, patrons, and customers. And again, we really do appreciate the staff's thoughtfulness when preparing the record of land use and have no other objections. And simply and humbly ask for your support and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to turn it over to our city attorney, Molly Stump, for a moment. If you could maybe give us a quick reminder or primer on what it means for this to be a public hearing in a quasi-judicial manner.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, council and members of the public. I don't usually speak with you on development applications, but in this case, there are a number of legal requirements that strongly impact the council's consideration of this item. And so I've been asked to go over them briefly. So first, that word about the council's role, which both the city manager and planning director spoke about. Under the California Constitution, council has two roles, and the most common one is as legislators, where council is making policy, directing the city's priorities, initiating new programs, and all of this is done to further the values, desires, and best interests of the whole community. And you generally have wide latitude to choose the best outcome for the community when you're acting in your legislative role. The less common role, and the one that applies this evening, is as judges. Whenever you have a project applicant before you, whether that's an individual homeowner or a large commercial property owner, the council is required to act as a judge, which means applying the requirements of state and local law as they currently are written, not as we might like to change them in the future, and applying those rules to the application before you. Council is much more limited in the choices it can make and has to be guided by the law. Council is not free to simply select the best outcome that it believes is in the interest of the community. Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd like to just mention there has been some misinformation in the community dialogue about this series of laws that apply in this situation, and I'd like to go over them briefly if that would be all right.
Please do, and thank you.
Great. So as the planning director mentioned, the President Hotel building is a legal non-conforming structure. And this is described in more detail in the staff report. This means that the building was lawful when it was built, but it could not be built today under our current development standards. With some limited exceptions, owners of non-conforming buildings have a legal right to maintain those buildings and continue their productive use. So that is one of the laws that applies here that is maybe not typical to every site downtown. Second issue, the building is historic, as we've been speaking about. This means the owner may not eliminate the nonconformity of the building by tearing it down and constructing a new building that complies with current standards. Third issue, legal issue, is like many cities, Palo Alto restricts conversion of rental housing to condominiums. This means that the President Hotel may not be converted to ownership housing under our local rules. The fourth issue, California's Ellis Act, which was enacted by our state legislature and is binding on all cities, gives property owners the right to exit the rental housing market. Cities may not prohibit owners from exiting the rental market, and they may not place restrictions on subsequent uses of former rental property that unduly burden the exercise of that right. This is a major issue as council addresses the application before you. Finally, the last issue, legal issue, is Palo Alto has zoned this site and the surrounding sites for multiple uses, which include office, hotel, and residential. So those are available to property owners in this area. However, the zoning ordinance was amended in recent years to prohibit a non-conforming building that is in residential use from changing to another otherwise lawful use. So while the zoning requirement is a permissible regulation, it's lawful to have that regulation. It's possible that it might be unlawful as applied to a particular property. And indeed, the owner is making the argument that that is the situation that obtains with the President Hotel because of this combination of laws about condo conversion, nonconformity, and a historic status. So the owners before the council today asking to waive that requirement for this as applied to this unique property. I think I'll stop there, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be available to answer questions that may come up.
Okay, thank you so much, City Attorney Stump. Let's please go to members of the public who wish to speak on this topic. If you would like to speak on 488 University Avenue, please raise your hand. And if the clerk would please help our members of the public provide their comment.
Sure, Mayor, fine. Let me pull up the list here. Our first speaker is Norm Beamer, to be followed by James Hindry and then John Schenk. Mr. Beamer, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This emphasis on the judicial nature of this inquiry reminds me that he who comes into court must do so with clean hands. These people do not have clean hands. They have ruthlessly evicted a bunch of low-income residents in order to create a luxury hotel. The emphasis by the city manager and the attorney on the judicial aspect versus legislative aspect seems to imply that you don't have any discretion whatsoever. But here the applicant is asking for a waiver and you have tremendous discretion. The Ellis Act, which is being invoked, does allow a landlord to exit the rental business, but the Ellis Act specifically says that any new use that the landlord contemplates must comply with existing zoning laws. There's been a mention that there is a grandfathering provision for the building, but there is a separate provision that requires any new use to comply with the zoning laws with respect to uses. And here the zoning law requires hotels to have a 2.0 FAR limit, floor to area ratio. The application is seeking a 5.0 or greater FAR for this hotel. The 2.0 FAR limit has existed since 1986. It's in 2 separate places in the municipal code. Since the law has gone into effect, I'm not aware that our city has ever allowed an exception to that. And so the law could not be clearer on paper and in practice. I don't understand why the city would consider granting a 5.0 FAR to this project, especially given its unpleasant history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beamer. Our next speaker is James Hindry, to be followed by John Schenk and Ryan Globus. Jamie, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Jamie Hindry. It's my understanding that while subsection F of 18.18.120 of the City Municipal Code is the only part of that part of the code that is subject to preemption by state and federal law. And so that wouldn't apply to subsection A of that same part, which says shall not result in increased floor area. And even then, if we're looking at subsection F, and then we go over and look at the Ellis Act clearly says that the property must meet all of the following conditions. And the first being that the residential hotel is located in a city or county, in a city with a population of over 1 million. Last time I checked, Palo Alto did not have 1 million residents, so it does not seem applicable to preempt that section anyway. Again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a preschool teacher, but in the past 3 days and probably 25, 30 hours of reading through these documents, it seems like while you're acting as judges, it's pretty clear that the AJ Capital doesn't really have a case that has merit. So I feel like even if you were to deny this waiver and they were to appeal that into Superior Court, that they would still end up losing. So I don't really think that the council has their hands tied on this. I agree with Norman that you guys do have discretion to block this waiver, and that maintaining rental units in the city is far more valuable than adding another hotel. I'd also like to ask where that $20 million in city benefits comes from. That would mean that if the hotel is full all year with a resident or with occupants, each one would be spending $600 a day in our city. to reach that 20 million of economic stimulation. So that doesn't make sense to me at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Globus, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg and Becky Sanders. Ryan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
And I'm a resident of Palo Alto. And I understand that you are constrained in your role tonight due to the nature of this item, and that you're acting more like a judge or a jury. However, in a typical courtroom setting, there are two sides with lawyers on both sides fighting against each other. And right now, we're just letting AJ Capital walk all over us, and we're not presenting another case from a lawyer ourselves. And so I ask you, I know you're constrained, but fight tooth and nail against this project. Let's take them to court. Let's make it as difficult as possible for them to rip our community apart and tear down affordable housing. So we send a signal to other developers in the future that they can't rip people from their homes in Palo Alto. Even if that doesn't work, I ask you to deny their conditional use permit. Don't let them have a rooftop garden and alcoholic sales. Let's make their life as difficult as possible in honor of the 75 families that they ripped from our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Becky Sanders and Iqbal. Rebecca, go ahead.
Great, thank you. First thing I would like to do is I would like to ask for more time. And the reason for that is that this is a quasi-judicial hearing and only attorneys on behalf of, or the perspective of the developers has been represented. It is a violation of due process, no matter how you interpret your rules, that someone from the other side, as in the community, the city of Palo Alto, has not spoken. The city attorney, when she spoke, she repeated the arguments of AJ Capital. She did not state any of the arguments on behalf of the city. The whole reason that there are courts is because there are always two sides to every legal interpretation and every argument made by lawyers. We need a lawyer on our side. And although I was approached by tenants and by neighbors to represent them, because I'm running for city council, it would have caused a violation of a conflict of interest. So I did not do that. So when I speak, I'm not speaking on behalf of any potential plaintiffs against the city, or against AJ Capital, but these are arguments I wish that an attorney on behalf of the city would make. And again, if you could give me more time, that would be great. If you don't, that will only further any potential litigation against the city. First of all, this whole decision is based on several misstatements of both the law and fact. On the law, there was a statement made several times by the city manager that removing the 187 or so housing units would not be impactful from an SB 35 point of view. I have researched that. I have spoken with people involved in SB 35, and I cannot find any sort of confirmation of that. So I think you should be acting on the assumption that it will. Now, as to liability against the city, the recent case was recently waged by neighbors and by tenants in a similar situation, and the Supreme Court of California came down on behalf of the plaintiffs against the city. All of the arguments made by a developer were summarily discharged, and even the court was considering penalties. And again, these lawsuits also go against the city council as individuals often, and not just against the city. Some of those arguments have to do with decisions that are made with false interpretations of the
Mrs. Eisenberg.
Okay, I get it, but I think you need to speak to an attorney who represents us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Becky Sanders, to be followed by Iqbal and then Angela De La Porte.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Minor. Yeah, this is Becky Saunders from Ventura. Last week or a couple weeks ago, Palo Alto neighborhood sent a quite comprehensive letter developed by our Brain Trust. We have a Brain Trust, and We did some deep diving and split up some of the research, and we believe that AJ Capital is totally in error and in the wrong, and are just bullying us and trying to make us afraid of going against what they want in case there might be a lawsuit or something. I say bring it on, because we need to show developers that they can't push us around and make us afraid. And I do have to say, I was disappointed with the city lawyers kind of echo chambering of the opinion in AJ Capital's own documentation. I mean, like, we need to do our own original research here. So please do not grant the waiver. Venturans particularly are saying, wow, okay, we're going to get all the housing over here while they're just giving it away in other parts of town. So please honor the spirit with which you all were elected and serve the interests of the people and not of the vested interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Becky. Our next speaker is Iqbal, to be followed by Angela De La Porte, and then John Schenk is our final speaker. Iqbal, go ahead. You may need to unmute from your end.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, council members, mayor and vice mayor. My name is Iqbal Sarang. You may be familiar with me. I have been living in the Hotel President Apartments for the last 28 years, except for last year when I have been evicted from there. I absolutely agree with the previous speakers, Norman Beamer, Rebecca Eisenberg, Ryan Globus, James Hindery, Becky Sanders. There has been no presentation against these so-called requests and design ideas from the city at all, and that needs to be provided. The city is not a representative of the owners of this building. As far as granting waivers, I implore you to please not grant these waivers. These were the only saving grace that us tenants felt when you pointed out during these earlier processes of city council that this project was not going to happen. And again, the reason most of the tenants are not here speaking because they were all forced to sign agreements limiting them from speaking on any of this subject matter. This is how our democracy works. Legal challenges and fear of legal battles are used. Please don't grant the waivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Iqbal. Our next speaker is Angela De La Porte, to be followed by John Schenk. Angela, go ahead.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I don't understand all the legal situations, but as far as I can see, it may or may not be legal for the city council to grant these waivers. But as far as I can see, it doesn't really matter. The city council has made housing a priority, not hotels. And I know it's difficult to resist the temptation for more income, especially at this time, but that's why we set priorities, so that we have a compass to show us which way we really know is the right way to go. And in this situation, the city council has set housing as a priority. If you actually do care about housing, as you said, then please do not grant waivers that will actually reduce housing in Palo Alto. Thanks so much. Bye.
Thank you, Angela. And our final speaker is John Schenk. John, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Miner. John Schenk here with Thoit's Brothers. We are, the Thoit's family, as you may have heard me before, has been in the downtown for almost 140 years. Very active in the community throughout. We really care about the downtown. We happen to be owners of the buildings that are across Cowper and across University from the Hotel President. I wanted to speak in favor of this. I don't have the legal expertise to address the issues that have been thrown out, but I do know that the building is a beautiful piece of our history. It's an important part of the fabric of University Avenue. It is in dire need of reinvestment, significant reinvestment, and these folks are willing to come in and do that and restore the building to the historic standards that are applicable and wonderful. And we look forward to that. I think that's just in a way a gift. It's very hard to find folks willing to invest in the historic nature of buildings. And this group has a great track record of that. As a neighbor, I look forward to working with them as we fine tune little things. I've sent in a note about parking or anything else, very minor operational things. But I did want to voice support, and I really look forward to a restored Hotel President in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was our final speaker, Mayor Fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all of the members who provided comments and questions. We appreciate that. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, so if we can be back here at 6:55, and then we'll return to council. Thank you all. Okay, we now return to council. And I'm going to suggest we have a round or two of questions and then open it up for any questions, comments, and motions. So if you have questions, please do hit your raise hand button and we'll go through that. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I guess I'll dive in. The city attorney talked a little bit about the Ellis Act. We heard from several people in the public on how they think the Ellis Act applies in this case. So, including a couple of attorneys. So Molly, could you go into a little more depth about how the Ellis Act applies in this case, and also kind of what the language of the law says versus how it's been interpreted by the courts, and and the other one was the letter from Pan, I guess, which also had some points about the Ellis Act.
Sure. Thank you for that, Mr. Vice Mayor. So the Ellis Act, the central provision of the Ellis Act is relatively short. And I'll try to pull up the language while I'm talking with you. It essentially gives property owners a right, an unfettered right to exit the market for providing rental housing. And the act was adopted by the California legislature in 1984 in response to a California Supreme Court decision of the Rose Bird Court that had prevented where the city of Santa Monica had prevented a property owner from going out of the business of offering units for rent to tenants. And the legislature overrode that with the Ellis Act. Now, as you may know, and members of the public may or may not know, when statutes are adopted that are subject to dispute about how they should be interpreted or applied, those disputes are resolved in our system by decisions of courts. And the court decisions form a tapestry that is a part of the law with equal dignity to the statute itself. So that all needs to be read together. The Ellis Act has a language in it that upholds the right of cities to engage in traditional customary zoning and regulatory activity, which we have a wide discretion to do with respect to land uses in our community. And the act purports to honor that and not compromise that in any way. But when you look at the series of court decisions that seek to harmonize those two provisions, we see that courts have very frequently said that particular city regulations are in fact in violation of the initial tenet of the Ellis Act, which is that property owners who are in the rental business have the right to exit that business. So we have to look at the way that the courts have applied those decisions. And there are some types of city regulations, such as historic preservation requirements, that have been upheld against Ellis Act challenges, where there have been alternative uses available to property owners. But there have been many other types of regulations that cities have adopted to try to preserve rental housing, which is a valuable asset and something that in many communities over many years has been seen as something to support and try to protect. We've seen various efforts from cities struck down as imposing an undue burden on property owners under the Ellis Act. Now, the one note as to the Palo Alto neighbors research work that they did, and thank you for that. That's a very dedicated and knowledgeable group of neighbors. And I always pay a lot of close attention to what they write, as I know you do. There was a comment, I think, in that letter from Pan that the city does enough to honor the Ellis Act rights of a property owner by allowing them to go out of the rental business, and that if they then choose to do that and there's no other legal use available, that's the property owner's choice. That is an interesting argument. It is in fact one that the city of Santa Monica made to the court in the Javizad case, and the Court of Appeal looked at that argument and roundly rejected it. Said that essentially a network of city rules that leave a property owner who has exited the rental market with no viable use for the property, that is not consistent with the Ellis Act. It does violate the act. I hope that answers your question.
I'm sorry. It sounds like, you know, again, state law preempts our city law. We have the city ordinance that would take effect, except we also have the fact that this is a historic building, so it cannot be reconstructed. I mean, we kind of had this intersection of these factors.
That's correct. So if the building were not historic, a property owner would have the option to demolish the building, rebuild it conforming with current standards, and then of course the city maintenance of use requirement in our zoning code would not apply, and they would be free to rebuild and redevelop the property for whatever use is available under the zoning, which there are many uses, including hotel and I believe office, retail, and housing at that site.
So when would our local ordinance take precedent or be in effect?
What are some hypothetical situations where our local ordinance could apply?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so it could apply to a non-historic building that is oversized like the president, that is in rental housing. It could apply to an ownership housing building that could, because the Ellis Act doesn't bear on that type of ownership form.
Okay. And then a quick question for Jonathan. So the rooftop hours were listed as 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., 7 days a week. And then the idea for guests only, which I take to mean people are renting a room. They are asking to make it, basically it sounds like any customer, which I would take it to be somebody who maybe just buys a drink. Would you change the hours if we were to change the permitted uses, I guess?
You know, I think the hours are fine. I haven't heard a concern about the hours from the applicant. I think it's more the restriction that the space be reserved only for guests of the hotel or hotel guests.
And why was that condition put in place?
It was one to just sort of add a little bit more, just it's not an uncommon condition for hotels that have roofs in areas where there might be some other residential uses. But again, I clearly understand that there may be some other provisions that would allow for that to be mitigated, such as the hours. So it's really, that was all. It was just another measure of restricting the potential impact of noise.
But we're also prohibiting amplified noise.
That's true. Yep.
That's 5 minutes.
Great. Okay, thank you.
We'll come back for another round, council member or vice mayor, if you like. If others have questions, please raise your hand. I see council member Cormack, then council member Koo.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. So a few questions. Some members of the public have written in asking that this still be rental housing. If we wanted this to be rental housing, what would the city need to do? What would be the next steps?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take that, John, and you can weigh in as well. So there has been a lot of statements from the public expressing a strong interest in rental housing and especially in affordable housing. And indeed, the council has many policies that express a preference for affordable housing. Here, the property is currently in private ownership and the city can't achieve that result through its regulatory power. Assuming a world in which funds are available, the city or some other entity that wanted to pursue rental housing or affordable rental housing would need to acquire the property. And then it's certainly consistent with the zoning and it could be developed into deed restricted affordable housing. But of course, the city does that by paying fair market value of the property.
And do we know what that is? Do we have any information on what the fair market value of the property is?
No, I don't know what that number is. I'm sure the applicant can tell you what they paid for it a couple of years ago. That's not necessarily an indication of fair market value, but
that's fine. Just out of curiosity. I wonder if the city attorney could talk a little bit about preemption, because I want to be sure that everyone understands that concept, which is different than the Ellis Act. I appreciate the Vice Mayor asking for more clarity on that. So I'm looking at page 6 of the staff report, the original staff report. Do you mind sharing with us a little bit more about what that means?
Sure. So the Ellis Act and preemption actually work together. So the Ellis Act says the state legislature has authority to pass laws that apply in areas where cities also may have their own laws. And if the state legislature wants to, in almost all areas, there are a few that are exceptions, but in almost all areas, the state legislature can say the state law prevails over any contrary local laws. And the state legislature has said that with respect to the Ellis Act. So we can have a local law that is a fine law that we apply and people comply with. But if we are faced with an argument that as it is applied to a property owner, it actually conflicts with the Ellis Act, then the argument that gets made in court is that our local law is preempted. In other words, it's of no force and effect as to that situation.
Thank you for that clarification. I want to ask a few other questions that were prompted by the staff report. One reference indicated that there would be no change to the property tax for the commercial tenants. I wonder if you could explain that.
Yeah, I believe, and others on the call can clarify if I get this wrong, but one of the tenants in the building had expressed concerns about rent going up. And so there's a private agreement between the property owner and the tenant about that, maintaining the rent at the current level and not having it be adjusted in response to the increased valuation of the property.
Okay, so perhaps the footnote wasn't exactly accurate because it referred to property tax, not to rent. But I understand your answer, so that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
A couple questions about parking. I want to be sure I understood the transportation management plan for employees correctly. It's that none of them will park there. They will all, and none of them will drive and park there. They will all use alternative methods.
So I see Phil Cammey has joined us. He's the Chief Transportation Official for the Office of Transportation. Phil, you want to respond to the TDM plan?
Yeah, thank you much, Director Late. Once again, yeah, I'm Philip Cammey, Chief Transportation Official, and yes, their goal is 100% of their employees will not drive solo vehicles.
And is that a common approach in the city, or do we have other TDMs that take that approach?
You know, I would hesitate to say that's a common approach. I think that's the approach that we'd like to see happen. It's
Perhaps the word I know we've used in the past is ambitious. Is that the word? Okay, I was a bit surprised to see that. And that then brings me to a little bit around parking. So in the event there are in lieu fees of 8 million, or perhaps it sounded like from Director Late, those might be adjusted slightly. What are our options with that $8 million in the parking fund? What are the things we can or must do with that money?
Okay, we'll probably have a shared response here as well, but we collect the money in our in lieu parking fund through the Downtown Assessment District with the intent of building parking spaces to serve the area. So I know that the city has, you know, the city council's recently considered the one parking garage on Hamilton, but I think that you know, we're in our current situation, we're trying to examine that project in concert with possibly some other options that may allow for us to reutilize some of our existing lots to provide more parking using those funds.
And I see that the Assistant City Manager is letting me know my time is up, but it'd be interesting on the next go round to understand what other options is besides a garage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. My question is around parking. So thanks for asking the question, Councilmember Cormack, about employees that are not gonna, the goal is for the hotel president's employees not to drive. How is that gonna be enforced? Is the city gonna be part of the enforcement? Are we looking toward the developer or the owner to be enforcing it? And if it's not enforced, how will you know? How are you gonna, are there gonna be penalties? What is the plan over here?
So the 100% is not going to be enforced. I believe they have to provide a 45% trip reduction for their employees. However, we're requiring a third party to actually monitor their TDM program, which is currently designated as the TMA. And so the TMA is going to require regular reporting, which they will provide to us. And we, the Office of Transportation, has to approve of their TDM plan.
I'll just note to that, I don't think it's just 45% of the employees. I think it's 45% reduction for the entire use of the building, which would include the guests of the hotel and being located. And that's one of our most aggressive reductions that we have elsewhere in the city. Because of the location downtown, proximity to the Caltrain station, and other, you know, the environment, the pedestrian environment of the area. So it's not just the employees, but the overall objective to meet is a 45% trip reduction.
I guess my concern here is after you've granted them all of this kind of based on the TDM plan, whatever it is, and if it's not adhered to, there's no recourse at
So
least that I know of.
Yeah, so there is recourse, and it's in the form of making amendments and changes to the TDM plan. So after, I think it's 2 years, I think, after they get established and operated, there's reporting that is required for compliance to the TDM. And if third-party report, and if they're not meeting those requirements, then we're sitting down with them or having a conversation about what other more aggressive measures need to take place to achieve those goals. Eventually, if they're not meeting that standard, that's another conversation. But our intent is to strive toward the reduction of trips. So there is a process to go through.
Right. So, you know, that's a very cordial process, but it doesn't do the city much good or the residents here if it doesn't work. And I'd like to see a program that has more of what Stanford Hospital, when they did their rebuild, they actually put money in as a security for just in case there is violations, and the money is sitting in an escrow account with the city. Just on to my next question. So they have procured parking at 330 Everett, which is the Lytton Gardens Senior Community, which is already using some of their parking for the Epiphany Hotel. Now, you're saying in the staff report, it also indicates that while, you know, off-site parking is allowed, here it says the proposal parking at a ratio of 0.7% parking spaces per unit is provided for the senior housing. So is that accounting for all the employees that are working over there, including the admin and so forth? Because at the other site, Webster House and Lytton Gardens, when I visit, I am told that they have parking issues and they are imploring the city to ensure that we have parking permits available for them. Yet here on this site, it seems like they're contracting it out left and right.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll start, and I don't know if Mr. Cammy wants to add to it, but Epiphany is not using this facility for its valet operations. And as far as we know, and this is going to be one of the requirements that we have in our three-party agreement, that's a condition of approval between the city, Lytton Gardens, and the project applicant, is that there are no other users of that facility. It's only for Lytton Gardens and for these 25 spaces for hotel president. The points, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so what is the backup plan? Should the facility be sold? You know, Lytton Gardens, for some reason, it's going away, or it converts to something else and the parking spaces are no longer available. And we've already given this, the hotel the go ahead to do so. Then what is the backup plan on it? I think that we need to reassure a lot of the residents over there that there is a backup plan of some sort.
Well, there is a three-party agreement, and hotel president would be required to provide the parking that's needed for their facility. So I don't know where those other 25 spaces would come from at the moment. We've not studied that. But the 0.75 reference would include the occupants and administrative support and all the folks that you had asked about earlier.
I'll come back to my second round. Hi, Monique.
Thanks, Councilmember Koo. I think we'll certainly have a second round of questions. Councilmember Nis, then Philseth.
So, can you hear me? Am I muted or unmuted?
We can hear you.
So I'd like to talk a little about the history of the hotel. It was built, as I'm looking now at my phone, in 1929. Probably was considered state of the art at the time. Most of you know who Burge Clark is and how famous he was in this area. So let me, just to start this off, because I'd like to do this round on history and probably the next one as well. We stayed at the President in the spring of '52 while my parents shopped for a home in the area. Since my dad was in the hotel business and on a first name basis with the owner, I also was given a chance to occasionally work as a bellhop. The restaurant was still fully functional at the time. Upon returning a couple of years ago, it was sad for me to see the decline in the building's appearance and presence in Palo Alto's main thoroughfare. So I'd like us to not only think about all the nuts and bolts of what we're dealing with today, but also that we're dealing with a historic building in Palo Alto, a Burge Clark, and one that I think could look absolutely amazing again. It does not look amazing now. One of the things I don't know, and I want to see if anyone who's here does know, it somehow began its decline in the 60s, from what I can tell. It looks as though in the late 60s, it started to go from being a hotel into being a residence. And the last time I saw it was when we went through about a year ago. It's in it's in very sad shape on the inside. It's of course out of code. The electrical is not in good shape and so forth. But do any of you know anything about where that, have you read somewhere where that slip began?
Only thing I read is I think it ceased being a hotel in 68, I think is what the report said.
Right, right. And so then somehow, for some reason, as a city, we also didn't look at it from a code standpoint. If Karen Holden was here, she would have said, how did that ever happen? So I'm surprised that it got to be in the shape it's in. But that leads me to the other aspect of this, which is, as many people have said, housing is our main goal. It's certainly something I've worked hard at. But beyond that, I'm trying to think whether Ed or Jonathan would be better at saying, what would it take to take this building, one of the highest buildings in downtown, and make it into affordable housing as it is? We won't even discuss how we get the money, just what would it take to do that?
So, I think City Attorney Stump spoke to this a moment ago in terms of if the city wanted it to, some kind of an entity would need to acquire the property and use it for that purpose, paying fair market value for the land.
Right, but I'm guessing, can you guess what the market value might be? I'm talking.
I can tell you what is in, I'm looking at after the Councilmember Cormack's question. I went to the county's site. I can tell you what the assessed value is. And the assessed value of the property is 66 million.
Which is what was paid for it. So we would have to raise 66 million and then put it back into the condition where it could be rented or used by whomever is looking for rental property. Since we could barely put up our last affordable housing dwelling, it doesn't seem to me as though this is a very realistic way for us to proceed. So that would, at 66 plus, about what it costs per unit, do you think? At 100 units to put it back into affordable housing again?
Thank you, Councilmember. I wouldn't want to hazard a guess. It's not my area of expertise.
Well, if anyone wants to make a guess at it, that would be very interesting. I'm guessing we'd end up in the 130 to 150 million dollars. I just can't imagine that it would be anything less than that. Okay, thank you. I'll come back on the next round.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next is Councilmember Filseth.
Thank you. I have some questions about parking too, but I'm really looking forward to the continuation of Councilmember Cormack's line of inquiry. So I may wait mostly for that. I had a couple of questions. Somebody in one of the public speakers suggested that the Ellis Act didn't apply to communities under a certain size. I assume that's not accurate. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's not correct. That's an exception to the act. It's a narrow provision that's not relevant here.
Okay. So one thing I wanted to ask is, in order, because of our grandfather clause, in order to convert the building back from residential into a hotel, they need a waiver to our ordinance.
Correct.
If they converted it to some other kind of housing, such as ownership housing, they wouldn't need the waiver. Is that correct also?
Well, they wouldn't need a waiver from the maintenance of use requirement because they would be maintaining the use, but they would need a waiver from a separate city rule which prohibits condo conversions at this time or any time in the recent past due to our local.
Okay. So I guess my real question isn't really about the condo conversion per se, or possibility of a condo conversion per se. It's that if we grant the waiver that allows them to convert to a hotel, does that also allow a future owner to convert to some other use besides a hotel, like an office building, for example, that's also permitted in that area, but is not a hotel or ownership housing? Sorry?
Well,
the zoning allows a series of uses on that site. That's a decision that the city council has previously made when it zoned the area. John, what are the permissible uses in the area?
Yeah, well, it's most of the uses that the council could imagine. A variety of office space, retail, personal services, financial institutions, residential.
So if we grant the waiver, then it would be legal to put a software company in there, for example.
The city's current rules allow office at that site.
I think Councilmember Philseth is getting at, if we grant the waiver for the residential, exiting the residential portion in a non-conforming use, would that then change the situation if they wanted to build office there?
The customary rules would apply. So this is as a practical matter, it's hard to imagine that the building redevelops quickly from one use to a completely different use. And the council has its legislative authority going forward to make adjustments to the zoning throughout the downtown area if it wishes to see a different mix of uses. But assuming that the current zoning remains, then other uses would be available to an owner as they are to other owners of properties in that area. John, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the record of land use action, and I guess what I'm wondering is there a way to grant the waiver for the specific project, which is the conversion to a hotel? And absent that conversion, what I'm trying to figure out is there a way to limit the waiver just to the hotel conversion?
So, sorry to jump in on your time, Councilmember Philseth, but it's actually a really good question. Is the waiver to exit residential, or does it also enable removing the prohibitions around things like historical conversions, all that?
Oh, no. The city's historic scheme requirements would remain.
Right, they couldn't tear it down, right?
Or make changes that are not permissible under the historic preservation rules.
Right. But conceivably could be used for some function that was, much more parking intensive, for example.
So the parking's going to be the same at 1 to 250 in the downtown area, regardless of the use.
Okay.
At least from a parking standard component.
And then, okay, so I think I understand that. I actually had one parking question, which is there space in the Cowper Street garage at night? Because I assume that most of the use of parking for the hotel would be in the evenings or overnight, right? Do we know? Because it may be, and this is where Councilmember Cormack was going, but it may be some time until there's a greater parking sort of construction supply in that area.
Yeah, so there actually is capacity in most of our garages at nighttime as they're not currently used.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tanaka.
A few questions. So, so for this project, they're paying in lieu fees, right? Or that's the plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens if the city doesn't use those in lieu fees for a certain period of time? Does it get returned back to the developer, or does the city just keep the money, or how does that? What happens?
Right. So, I'm not the expert on this, but when we collect these in lieu fees, the intent is that we're going to use them for the intended purpose that we're collecting them for. So in this case, it's building parking garages downtown.
But there's no time limit at all?
I think we have to do a report to the council for funds that are not spent within a 5-year period or something to that effect.
I'm just wondering if there's like some sort of statute limitation type of thing, but I don't know if you guys know.
Well, again, and I believe the city does produce a report annually to the city council that talks about the fees that we've collected, how they're being used or intended to be used, or fees that have not been earmarked yet. Those are identified in that report. I think you recently got one a couple months ago.
Okay. And then can any development in the downtown also get a 45% trip reduction for a similar TDM measure, or is it just this project? How does that work?
So as part of the comp plan adoption, we included this requirement that projects meet this TDM standard, and it's different at different parts of the city. So it would apply to other projects as well.
So it's not unique to this project. Okay, great. And then in terms of the roof deck, so I was curious, so why is it just hotel to guests? Why not, like, what was the thinking behind that?
Yeah, again, it's just, this, as the council recalls, you recently adopted this new standard for allowing non-complying buildings to have rooftop decks. And there was a fair amount of discussion about that, I think about 2 years ago. And so in that instance, for the house building, I think is where you saw that application across from City Hall. It was intended to be used by the occupants of the building. So in that sort of same vein, we limited it to the occupants of the building. But again, there's no hard and fast rule on this. If the council believes that there's sufficient safeguards in terms of noise and other potential nuisances from rooftop activity, by all means you can eliminate or modify that standard.
So are there a lot of like residential units around that would be affected by this rooftop deck?
There are some residential. I don't have it looks like Claire's shown up. She may have some proximity. Do you know the nearest residential?
Yeah, it's on Kipling, and I want to say it's about 800 feet. It's behind the office buildings or the commercial buildings that are along University on the opposite side of University. So it wouldn't be that close. Again, it was just in the same vein. We wanted to try and limit the users, but we think that a revision to that to just limit it to the users of the building or something.
Well, I mean, I guess I was just thinking about it as like almost like a public benefit where like somebody go into a park, right? Or you could walk into any lobby of a hotel, even a resident, right? Could walk in who's not a hotel guest, could go up to the rooftop deck, and there could be like yet another park, right? That's open to the public versus it's kind of the public is shut out. And I think if we're going to have it, to me, it would seem to make sense that everyone should be able to go there versus. So I guess I'm trying to understand. It seems like this would exclude the public and people that live here from being able to use that thing unless because they would not be hotel guests. So it seems like and also all the current residents are really far away, like 800 feet and behind office buildings, which I guess you can't even see. So to me, I guess if we're talking about and I know this is not a PC, so it's not the concept of public benefits, but to me it's like why would you want to exclude members of the community from being able to go up there and enjoy it as well, right? So
yeah, just quickly to that point, to be mindful of your time. if you and three other council members have a similar perspective, it's just if you're moving forward toward adoption of this in the end, you would just ask that that be stricken from the conditions of approval. I
don't have a real opinion. I just was trying to understand the rationale because it was kind of a weird one, right? Okay. Last question here is for at least the staff recommendation, the parking valet plan is not actually being approved as part of the staff recommendation, correct? Or am I missing something?
You're right. That's still going to need to be vetted out by Mr. Kami and his staff to finalize.
Okay, so that's kind of excluded from what we're talking about right now then.
Yeah, that's an operational detail that we'll sort out.
Great, thank you.
Just to be clear, the parking adjustment would be approved, but the details of the parking adjustment, there are several conditions of approval that speak to the valet management plan and the TDM plan.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Tanaka. I have a couple questions. So one, in the staff report, it lists GCPA, but we've traditionally talked about AJ Capital. Can you tell me the difference?
Yeah, Claire, do you have a remark on that?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
The ownership of the site, is it not AJ Capital?
GCPA versus AJ Capital. What's the difference?
I think it would be better if the applicant spoke to that. I'm not sure.
Could the applicant quickly let us know what the two organizations are?
Yeah, Mayor Fine. GPCA is just our owner entity for the property. AJ Capital is, we own that entity.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. A couple of my colleagues asked about condition 58, the rooftop use condition. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Filseth was on an interesting line of questioning about conversion to office if the waiver is granted. Would it be permissible for the council to add another condition to prohibit future conversions to office? And this is to staff.
We're pondering that in the chat in the background, to be honest. This is the first this idea has come up.
Okay.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. If and when staff has an answer, I think we'd be interested in hearing. This property is also in the ground floor combining district, the pedestrian combining district. Any implications there for those two?
No.
On this property? None? Okay. The project will return to the HRB before building permits are issued. Is that correct?
No, so it would return to the HRB subcommittee as a condition of approval, same way that we do with the Architecture Review Board. It wouldn't return to the full Historic Resources Board.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that HRB subcommittee review?
There were minor revisions. Let me bring up the record of land use action. Hold on 1 second. It spoke to the brush outs, small details of the tiling, and minor details related to the historic aspects of the building, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to a couple more related to our action tonight and less from the project. So in this case, are the city's restrictions on converting non-conforming buildings of residential properties, are those in conflict with the Ellis Act here?
I'm sorry, ask your question one more time, Mr. Mayor.
Are the city's restrictions on converting residential non-conforming properties in conflict with the Ellis Act?
So I would put this in the category of something's got to give here. The combination of the maintenance of use requirement and the historic status and the condo conversion means unless the city does something, there is no other use available, and that is in conflict with the Ellis Act.
Okay. So because it's historic, it cannot be torn down and rebuilt to the underlying zoning. And because it's non-conforming, we limit the conversion. conversions?
Because it's non-conforming, you limit, yes, and because non-conforming and residential, you limit the change of use. Yes.
Okay. And we don't allow condominiums because we have a prohibition on rental to condominium conversions.
Unless vacancy rates rise above 3%, which they have not in many, many years.
When's our most recent data on that, actually? Do we?
Yeah, I think we updated, I think it's every March that we update it. So if you're thinking about COVID and that kind of stuff, that won't be reflected yet.
Okay. And then just one last broad set of questions. You know, council's had a number of closed sessions on this and confidential advice. What does it mean if council were to waive confidential privilege? What does that look like, and how would that happen?
So I know because the legal issues are so present in this particular decision on this application, I think there has been some interest in whether more can be said about the legal risks. And what the council would need to do, it's unusual to do that. Council does have the ability to waive privilege. You need to do that by a majority vote. And what I would recommend, if you're inclined to do that, is that you, separate from considering this application, after you consider the application, that you make a separate direction to my office, to me, to prepare a public memorandum explaining in more detail the legal rules and analysis that went into this decision.
Thank you very much, Attorney Stock. We appreciate that greatly. Okay, those are my questions for the moment. Let's go to a second round of questions. I know a number of you indicated you still had some. First, I see Councilmember Kuhl.
So I'm still going back to the parking at the 330 site, which was the Lytton Gardens Senior Community. Basically, that property, when it was developed, it's a PC. And we're looking at doing more PCs, you know, with a little Z at the end. How do we ensure that, you know, that we're not doing the same mistakes that we've done in the past, taking advantage of PCs? In this one here, they're actually assigning their parking to others using a contract, and that's not a public benefit. That is a benefit for a specific specific group or business. And it looks like, you know, they've been doing it now for a while. So I kind of want to know, you know, what is it with planning and transportation and city manager? You know, how is it that we're letting all of this happen within our PCs? Obviously, we want to make sure that they're not just giving away all the benefits to specific groups and making money from it, when all of this, as a PC itself, it's supposed to be benefits to the community.
I'm sorry, I'm not really understanding.
I'm just saying that how is it that we're allowing offsite parking at a PC site, a PC zone site, when it is actually, when anything that has benefits is supposed to be benefit the community, not just one particular themselves, the organization themselves, to suddenly have profits coming out of that, what was granted to them as a city for the well-being of the entire city.
Right. So I think, and we can pull up the documents that approved the Lytton Gardens development.
I think that, you know, I think that needs to be looked at very carefully, and the question has to be asked if we're now going beyond a public benefit. It's no longer a public benefit, and it was something that was granted to them, to this organization that is giving away their parking lot. And it's not to the general public of Palo Alto, it's to one entity and to their own pockets. Second thing is what the city attorney said about the three things that when she answered the mayor. And Molly, if you could say them again, the fact that it is
it's a historic building, so it can't be demolished and rebuilt as conforming. And so it has to remain, essentially, it's stuck remaining in non-conforming. And as non-conforming, it cannot, and formerly residential, it cannot change to another use. And it cannot change to ownership housing because we restrict development of condominiums.
Thank you. So I would also say that these are perhaps facts that the developer knew of, especially when they purchased this property, especially because the consultants that they hired were prior city employees at pretty high level too. One of them being a planning director. Am I not correct about this? And the other one was working in the city manager's office at the time, the former city manager, not the current, but their consultants were city employees. So how would these three facts not be known from the very beginning?
I understand your point. It's a fair point. Legally, a court looking at an Ellis Act challenge would not consider that as a factor. What the court is going to be asking is whether the city has regulations, whether they were known or not known to a property owner, that place what's called an undue burden on the exit of the rental market. So it's a little bit like, yes, let's assume it's true what you're describing, and I understand your point about the equities and the story and the development. And there will be lots of things that lots of people would say about who knew what when and who said what to whom. But mostly this is a legal issue about whether the city's rule impermissibly burdens the right that the state legislature has given property owners to exit the rental market.
In real estate, we also know that the fact finding is upon the buyer of the property. Excuse me. I needed calming. But like I said, in real estate, fact finding is upon the buyer, and so I find it difficult to see that the city is supposed to provide it. And I see the time manager is back. I might be back.
Understood. Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Niss. I believe you're on mute.
Taking up from where I was before, where we said the assessed value was 66 million, am I right, Jonathan? And if I recall correctly, looking at you, Ed, Will Court is coming in at about between 50 and 55 million, correct?
As an order of magnitude, I think that's correct. I don't recall the specific numbers.
Yeah, I do pretty well. And so if you were adding those together, and that was, I believe, 60 units or thereabout, somewhere between 55 and 60, close?
Yes.
So this is looking, if you want to take that down 5, you could say this is almost double what Will Court is going to be. So if we ever wanted to buy this and bring it back on the market, which is what we have been urged to do in many situations, I think we at least need to have it out there that I couldn't see this at coming in any less than, say, 150 million, somewhere in that range. That's looking at 66 and then looking at Will Court, doubling that, so somewhere in that range. So because this has come up often as why don't we take it back to what it was before? Why don't we take it back to when it was low income housing? I think it's important that our constituents know what the cost would actually be if we were to buy this and then have the burden of revamping it on our own. So I want to go back once more to the history of this and ask, this is a category 2. Jonathan, do you have any of these history answers? I probably should have talked to Steve Sager this afternoon.
Well, we have Amy French, who is on the call, and she is our resident historian, among many other aspects. So was there something specific about the site itself that you're interested in?
Yes, and I also want to know, with our historic rules, what else, what could we do other than leave it as it currently is under our historic rules? And I think Amy probably does know that answer.
Well, yeah, I mean, but there's not much you can do to the building right now. I mean, you couldn't tear it down. You'd have to get a,
Right.
So it's, and we have a strong interest, of course, in the preservation of that building, as you noted in your discussion, your time earlier. So that's our interest. We have policies to support that in our comp plan.
So what we're saying is we cannot change it. There is nothing we can actually do to, especially the exterior of that building.
There's a process that somebody would have to go through, and the city council would have to act on an environmental impact report, including a statement of overriding considerations to allow the demolition of that building. That's how that would go.
So acknowledging that and what it would actually cost us to go back into that, affordable housing business, it would seem as though I'm not going to ask you to make that decision, but it would seem as though that precludes us doing anything like that. So I just want to finish up on the history of this building, and that I think in some ways, although it's been very awkward getting to this point, in some ways it will be an asset to the city to have the building functional again, and one that people can not only stay in, but can visit or even go to the infamous rooftop that may or may not happen. I think that's it, Adrian. Thank you, Mayor Fine.
Mr. Mayor, can I interject on the prior point that we were working on in the background? Yes, we do think. Yes, I forget which council member's question. Maybe Councilmember Philseth. We do think the city would be able to specify in the conditions of approval that the waiver is granted just for the hotel, so that there can be some assurance that that's the use that will be there for this piece of property. I would like to hear from the applicant whether they, or the applicant's counsel, if he's available, whether they take a different position and would object to that.
Hi, thank you, Ms. Stump. This is Pablo David. I'd just like to go ahead and preemptively say that we would agree to that right away. That's not an issue for us.
Great. Okay, so we could add that then. If that's of interest to council, we could add that. Thank you.
Okay, and you would say the waiver would be just for hotel. Would that also cover the ground floor retail and stuff like that?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. The ground floor retail has been there and will remain. Isn't that correct, Mr. Light?
Yep. Yeah, that's protected under the ground floor retail is not going to be where.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Next, I have Vice Mayor DeBoer.
Also go back to the parking. So, Jonathan, can you explain where the pan letter is incorrect on missing square foot? They had like 3 or 4 factors. One of them suggested that at one point we said it was 60,000 square feet and then it was 50,000 square feet. Do you have that letter in front of you, or?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
It sounded like you'd agreed with a small amount, but.
Let me take a look here. Well, so let me answer the question this way. Our code says that when you are changing a use from one to the other, you look at that change in use and you park that area instead of looking at the whole building. I don't have the precise language in front of me, but so what you're looking at is the specific application. So in this instance, we have hotel precedent with ground floor retail, And on the second through sixth floors were these residential uses that were being converted to hotel. So the staff analysis that was done for the report really just looked at that 2 through 6 analysis and that change of use, and that's how you get to the numbers that you have in the attachment. What we did in the last 24 hours is take a look at that and looked at the basement level and the roof deck. And there are some areas there where I think there's a reasonable argument to be made that these were residential supported uses that are now going to be supporting the hotel operation. And so in these discrete little areas and their little pockets, in these 2 floors, that add up to some square footage that we think probably does need to be parked. I don't agree with the comments about the other. I'll just say that. I mean, that's where we found the numbers.
Okay. If we change the allowable use of the rooftop, would it then require more parking? If it became a bar or something?
No, that's still part of it's all open outdoor area, which we do not park right now. It's just the enclosed space, and that stays the same in accordance with our rules as well. So no increase in the floor area there.
Do the conditions of approval allow for a bar on the roof?
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't preclude it. Is there, maybe Claire can answer the question of whether one's been proposed in the design. I don't believe there has been.
One has not been proposed in the design. I don't think I wrote any conditions of approval that would prohibit it, but it is all, that we could write something into that effect if you would like to.
I'm just trying to understand if it was a bar, why wouldn't it require additional parking?
Right. So parking is based on gross floor area, and the bar itself presumably would be an outdoor bar. We wouldn't allow them to enclose it and create.
Okay. So wouldn't it be considered like an additional retail location on the roof? And then I wanted to understand how the hotel would function. So, is there a location for a loading zone, and how would the valet parking work? Would it be blocking street traffic, or would it remove a parking space to allow for valet?
Right. So we'll invite Mr. Cami back to speak to the valet plan. Loading operation happens as it does downtown, sometimes in uncomfortable ways, but we do have some loading zones in the area that they would use. Often deliveries would take place early or late in the evening. Relative to so there's no dedicated loading zone for the specific change in use. Mr. Cameron, you want to speak to the valet?
Yes, thank you. So the initial proposal for the valet loading zone was their driveway into the garage. However, we have followed up with them, and they also added an alleyway that's just right around the corner there as another alternative area where they can do valeting, as well as in the garage, within the actual garage underground. But that said, if as we review this along with their TDM plan, we don't find it to be adequate, there are other options that we can look at, and the chief transportation official, per their COA, does have the authority to make reasonable adjustments, including new conditions, to ensure that the valet and remote parking operations are consistent with the city parking strategies and not detrimental to the general welfare.
Okay. So Philip, while you're speaking, what is our recourse if they don't abide by the TDM?
Sorry, just give me a second. So we have, so they would be subject, I believe, to daily penalties that are set forth in the city's municipal fee schedule. That said, we would be receiving ongoing monitoring reports, so we work to make sure that any adjustments are made so that they're not, getting way out of skew.
Okay. Looked like Jonathan wanted to say something.
Sorry, I was just going to note, I mean, I know this is an area where we've had community conversation about it. The council's talked about it. We have a number of TDM plans before Mr. Kami got on board that were did not have the enforcement or the teeth to really follow up on them. There's been a concerted effort since then. We haven't approved a lot since then because there hasn't been a lot of work going on, but there's a lot more attention placed into the requirements of the TDM. In fact, the city council made some code updates, and the monitoring and reporting are key aspects of the ongoing work that we're going to be doing. So we will be following up, and eventually, if they're not able to meet the standards, there are penalties that we can assess in the code. Again, our first interest is to get compliance rather than fees.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Can I just tag team on that? So Mr. Kami, I was just going back and looking at there was only one diagram that showed where people were drop off and pick up. And now you're saying that won't be where it is. This was in the applicant's package.
Yeah, that's correct. I believe in our back and forth discussion with them, we had received a further updated diagram that also included the alleyway.
Okay. All right. So we don't have then whatever it is that would show us what it looks like at the moment?
I do actually have it, I believe, is the most updated in the plan sets.
Okay.
Yeah, I can share the screen.
That's as long as you guys know what it is and you're comfortable with it, that's okay. I'm just saying that whatever is linked in the staff report to the presentation to the Valley Management Plan shows it in the old location. So,
right, I'm sorry about that.
No worries. So back where we were when I was last here with you, the $8 million if they come in the parking in lieu fees. Director Late, you said there might be other options. I'm still just trying to understand what do we do with that $8 million, and what happens if what are the restrictions on it? I think Councilmember Tanaka was asking about this as well from a time frame, but what are our options for using that?
Okay, so I'll speak in just general terms because I don't have the all the specific regulations of that program, but generally we collect the in lieu fees to produce parking downtown. That's why we're collecting those fees, to make up for what's not being provided. And so we want to do that, and we want to spend those monies as we're able to develop projects and go forward. As I mentioned before, the Hamilton garage was one that was discussed by the council. It's permitted, it's ready to go. We're just waiting to, there's some, council asked us to examine that further. I don't know the whole, piece there. But as far as alternatives, we don't have alternatives other than the parking. We still need to provide parking, but I'll tell you, one thing that I think has been discussed with the council, at least, on some level, is an interest in taking these surface parking lots that we have downtown and making subterranean garages there with the in lieu funds, and then entering into some kind of a partnership for affordable housing or some kind of a senior housing or some kind of a housing project on top of that, so that we have our, we're getting the net gain on parking using these funds, which are typically more expensive to build with in a subterranean way, but also adding to our housing needs. So that's, in my mind, that's an area of interest that I have in working with our Public Works Department, of course, with Mr. Shikata and others that would touch this. That's an area where I think is, with council support, something that we could go forward and explore.
Okay, but still we need to use it to build parking, is what you're saying. There isn't any other option. Okay, thank you. So now let's fly back up to the rooftop garden. And I think Director Lade is probably going to have a little flashback here. Deja vu. So is this a garden or not? It's super unclear. Like,
it's a roof deck.
Yes or no?
It's a roof deck with landscaping and perhaps some other amenities that the applicant will be bringing into it. But it's a roof deck.
Okay, but there is landscaping?
Yeah, at least there used to be, or there is on the building, and I would have to bring Claire in to tell us a little bit more about the details of that plan, or maybe I can even just take a look at it here.
Yeah, the landscaping isn't shown on the plan set, but it is assumed that landscaping is planned, and that would need to be shown on the building permit submittal, the details of that.
Okay, because I mean, what the finding says, I'm sorry, there's no page numbers on this, but this was item 33 from last night, finding 5. No planting shown as part of the rooftop plans, but planters are shown. So
Yeah,
I'm just gonna have the same comment I had last time. Like, you know, it'd be great to have some greenery up there. So we're, you know, is it there or not? That's basically my question.
right, and I think it's more of an aesthetic consideration for the folks that are there. That's the kind of detail that I think the property owner and applicant would be vetting out. And unless the council had some specific, we're hearing your interest for some landscaping up there, it would clearly be some kind of potted plants at this point.
Okay. And
yeah. Sorry, Councilmember McCormick, I'm just wanted to add, yes, there is landscape up there, and the historic use of the rooftop was a garden. And that's mentioned in the historic resource evaluation, and our intent is to restore that amenity both for the guests and for the larger Palo Alto community.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah. And I see that the assistant city manager has arrived right on time.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Before I go, I guess, for a third round of questions to Councilmembers Koo and Nis, do Councilmembers Tanaka or Filseth have questions remaining?
Can I ask a quick one?
Please.
On the parking restrictions, parking in our city, the way we think about it has evolved in the last 2 or 3 years to the point where we're trying to think of other kinds of, other strategies that would maybe make more efficient use of the existing parking that we have, wayfinding, for example, and some of these other high-tech mechanisms, right? Are we proscribed from using parking in lieu fees for that kind of thing as well? Does it have to be physical construction? Can we use it for stuff that basically makes more efficient use of what we already got?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Filseth, I don't have that detail, but understand your interest in that.
Sorry, and I would echo that. I'm very interested in learning about that from a parking management perspective. So that is something we will look into.
Councilmember Filseth, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was my question. Sorry.
Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
A few quick questions here. So I guess, right, like if we take the staff recommendation, are we approving just a waiver or the specific development plan that we have here? I just want to be clear on this.
Yeah, you're approving everything. Everything.
Okay. Well, except for the parking, right?
Well, we're looking at there are conditions that require us staff to do some follow-up work.
Okay.
And I'll just note, excuse me, if I can just add that in my presentation, I asked that if this does go forward, that you direct us to take a look at the in-lieu parking and adjust the fees accordingly. So if that comes to that, thank you.
Okay. So like the chief transportation official could, let's say, study this with the neighborhood more. So if, instead of 3 valet, you need, 2 or whatever, or the drop-off spot isn't quite in the right location, because and it seems like some of the stuff is in flux, that it could be adjusted later, or can it be the applicant say, oh no, it's approved already, so exactly what it's there is what it is and no changes, right? I guess, how does that work?
Right. So it is a COA that I have a condition of approval that the chief transportation official has the authority to ensure the valet and remote parking operations are consistent with the city parking strategies. So that would be a condition of approval. That said, the TDM is where we have kind of more ongoing control over items.
Great, thank you.
But would continue to make sure that they are meeting their parking demand.
Is that all, Councilmember Tanaka?
So far.
Okay. I'm going to go to one last round of questions, and after that, we'll open it up to other items. I have council members Koo and Nis.
So in line of what Council Member Filsef was asking, the parking in lieu fees, that condition, is it only, can it be changed so that it's not only for parking, building parking, but can be used towards like shuttles or wayfinding signs or something to relieve parking? Or can us as council members change the parking in lieu fees condition to, or use to be something else to add?
So prospectively, if the council wanted to make changes to its in the parking program and how that funding is used, you could do that, not retroactively though, for the funds that have already been collected.
Yeah. But would this cycle be?
Yeah, I think the answer is that we wouldn't be able to change it as part of the conditions of approval for this project, but council could consider it as a separate item in the future.
As a legislative move, not associated with this application.
Not with this application. To the roof, there would be, so there will be only a certain capacity that could be up there, right?
Yep.
I mean, counting all the plants and the garden and everything. So it would be kept to a certain number of people. Now, in terms of the lights, given it's up in the roof, up on the roof, how would you control that? How would it be controlled so it's not too bright and it's not pollution? It doesn't become pollution.
Right. Well, so they would use down lighting for that, and just in the same manner. I mean, there's these kind of details of the lighting plan can be sorted out in the plan review process as we're looking at them. We obviously don't want to see bright lights or glare emanating from that. If that's an area of concern, you are, and you want this to be something that we pay particular attention to, you can impose a condition about lighting on the roof deck if we don't already have one, Claire, on that, to be shielded down and not creating casting light beyond the building or something like that.
And we would have to put it with this?
You can make that as a condition of approval and an action that would go forward.
We do already have a condition of approval. I'm looking at the record of land use action. I believe it's number 6, lighting. All exterior lighting associated with the rooftop open space shall be oriented downward and away from city rights of way and adjacent properties. Light filaments and bulbs shall not be visible at the property line in order to prevent glare.
Thanks.
We've got that covered. Thank you.
Okay. Lastly, I wanted to find out, the question, and I don't remember who asked it, about the waiver being a hotel, and Mr. David said yes. Would, I'm sure we don't want this to come back. Can that be, I'd love to see that as a restriction in the grant deed. And so I wanted to, is that another condition of approval? Or?
Yeah, we don't typically require conditions of approval to be recorded against the property, but this is the first waiver that the city council would be approving under this ordinance. You could certainly impose a condition that the requirements of this waiver and action be recorded against the property through a deed, and recorded on the deed. That would be a condition that you'd want to add.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nis.
My recollection is that we did the rooftop some time ago, and Vice Mayor Du Bois, weren't you very involved in that?
Not sure what you mean by involved.
Well, that's when we discussed the lighting for the rooftops. I remember it because we were very concerned. So as I remember, when we actually looked at the rooftop, it already has some plantings. It's just an outdated rooftop at this point. But people who lived there said they had used it over the years. There were still some lounge chairs there. It's just very outdated. One more question on the parking, Phil. Did we look at any point, and did I miss it, of studying how the change in how people get to the hotel is going to take place over the next months or years when we're looking at when we ever look at Uber or Lyft again?
Yeah, well, the consultant, Fair and Pierce, looked at that and modeled really based on existing conditions that, you know, as example, other hotels in the region. And yeah, so there's an assumption that some guests, and in particular for downtown, where there is limited parking, that guests would take Uber, would take Lyft, would take Caltrain. So there is some incentive, and frankly, having just validated parking, which typically, or I'm sorry, valet parking, which has a cost, and a parking area that's impacted would likely have an impact to reduce those type of trips and lend itself more to using TNCs.
But do we have anything that would indicate to us, and I don't remember whether in your department or not, we were looking at it or not looking at it, but we talked about some of the hotels going in on San Antonio. We had that same discussion about how are we going to notice or track when the change takes place, and suddenly you have a very different demand for parking than you did before, which has been predicted before the COVID came along.
So I'm sorry. So you're talking about the change.
I want to make sure that we're tracking. So let's say we look back in 5 years. This actually comes in. Let's say we actually approve it tonight. It's done in 2022. If we follow for the next few years the difference in what you're going to need for parking, so that as we go along, we may either alter what's required for that particular hotel, or we may alter it for many of the other hotels, presuming we ever get back into business again.
Yeah, so that would be stuff that we would get information from our TDM reports. I'm not sure that we would fully capture all of the information that you're looking for, but I think generally we would get a sense of that from our TDM reports.
Okay, I'm not going to push that any further, but I think that is one that I hope we will keep looking at, because most people now, I'm guessing, probably aren't renting a car. They probably are getting an Uber or a Lyft.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, this has been a multi-year challenge before us. The loss of the residents of affordable housing is extremely regrettable. And I need to keep reminding myself that tonight we are considering property rights in a quasi-judicial role, not making policy. I do agree with Councilmember Niss that on the historic front, I think the preservation of historic building is something that I appreciate. I also think that AJ, while they had a very extremely rocky start with the community, I think they honestly want to be a member of the community. So I urge them to keep up that attitude and approach. I mean, if you look at the plans linked to the staff report, you can see how the roof will be redone. I do have concerns about the rooftop hours, 7 days a week. 800 feet is not really that far for sound. And we have residential neighborhoods about 2 blocks away. I have been kind of going over the conditions of approval again as we've been talking, and I do think it looks pretty good. I mean, staff is limiting noise to 6 dB above ambient noise. And there's a prohibiting amplified music on the roof. I do wonder, is there a reason it says amplified music and we can't make that just amplified sound?
No, we could do that.
Okay. You know, in terms of in the parking fees, you know, we will need a garage at some point as we accumulate these fees without any parking being built. You know, and there's an expectation, I think, that these businesses that are paying into the fund are going to get parking at some point. So I think we should be very cautious about changing that. In terms of direction, somewhat interested in allowing other forms of residential use, such as condominiums. I am supportive of specifying that if there is a waiver, that it's for hotel use or residential uses only. And I guess I'll stop there. I'm curious to hear the rest of the questions from my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Filseth.
Actually, slightly different direction. I noticed that Doria Sema from the PTC is on the call, and I wonder if PTC wants to weigh in on this at all.
Just a question to staff. Did this
No.
go to Planning Commission?
It didn't.
Yeah, I don't.
It went to the HRB and City Council.
It didn't go to PTC?
No.
Okay.
Okay, I think that ends our third round of questions. So I'm going to open it up to comments, questions, and motions. And I've actually got something I'm thinking of. I'm still writing some stuff down though. One quick question and then I'll make a motion. If we grant a waiver to chapter 21.40, which prohibits conversions of rental housing to condominiums, do we think that would square with the Ellis Act in this project?
So, two things. What I heard Councilmember Du Bois perhaps just suggest was that the city essentially grant two waivers. And I may be reading too much into his comment, but you could grant the waiver that the applicant is requesting for the project they would like to build, and also inform the applicant that if they wish to switch to ownership housing, that the city will also enable that, which is currently not permissible.
And I guess I'm sorry to interrupt, but also maybe the possibility of a combined option as well.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
That could be done. The city could waive both of those rules, so that if some hotels have condo floors or areas, and you would be allowing that, but not requiring it. And that would be consistent with the Ellis Act, to answer that part of your question.
Okay, if we just did the waiver for condominiums, do we believe that would be consistent with the Ellis Act?
So there are substantial questions that would be an issue that we think would be closely argued and ultimately decided by a court.
Okay. Can I see the staff recommendation, please, if we can put that up on the screen from the report? And I'll start speaking to this. This is a really sticky situation. And, sitting as in our role as quasi-judicial body here judging this, just walking through, this is a historic property, so it has to stay non-conforming. You can't just knock it down. It's non-conforming, which limits the conversion to underlying uses. And then it's residential, and we have our maintenance of residential uses in this particular instance. And that's extraordinarily limiting, which is fine if it weren't for the Ellis Act. And in this case, as Councilmember Cormack's question maybe an hour ago of preemption, what that means is that certain property rights are accorded from the state. And in this case, one of those property rights is the right to exit residential rentals. And so I'm convinced we actually have to provide a waiver here. So let me just read this. Grant a waiver to allow conversion of a downtown residential use to hotel use and approve the requested architectural review, historic review, parking adjustment, and conditional use permit applications and the associated environmental exemption findings. So I think my colleagues had a lot of great questions on the rooftop, on the parking, on some of the historic features of this building. So I will move the staff recommendation with a couple additions. First is that
I'll second it, but I do want to hear your conditions.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. First is that we remove condition 58, which limits the rooftop access to only residents or visitors or patrons of the hotel. The second, and I would love staff's help on wording this, is add a condition to prohibit office conversion, or the waiver is just for hotel. I'm not sure which is better. Third is, as the vice mayor just got at, to expand the condition, I forget which number it is, to prohibit amplified sound, not just music. So just repeating those: removing condition 58, adding a condition to prohibit office conversions, and prohibiting any amplified sound on the roof deck. So that's my motion. And if we could write that out, and thank you, Councilmember Niss. So two areas I have some questions about on this for staff and my colleague. One, is the condition to prohibit office conversion, or is the waiver just for hotel? That's one side of it. The other is, do we want to add a waiver for condominiums as well, per Attorney Stump and the Vice Mayor's discussion just a moment ago?
Adrian, I think there was also a change by staff to update the parking calculation.
Yeah, thank you for the small discrepancy. Let's get that in there as well.
Yeah, that's that's reflected in that that one paragraph that you have above the very end.
Thank you so much. So my motion is this, plus a few changes, if we could just write out so my colleagues and the community can see. One is removing condition 58. Oh, there we go. Adding a condition to prevent office conversions, and then expand the condition to prevent amplified sound on the roof deck. Thank you, Councilmember Niss, for the second. Just checking with staff, especially around that second one. Is that the right wording, or do we want to specify the waiver is just for hotel?
So maybe while you're deliberating, we can work on some fine tuning that language to reflect what you're trying to get at.
Okay, that's acceptable to me. I think I've spoken to this. I think, frankly, we have had a really odd situation in this project, this building. Some of the matches and overlaps with our zoning code and other prohibitions, and state law is forcing our hand in my view here. Councilmember Niss, if you wish to speak to your second.
Yes, I'm going to speak to it somewhat differently though, and thank you, Vice Mayor, because I thought many of those same things. We do regret that this has taken 75 low-income units away. I am glad to know that Wolcott is going to go through though with their almost 60 units, and that's with a good deal of city money behind it. But whenever something like this happens, it is regrettable. In any other situation where we have not been able to keep low-income housing. Usually we don't talk about our background, but I grew up in a family that loved old houses, and my dad frequently recycled things from old houses and also was very involved in recycling materials. So when I see something like this, I remember how important it was to do preservation. And this is going to be, I think, terrific preservation from all the conversations that I've had and those that we've talked to. And that's why I was glad that the Vice Mayor mentioned that this has become a more cooperative, more pleasurable type of interaction with the company as we have gone along, and that has made a big difference. Just a little bit more. This is a Birch Clark, as I mentioned before. It was one of his most significant buildings. It was known as a very significant building at the time when it was built. And with the exception of the Cardinal, there's probably no other building like this, hotel like this in the city that I can think of. And as we know, this building couldn't be duplicated today. So I think that when it finally is done, we will actually be proud of it, even though it has taken us, I think it's 3 years now for us to actually come to grips with what was going on. I think I've heard some very positive comments about it. I'm hoping this goes forward. And, I hope we're all there and we can celebrate on the rooftop in 2022.
Did we lose Adrian?
I don't know.
That we did. It looks like he dropped off again.
Perhaps the vice mayor can recognize himself.
Yes, I see my hand up, so I will follow myself. So to echo the comments, I think legally we seem to be in a tough spot. You have this historic building that falls under the Ellis Act and an ordinance that it required that it remain residential. I think we explored the options tonight. We could waive the condo restriction, or we could waive the restriction entirely to enable the hotel. I did want to propose a change, so I hope Adrian connects soon.
Sorry.
Be back. Yeah, so for B, sorry, I guess it is E now. I really would like to suggest that we modify E to allow the use for a hotel and all residential uses. It may not be used, but I think it's there for future owners. And I think we all supported the residential use, so I don't see any harm in kind of including that in the waiver. I guess I'd make that as a friendly amendment.
Just a quick question. So you would like to also give the waiver to chapter 21.40, our general prohibition on the conversion of rental housing to condominiums?
I'm saying all forms of residential would be allowed, including rental, residential, ownership housing, or a hotel.
Okay. Can staff speak to that quickly? Any issues you see there? I'm generally supportive. Vice Mayor, just want to check with staff.
Yeah, thank you. No, I mean, I'll defer to Molly, of course, but I don't see any concern with that. And I guess one thing that popped in my mind as you were saying that is the idea of short-term rentals. And I don't know if that's what you're saying with that, but that's something that is a housing type that is neither hotel nor, the ownership housing that you're talking about. But I don't want to complicate things, but that's something that popped in my mind as you said that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it needs to be ownership, but I would just like to make it as simple if we can and just say all forms of residential.
Okay, to our city attorney, is that legitimate here? Does that make sense? Just providing a waiver for all residential uses as well?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm interested in accepting it. I just want to check with the parties. And to the applicant, is that condition acceptable as well? I just would love to hear your opinion.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we have no issues with the proposed condition.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, I will accept that to allow all residential uses. Is that?
And the hotel use, right? I think
yeah. The hotel use is in A, and add a condition to prevent office conversions and providing a waiver for all residential uses. Does that suit your language?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. What
And
about
is that acceptable to Councilmember Niss?
Fine.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, the floor is still yours.
Yeah, just to wrap up, the core issue here is really, I think, the rights of cities to determine land use and private property rights. And again, for the public, tonight we're being asked to sit here as judges to interpret the ordinances under the state law. And this is not a policy I think we desire, but given the magnitude of the dollars here and the legal risks, this is not a case of my judgment that is one that we'd want to test our policies on. My values are I'd like to see housing here and elsewhere downtown. And I think to do that, I think what we heard tonight was we would need to change the zoning to something like retail and residential if we really want to be able to enforce that. So it's unfortunate for our housing supply. And I do remember the faces and the words of the many residents that came to us during this process, the people that live there. And again, unfortunately, without changes to our zoning, I find that I'm going to have to move in favor of the applicant tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. And I appreciate the Vice Mayor's partial summary this time and partial on the prior one. It is indeed an unfortunate situation, and it's taken the community and the staff and the applicant and ourselves some time to get to this point in time. I do appreciate the city attorneys connecting the dots on these three things that happen to come together, and the fact that we are not able to use our discretion this evening to choose an outcome that might be what our community wants. So I hope that everyone fully understands that situation. I'm confident that they do. And with that, I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Koo.
So I would like to ask for the maker and the seconder to consider a friendly amendment to E for the word prevent to be prohibit.
Mayor, I'm sorry. I only want to help facilitate the discussion, not make it longer. So I had sent the clerk's office a suggested refinement that would combine letters A and E and includes the word prohibit. I believe it includes the word prohibit. So maybe we can get the clerk to at least present that.
Sure. Councilmember Koo, I'm open to it. I would like to see the director's language if it satisfies.
Me too. Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah. So just reading it to anybody listening, direct staff to update findings and impose conditions as appropriate, granting a waiver to allow the conversion from rental housing to hotel use or residential uses, and prohibiting the conversion to an office use or other non-residential use. There's a couple extra words in there. We have conversion twice in the middle,
right,
and into an office. I think that's about right. There's one extra thing here, prohibiting the conversion into an office or other non-residential use. Isn't that kind of against the first piece of allowing the conversion to a hotel?
The idea is that the hotel is allowed, but not other commercial uses.
It should say maybe other non-residential or non-hotel use. Just to be clear that you're not intending to cancel out.
Right.
To our city attorney, can you help us wordsmith this? I just want to make sure this is clear. What we are intending is granting a hotel waiver, granting residential uses, prohibiting office uses. I'm just wondering that last 4 or 5 words, or other non-residential uses. What is that intended to cover, Director Late?
It seemed to be, sorry if I expanded that beyond the council's interest there. It seemed to be that the waiver was being granted for the hotel and residential uses. And so that any other use is not what I understood what to be the intent.
Would other commercial use be clear as well?
Yeah, I think I would rather do something like that, like non-hotel commercial uses. I just worry, like, there's retail on the site.
This would only apply to the portions that are being converted from, but yeah, that's fine. We can make it. We don't want to create a challenge down the road. I understand that interest.
Maybe.
So we could be even just more precise.
Prohibiting the conversion into non-hotel commercial uses. Is that like if this then that? Does that satisfy what you were getting at, Director, and to our city attorney?
Sure.
That makes sense, Director in planning speak. It's fine with me.
Okay. And Councilmember Koo, does that satisfy your request about using the term prohibit into
Well,
non-hotel commercial uses?
Yeah, the prohibit was for the office. So while I get non-hotel commercial uses, I would still like to see the office, the word office in there.
How about including office at the end?
That would be sufficient. Thank you. Then I wanted to ask about the item number D, update in lieu parking requirements and fees. So I still have the concern that the PC Lytton Gardens building, that one there, would you be checking to ensure that that is something that as a PC, them granting parking spaces is not violating their PC public benefit? Is that something that I can add in here? Or is this something that staff is going to look into just to make sure? Otherwise, there is a violation there. Or
So to clarify, the public benefit for that project was the housing itself, specifically the senior lower income housing. So the parking is not specific to the public benefit.
it's not specific. However, they're getting a private benefit on using their parking for something else rather than for what is granted to them in this PC project, which is for their employees and for their occupants.
Sorry, thank you. So, Councilmember, staff would not have anything to do unless directed by the council relative to the third-party property. That is part of the proposal. So if there was something beyond what is being proposed that you wanted us to address, we would need council direction to that end.
In that case, then I would like to make hopefully a friendly one, that staff does look into whether this is violating the PC use of the property.
I can just answer that question now. We would conclude that it does not. We wouldn't have included it as an option if we thought it was a violation of the PC.
And do you even know if they have enough parking spaces for all the people that are using that building?
So part
using
of the
that lot?
Yeah, so one of the conditions of approval requires there to be a parking study before we would memorialize this.
Oh, before you give them the building permit?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo and Director Late. Councilmember Filseth.
Well, here we are. So appreciate the motion. You know, as we've said, we have lots of hotels in town and not enough lower cost housing. So as a community, this takes us in the wrong direction. But the Ellis Act appears to override pretty much anything we do and seems to have been a legal juggernaut in California. So while this wouldn't be the direction that most of us would have chosen as our first choice, it wouldn't be mine, it is what it is. That said, I do like seeing this building get restored, and I believe AJ Capital will do a proper job of it, and I appreciate that. And while the hotel environment in Palo Alto is very competitive, for what it's worth, I think this one has a legitimate shot at one day being the best hotel in town. But I would have kept the housing.
Thanks, Councilmember Filseth. I don't see any other hands. I will ally myself with your comments. You know, I haven't given much contextual comments here. This has been a really sad and trying process for Palo Alto, and completely agreed with Councilmember Filseth. I think most of us, including myself, would have preferred to see the housing here. And that is still within our powers and at other sites. This building is non-conforming for a reason. Agreed with Councilmember Filseth also that It does seem like AJ Capital does quality work, and in a number of years, if this passes, I really hope there is a thriving, restored hotel of a building that's a gem of Palo Alto and really a recognizable site in our town, and that has its benefits too. And finally, we have heard from a number of retail tenants in the area who are looking or interested in an anchor institution at that end of downtown, and perhaps this can serve that. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to call the vote. Just checking with staff one last time. Is this motion good to go? I see 2 thumbs up. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
No.
Councilmember Nis. Councilmember Nis, you're on mute.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Ku voting no. Before we close this item, I want to float one more thing to my colleagues. We had mentioned earlier, I'd asked a question about some of the advice we've received in some sessions, and I will put this out there. We do have the ability to have the city attorney prepare a public memo explaining some of the legal rules that apply to our consideration here and our decision, and to publish it. So I will see if this flies, but I would move that we direct the city attorney to prepare a public memo explaining the legal rules that apply to our decision and consideration on the President Hotel, and to publish it.
Enthusiastic second. Great idea.
Thank you, Councilmember Nis. I can, Clerk Minor, would it help if I text this to you? Or should I just read it again? Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you very well. Oops. Let me just copy. So it's direct the city attorney to prepare a public memo explaining the legal rules that apply to the council's consideration and decision on the President Hotel, and publish it on the city's website, or publish it is fine.
Molly agreed.
I don't know how much we can say about this, but as I mentioned earlier, there have been a number of closed sessions and advice we've received. I think it helps explain some of our decision making here that may not be readily apparent to everyone. And to Councilmember Filseth's and Councilmember Vice Mayor Du Bois's points earlier, we're extraordinarily constrained in this decision. And I hope this may explain some of that. Councilmember Nis?
Yes. You want to comment?
Well, do you want to speak to your motion, to the second?
Oh, all I said a minute ago was, does Molly agree to this?
Yes, I can do this. Yes.
Okay. Otherwise, I thought it would be rather awkward to have her do that. Is this, let me ask Molly a couple of things. Is this unusual to do this?
It is. It's customary for the city council to receive legal risk advice in a confidential environment. But in rare situations where it's very important for the public to understand a little bit more about the thinking, then councils can vote to waive that privilege and allow some additional information for the public. And so we'll do our best to explain a little bit more detail.
I think in the particular environment we're in right now, this would come as a very welcome memo to the public. I think it would say a great deal. Thank you for agreeing to it.
Sure.
So just opening this up for discussion or amendments, Vice Mayor Du Bois, then Councilmember Ku.
Yeah, so I just want to be really clear, I guess, with the city attorney, we're not waiving our confidentiality here, right?
Thank you for that clarification. So that's correct. You are asking for an explanatory memo to be prepared. And so we'll do that. We'll prepare a memo for public posting, and that's what the council's intention is. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think confidentiality is important. I think it'd be a really bad precedent, bad practice to, have to, we do have closed sessions for a reason. We have confidentiality among our legal staff, and as our legal staff communicates with other attorneys. So as long as this is not any waiver of that confidentiality, I can support it.
100% agreed, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Koo.
So I just want to say that, if you're going to put out that kind of a public memo, there should also be included, it should also include language about how there were legislation or codes that were changed in the municipal codes with the grandfathering and with the addition of a waiver and all of those sort of things and in addition to asking, the applicant on a judicial matter, whether it's okay to do something it was announced tonight, it's a quasi-judicial. So why are we asking the applicant if it's okay with them for us to put forth a law or a code amendment? So I really have objections to that on how this whole issue came about. And, this whole last week, our budget drove policy decisions. And now today, we're here being driven by supposedly law. I mean, if you're going to have this in there, then it should go through and explain the entire route of how we came to where we are today. I'm all for housing, but we've uprooted 75 families or groups from this building, and we're not going back to that.
Councilmember Koo, will do our best to provide relevant background. Just one comment. The reason that we asked the applicant on the record to agree is to cut off their ability to challenge us later. So it's defensive. It's to protect the city's interests and to be able to defend what the council has done effectively. Thanks.
Councilmember Filseth.
Hey, thanks. Wait a second, I had my video off, sorry. Yeah, just to be, basically my question's the same as Councilmember Boyce, but just to be relentlessly thorough on this. What I think I understand is that we don't have to disclose anything that isn't actually in this memo. Is that correct?
What I can tell you is that is the council's intention, and that's how we will proceed.
Cool. Okay. I'm just going to comment that, based on this, we are going to be working with AJ Capital on this over the next couple of years. That said, the legal considerations have been at the absolute epicenter of this. And, there's a lot of time and work to go until this is finished. And so it's, I think we need to retain some amount of confidentiality as appropriate. Thanks.
Understood. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. The situation continues to be unusual, and I think this motion is part of that. I think it's appropriate. This is a complex area, and the public has understandably a great deal of interest. So I'll be supporting the motion.
And last, I have Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think we heard a lot of public comments. We got a lot of emails on this, and I think I'm most in favor of better transparency, and especially I think in this case, because I think if our city attorney can explain kind of what's been going on, I think the public would really understand that our hands are pretty much tied on this project, at least legally. So it makes sense to me as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no other hands, I would suggest we vote on this, and then we can take a short break before moving on to item 5. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
Thank you. Myself is a yes. Councilmember Phil Seth.
Okay,
Is that a yes or?
that's a yes, sorry.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Okay, and that passes 6-1 with Councilmember Koo voting no. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the members of our public, to the applicant, to staff, and also to my colleagues for this. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, so come back at 9:05 to convene on item number 5. Thank you all. I see at least 4 council members, so we have a quorum. Let's please start with item number 5, a public hearing on an adoption of a resolution to suspend assessments for fiscal year 21 on the downtown Palo Alto Business Improvement District, or BID. And does staff have a presentation?
Let's see. For staff, actually not a presentation, just standing by. This is basically a repeat of action that council taken recently for fiscal year 20. This extends it through fiscal year 21 to suspend the assessments. See, we've got David Ramberg on behalf of staff, as well as Brad Ahikian, I believe, is on also as needed to respond to any questions from the council.
Okay. Do we have any representatives of the BID who wish to make any comments? I see Mr. Hickian. If you'd like to speak, Mr. Hickian, you're welcome. If no status changed since last time, no need.
No status changed. Thank you, Councilman Barn.
Okay, let's go to members of the public who wish to speak on this issue. Just a reminder, this is suspending assessments for FY21 on the downtown Palo Alto Business Improvement District. If you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand.
Mayor Fine, we have James Hindery who would like to speak on this. James, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I acknowledge that this is against procedure, so I'm going to be brief, but I'm disappointed that vote 16 hasn't been agendized. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead.
So this is regarding the adoption of a resolution. Sorry, I was just talking to my lawyer husband, trying to really, really believe what you guys just did based on that interpretation of the Ellis Act. It's very hard to believe. Anyway, so this has to do with suspending assessments. I just want to point out that you don't have an enforcement office. You don't actually assess anything or inspect anything or collect any fines. And apparently you also don't rely on the law to make your decisions, or you rely on a very creative interpretation of the law. So, I think you should continue to inspect. I think you should you should start inspecting, you should start assessing, you should start collecting fines, because not everybody right now has been hurt by the pandemic. You must be aware that billionaires and the wealthiest few have actually become wealthier due to the pandemic. It's only the majority rest of us who have not. And you have so many billionaires here. Why not tax them? Why not enforce the law against them? Thank you.
Thank you. And that's our last speaker, Mayor Fine.
Okay, thank you to both our speakers. We now return to council for questions, comments, and motions. Please hit your hand if you'd like to speak up. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. On packet page 46, second paragraph at the end, it says that staff will collaborate with PADBPA to determine next steps and the future. I was going to just ask if it would be possible for that to come to a study session with council as well, just so that we kind of have a more understanding of what the businesses would like to see and do and how we can enhance that a little bit more.
If that were the will of the council, we could certainly do that. We did plan to get with Brad here soon. He has expressed a similar desire with his group, and we would be party to that. And if there's an outcome that council would like us to bring back, we could do that with proper direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So it's something to consider. Then I was kind of reading a little bit further on. So we're rescinding the assessment revenue for FY 2020. We already said we would, and I'm okay with that. But I see that there is that there is going to be a year-end contribution from the general fund of 70,000. Why?
Right. That's what we wrote. We're still refining that number. We're waiting for some final tally from the Business Improvement District on some expenses that they incurred in fiscal year 20 for Lytton Plaza in particular. And so once we get that final tally, we would combine it with the current estimated deficit in the Business Improvement District Fund due to not having the revenue come in.
So even though that amount has been used to benefit that bid, we're still going to have to come out of pocket for it even more. I thought whatever we collected that hasn't been used, then we would refund it. But it just seems like, I mean, we're not in the greatest financial situation either. So, I mean, this is 70,000, but I don't see why we're coming out of pocket for it.
Right. If I may, I did just to explain a little bit with pretty much every year, there is a very lean budget in the bid. The revenues and the expenses are very close. And we have in the last couple of years been, if I remember correctly, been in a deficit, meaning that the revenues have not been sufficient to cover the expenses. So we've carried a little bit. And now that situation gets dramatically different with zero revenues coming in fiscal year 20. So it is acknowledged that there will be a general fund contribution needed, but that might be in the spirit of what council's action has been, which is to return the assessment in an effort to help businesses during the COVID-19 emergency.
So I'm hearing that even on normal years, they usually see a deficit then.
It's been I think a 14-year span. So I wouldn't want to make that statement for all of those years. I was more speaking in the last couple of years.
Okay.
Well, in particular, if I could, Councilmember, related to the implementation of the business registry that's been on expense that relates to this contract as well. So that's the basis on which the council has previously approved covering those expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this. Councilmember Filseth.
I guess I want to make sure that I understood that exchange because I think I may have had a misconception about this. I thought, we collected money from the businesses and funded, basically marketing improvements and stuff like that out of it so that residents of Palo Alto are neutral. Are we saying that's not the case, that there's going to be a transfer of $70,000 from residents to the Business Improvement District?
That is correct. And I see Kylie as well.
Sorry, Councilmember. Kylie Nose, Administrative Services Director. Actually, in the year-end cleanups that the council approved in the Q3 financials, that cleanup was included as part of our general fund balancing. So it will not change the FY 2020 year-end balancing or the FY 21 balancing from a numbers perspective. However, I understand your concern in terms of general fund versus the bid funds. Obviously, the bid program does work to try and be cost recovery, but in the recent past, there are, I think it's been 1, maybe 2 years that the revenues have fallen short of the costs to administer the bid. And so there are some baseline costs in the bid, such as the contract with PADBA. Obviously, we try and keep them in line, but within the last 2 years, it's fallen out of sync a little bit. Now, in 2020 specifically, we didn't make the decision to rescind or refund the bid dollars until May 4th, which meant that the bid was operating as a normal business from July through through April. So any of those expenses, obviously there wasn't a revenue source with the council action on May 4th to refund all the funds for FY 2020. So ideally, this is really a one-time action. And when we talk about the longer term future of the bid, it would be to bring it back in alignment with what your understanding is, which is the revenues would support the full expenses.
Well, the principle of the bid, at least when I was, council representative to it a few years ago, was, they pulled some money from they passed the hat around themselves and used that to spur businesses, and the Palo Alto residents weren't in that loop, other than, we managed the transaction. This, I'd rather spend the money on KZSU. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions, or motions? Councilmember Cormack.
All right, let's keep going on this. Did I hear you say, Director Nosey, because we already decided to return the money, that was essentially when we incurred this cost?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Councilmember Niss.
What do you need at this point? Do you need a motion that would indicate that we have taken the recommendation and went forward as it is listed, or are you looking for something different tonight?
I mean, there is a staff recommendation. It is up to you.
I don't see any other major options at this point. I would move the staff recommendation.
So Councilmember Niss is moving the staff recommendation. Is there a second? Was that you, Mr. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to speak to your motion, Councilmember Niss?
Yeah, I think the conversation we've had already does speak to it. I'm a little surprised at the, as Eric said, we might have done something different with the money.
Vice Mayor Du Bois?
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said, but I think here we are.
Any other comments on this motion? Okay, let's please vote. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Niss.
Yes.
Myself is a yes. Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Getting some interesting no votes tonight. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Niss. Councilmember Cormack.
I knew you meant me. Yes.
Thank you. So that passes on a 5-2 vote with Councilmembers Filseth and Koo vehemently voting no. Okay, that concludes item number 5. Item number 6 was moved out, 8 was moved out, and 9 was moved onto consent calendar. So all that remains is item number 7, adoption of an urgency interim ordinance temporarily allowing expansion of outdoor dining, retail, and other activities on public and private properties. Does staff have a report for this?
Yes, we do. We've got our Public Works Director, Brad Eggleston, and Assistant Director of Planning Development Services, Rachel Tanner, will be reporting for staff. Rachel, looks like you're queued up, ready to go.
Yep, I am. Gonna share my screen. And or attempt to. There we go. Can everyone see my screen?
Sort of.
Sort of. Oh, I see it's doing the modified thing.
Can you do the?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Is that improved?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Fine, council members. I was before you just a few weeks ago on June 8th for the study session on this topic. At that time, we were talking about ideas to help facilitate outdoor dining and outdoor retail, which were allowed beginning on June 5th under the updated shelter-in-place order issued by Santa Clara County. And so we are here tonight to bring forward those ideas of how we might help facilitate those based on our discussion on June 8th. We do anticipate that there may be some future relaxation of the shelter-in-place ordinance or shelter-in-place order. We're not sure when it will come. The county's indicated that they will not make any updates until as the soonest would be this Friday, June 26th. Waiting to see how things have changed given the relaxed order that has already been in place and the protests that have been happening to see if we do start drifting up or if our numbers still look good to have future relaxation. So some of the measures you'll see presented today contemplate future relaxation that could happen while council is on its break in July. So tonight I'll be talking about an interim urgency ordinance and a resolution that is before you for your consideration and adoption. And so the ordinance covers 7 topics and the resolution has 2 topics that you see here on the slide. And I'll go over each of those in a little bit of detail. Before I jump into the details of each of those topics, I want to talk about that both the ordinance and the resolution are temporary in nature, and that is their intention. So the ordinance is effective immediately upon adoption, as long as we have at least 4/5 of the council members present today support the interim urgency ordinance, and would last either as long as the local emergency order is in effect or till December 31st, whichever is latest, unless it's modified, repealed, or extended by the city council. The resolution would also become effective immediately and just needs a straight majority to pass, and it will remain in effect until December 31st, 2020, unless it is extended by the city council. When we talk about the ordinance, we're really kind of thinking about things that are normally permitted activities within the city, but instead of having those activities occur indoors, they're occurring outdoors. And again, as a reminder, the reason they're occurring outdoors is both because the county has indicated that the transmission of the virus, the risk of transmission rather, is decreased outdoors, and so has encouraged some of these activities to occur outdoors, or we believe they may encourage those activities and allow them to occur outdoors. So the example of dining, for example, it's allowed outdoors only at this point and not allowed indoors at all. And so the whole purpose is to help facilitate these activities to ensure that our business districts can remain strong, Palo Altans can get what they need here in the city, and that we really have a vibrant community during and of course, once the crisis is concluded. When it comes to outdoor dining and retail, there are 7 parts of the ordinance. The first looks at outdoor dining on sidewalks and closed streets. And really these are activities, except for the closed streets, that are permitted usually through our encroachment permit and through council action on the ordinance. You would temporarily waive the permit fees and temporarily waive architectural review for the issuance of the encroachment permits, and also allow them to be issued for closed portions of public streets. For outdoor retail display and sales activities, this would allow those retailers who do get encroachment permit to display their wares on the sidewalk or in closed portions of public streets. Similarly with private parking lots and other private parking areas, this would allow the conversion of up to 50% of the parking spaces in a private parking lot to be converted for outdoor dining or outdoor retail. And in parking lots that are small, which we define as 10 parking spaces or fewer, up to 100% of that parking lot could be converted for outdoor dining and retail. And this would all be with permit and with review by staff to ensure that safety is maintained and access and circulation at that site are maintained. In addition, the ordinance would allow alcohol consumption, which would be permitted in these expanded outdoor seating areas. So if a restaurant, for example, applies to have sidewalk dining. It would allow those restaurants who have valid ABC licenses issued by the state and also have valid local CUPs. So essentially they're already permitted locally to legally serve alcohol for on-site consumption. They would be allowed to serve beverages in those expanded seating areas. And if you guys have questions regarding how this relates to some of the issues with the ABC right now in terms of what they aren't permitting, I'm happy to answer that perhaps in the Q&A portion and go a little bit deeper into this provision. Number 5 would also allow the consumption of alcohol with a meal in Lytton and Cogswell Plaza. And I do want to note there was an error in the staff report that also noted King Plaza, but the ordinance really affects only Lytton and Cogswell Plaza. And this essentially would allow someone to order a meal with an alcoholic beverage from, let's say, a downtown restaurant and go to one of those plazas to enjoy that meal there in the plaza. They may find it has more space, or perhaps they're meeting up with a friend. And again, the purpose is just to allow that so that they would not have any trouble in doing so. And we have seen that our plazas have been busy places, which is again a great place for people to get out and enjoy the downtown. The ordinance also allows dining and alcohol consumption in city parking lots. So this would not just be that people could do it right now, today or tomorrow, go out and have a beer in the city parking lot. But what this does is contemplating allowing the city manager to develop a program with appropriate protocols and guidelines and rules to permit this. And so it could be that there may be a need that we have to close the city parking lot to offer some type of event, perhaps that we need to do in the coming months. Or it could be that there are some folks whose business is adjacent to a city parking lot, and perhaps we could work out a program where those folks who don't front on a city street, don't have access to a sidewalk, and whose most adjacent open area is a city parking lot, perhaps we can come to agreement to allow a portion of those spaces to be used. So again, this still needs further development. We don't have a program in place right now, but we do want to make sure that we have the flexibility to be able to meet those needs when they arise and if they arise. And lastly, the ordinance would allow personal services, indoor recreation, and other uses to be permitted outdoors. So this bit of the ordinance is trying to forecast into the future to imagine, well, would there be a day when the county says, yes, you can have your Zumba class outside, but you cannot have it inside? Would a gym that has a parking lot be allowed to have that recreation in their parking lot, for example? And so similarly, we would need to develop the program, the rules and the regulations, but this does authorize the city manager to make those rules and issue those regulations. I'm going to move on to the resolution now, which really covers 2 topics. Again, the 2 topics here really focus on public land that would be used for some private purposes, which namely would be the street closures, temporary street closures, and the temporary parklet program. So the temporary street closures would allow the city to temporarily and continuously close certain streets in Palo Alto. Specifically, this is California Avenue and the intersecting streets up to 1 block off of California Avenue on the intersecting streets, and University Avenue and up to 1 block off of the intersecting streets on University Avenue. It would allow the closures through Labor Day, September 7th, 2020, and passing the resolution would enable granting of summer street encroachment permits for closed areas of public streets. So some of the aspects that we just talked about in the ordinance would then be allowed to take place in these closed, or depending on your look, open public streets. For California Avenue, this closure began on June 11th, 2020. And I know that Mayor Fine was there, and I think we had a nice little piece on NBC News showcasing how we were open. So that was really great to see that that's already in effect, it's already happening, and we're having really great response and feedback from both restaurants, but also from the retailers who are reporting that it's really working out very well. We have initially said that that would happen through July 6th, and we would touch base with our retailers. We're planning to meet with them next week and to hear back from them. Do they want to continue that longer? Do they want the 7-day-a-week closure? How is that working? How can things be improved? But so far, all signs are very positive for that closure. When it comes to downtown, we're going to be planning to begin our first closure this week, starting Friday morning, June 26th at 10 a.m. Through Sunday evening, June 28th, 2020 at 10 p.m. So it's meant to take advantage of the weekend businesses, and it's really tailored based on some of the conversations we've had with the downtown. And I'm sure you've heard both of intrigue of potentially trying to close the street and see what happens, but also wanting to do so at a pace that maybe is not as drastic, let's say, as California Avenue, and recognizing the differences in the layout and the business composition of downtown that's different than Cal Ave. So in the map that you can see on your screen, you can see University Avenue there with the streets. This would go from Emerson to Cowper. You can see the yellow is the closure with the cross streets being open to traffic still, so people can still cross Emerson, Ramona, Bryant, and go back and forth there. You do see that Florence Street is closed, and the red areas that you see there are intended to be areas for curbside pickup and things like that, so that folks can come there and make sure that they can still get their curbside staff parked there and then walk to the restaurant that they're going to, or retailer where they're going to get their curbside pickup. And we can come back to this map later if you have more questions about the closure. The resolution also begins our pilot parklet program. And so you may have seen 3 of our prototypes in construction, or maybe you've visited them already, that 2, I believe, have opened. Parklets, of course, provide seating or dining areas located in curbside parking spaces, and they would be eligible for eating and drinking establishments, including food retail. So you might be wondering, what is a food retailer? Think of a cafe or an ice cream shop. They're not often classified in our code as restaurants, but they do. I mean, I would say ice cream is food. And so they may be somebody who would want to take advantage of having a parklet. So those are the eligible business that can apply for this parklet, and they would do so under our encroachment permit as well. We have standards and other requirements, which were an attachment to the resolution. And so you can see that those would be kind of the guidelines for how to go about having your parklet. And there can, of course, be exceptions made by the Director of Public Works to recognize that there are special circumstances. Sometimes the curb is not the right height, or streets have different dynamics that might make them have to do something that might be more permissive or more restrictive than what's contemplated in the standards and other requirements. The permits would expire December 31st, 2020, or if the local emergency were still continuing past December 31st, then the parklets would be allowed to continue. Again, they would expire either December 31st or the conclusion of the local emergency, whichever is latest. This would especially assist businesses who are on streets without closures. Not every business, not every restaurant, of course, is located on University or Cal Ave. And so this would be really helpful for those folks who, again, can only right now serve diners outdoors. They don't have an option to serve indoors. And all these activities and all of these things, including the parklets, must be allowed by the county and the shelter-in-place order before they would be allowed to continue or to begin. So as far as the next steps, we have before you the recommendation to adopt the interim urgency ordinance, which I just discussed, and also to adopt the resolution, which I just described. I am available for questions. And of course, Brad Eggleston is also here, who really is taking a lion's share of the implementation and his staff of both the ordinance and the resolution. Thank you.
So if I could, Mr. Mayor, before we turn to questions and other perhaps testimony, I do want to just acknowledge the nimbleness with which staff has been able to jump on this. This really reflects the council's early direction during the shelter in place to get positioned and support the recovery of businesses, recognizing that the council was hearing directly from businesses how dire their economic circumstances were. And so you set us off on a series of conversations we called the business roundtables that led to your decisions related to small business grants, which we have implemented, in addition to as was noted, really wanting to move quickly in order to support the reopening of businesses as the shelter in place rolled back. So with Ms. Tanner's leadership in particular, our cross-departmental team has really taken to heart the direction to move quickly. I believe, and I suspect, we're now moving into the phase where the devil's in the details. And so we are certainly approaching this in a really flexible and at the same time responsive manner that has really worked across the interests of what could be competitors in areas of the market and food service, from retail, neighbors, residents, as the case may be, and have been able to adapt to apply the flexibility that the council has empowered our staff with. So just really want to say thank you to Ms. Tanner, Mr. Eggleston, and the full team across the departments that have been able to take this ball and run with it. So with that, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Ms. Tanner, and many thanks to planning and Public Works and others involved in this. Really do want to echo what the City Manager just said in terms of flexibility and adaptability and kind of supporting our businesses and public space. Sometimes I use the phrase getting our mojo back, and this has been something that really, I don't know, it really makes me proud about Palo Alto. So let's go to public comment, and then we'll come back to council. So if you'd like to speak on this item about the urgency interim ordinance for outdoor dining, retail, and other activities on public and private property, please raise your hand. And if the clerk would help me get these folks a chance to provide their comments.
Thank you, Mayor Fine. Our first speaker is James Hendry, to be followed by Ross Mayfield, and then adaptive physical education. Jamie, go ahead.
Hey there, Council. Thank you, Beth. So I just want to first say, I know I've been kind of getting on the council a lot, but this is actually one area where I'm very proud of the council's actions. I think you guys have been very nimble. Oh, and staff as well. I know that most of this work was done by staff, and I'm very appreciative of that. This is something that I've loved. I've been out on Cal Ave several times, taking advantage of that space. I do live downtown, and I'm looking forward to seeing what it's like to have university shut down. I support the resolution full-heartedly. In terms of the ordinance, the one thing I do have concern about is that the city manager would be so empowered to close parking lots and whatnot, and I would prefer that be something that maybe the council or an ad hoc committee were in charge of. I think in light of the recent mistakes made by the city manager in enacting a illegal curfew in our city, giving him that kind of power while you guys are on break is not something that I'm super comfortable with. That said, I love the Cal Ave closure. I'm looking forward to the University Ave closure. I think it's great for the businesses. I think it's great for the community. And yeah, I'm really appreciative of the work that's been done by staff and the council to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker was supposed to be Ross Mayfield.
Sorry, I was on mute as usual with Zoom. Can you hear me? This is Ross Mayfield.
Yes, go ahead, Ross.
Hi, I'm a Palo Alto resident. I've been volunteering with an organization called Frontline Foods that's been providing nonprofit assistance to restaurants and feeding frontline workers. It's given me a chance to work with about 7 of the downtown Palo Alto restaurants. From my understanding and talking to every single one I can on University Avenue, every single one of them is in favor of opening the streets, not 3 days a week as proposed in this resolution, but 7 days a week. Your average restaurants laid off 90% of their workers, 25% of the currently unemployed are coming from the restaurant hospitality industry. 50% of restaurants are most likely not going to survive this crisis. For their operations and actually having a material difference, having 7 days a week for planning, purchasing, hiring, everything would make a big difference. And I think we've seen the effect on California Avenue. There may be other interests at play, but I think for our community and supporting our small businesses, I would urge the council to modify this recommendation to make it 7 days a week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Our next speaker is adaptive physical education. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think I was muted.
You're fine. You've got it.
Oh, okay. So my name's Scott Lohman. I'm a personal trainer and a fitness instructor. I'm just speaking on behalf of Performance Gains. My wife works there as a trainer. And this has been absolutely devastating for trainers because, you know, we're all independent contractors. We really don't make any money unless we meet with our clients. And I think we can definitely be able to reopen in a way that's safe and be able to meet the demands of all our clients in Palo Alto. And I just wanted to point out that gyms are opening all over the peninsula right now. I've been to 2 gyms. I was in one gym in San Carlos today, and I was in a gym yesterday in Redwood City. And, there's a lot of cleaning supplies there. Long story short, I definitely think this can be accomplished with due diligence. And I could say Chris Gaines's gym is very professional. And I definitely think they can provide a clean environment. And if we could take advantage of all the outdoor space, that would definitely be the best way to go. And I just think this has been a really difficult time for not everyone in the service industry, of course, but in personal trainers, of course, definitely.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jordan Behar, to be followed by David Shen and then Chris Gaines. Jordan, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Well, listen, thank you, esteemed council. My name is Jordan Behar. I'm a 32-year resident of Palo Alto. I've raised 3 kids here, and I'm currently COO of a Peninsula medical device startup company. But I want to talk to the closure of California Avenue and University. And what I'd like to say is being provided the opportunity by the city to safely enjoy the bountiful and delicious offerings of our city was just such an absolute joy for myself, my wife, and our family. I have never seen the street so vibrant, so happy, and so enthusiastic. Since it was closed, I've had the opportunity 4 times already at 4 different businesses to enjoy meals outside, and the gratefulness and enthusiasm and excitement from the employees was absolutely infectious. It was marvelous. So I truly hope not only can we continue this beyond the current July deadline, but throughout the summer, but again, expand it throughout the city. So not only can it be enjoyed by more residents, but also taken advantage of by more businesses, restaurants, retail, etc. I mean, it's just such a marvelous setting that in these trying times, to be able to get out and enjoy each other in a safe manner is, I just can't say how marvelous it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is David Shen, to be followed by Christopher Gaines and Amy Laff. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Distinguished City Council members and city staff, my name is Dave Shen, and I'm a personal trainer over at Performance Gains on California Ave. Since the pandemic hit, Performance Gains has been closed, removing the ability of the facility and its trainers to service the many residents of Palo Alto who enjoyed its boutique atmosphere, its fitness-focused community, and its friendly staff each week. As you can also
David,
imagine—
go ahead, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
We heard you. Continue.
Oh, okay. You heard my initial thing?
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay. Yes. Sorry, you confused me. So I'm encouraged that this is about to change, and thankful that you all proposed to close off California Ave in order to let its businesses move their operations outdoors. The specifics have been called out more for restaurants, but I would be grateful if we could allow Performance Gains to use the street and sidewalk to enable its members to train again. These could be things like holding training in the street and on the sidewalk, and in ways that ensure social distancing and minimizing the risk of COVID transmission. It could be the temporary relocation of exercise equipment there to be used outside. It could mean that canopies and shade structures could be erected to keep clients cool during workouts. My hope is that the city will allow Performance Gains to do this so that business can resume, and its Palo Alto membership can once again pursue their health and fitness goals in their familiar and well-liked place. It would allow Performance Gains to generate revenue again and reduce the risk that it would not survive this economic crisis. and it will allow trainers like me to continue to work for our families and our own livelihood. I look forward to seeing this ordinance passed and Performance Gains open again, along with its neighboring businesses on California Ave, and see this as one great step to our return to a state of normalcy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Christopher Gaines, to be followed by Amy Laff and John McDowell. Christopher Gaines dropped off. Christopher, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, sorry. So distinguished city council members and city staff, I just want to first thank you for letting me speak. I am the founder and co-owner at Performance Gains on California Avenue at the corner of California and Birch Street. I have been listening, and I'm really pleased to hear about the city program potentially even being extended in through September. I just would like to state that Performance Gains itself is, we're not like an Orange Theory or a Barry's Bootcamp or a Soul Cycle or an Equinox or a 24-hour fitness. We're not a typical gym that you might go to. We've intentionally created our space and facility to be a community place where people can go to grow in both body and mind. So I feel like we have grown to become a vital part of this community. We really enjoy providing the service we provide and really enjoy working with all the people of the community who we get to work with. I guess one thing I wanted to bring up is that I'm not sure about the Summer Streets program insofar that we have applied. I think we applied on June 15th, but have yet to hear anything back. I know that a lot of emphasis has been placed on the restaurant industry, and I think that's awesome. I would just like to have more communication and transparency with regards to the process when it comes to gyms or training facilities. So yeah, at the end of the day, just looking for a more transparent, streamlined process, clear communication. And in the presentation that was presented just now, it sounded as if indoor recreation, being able to move outdoors, was something that was kind of put on the back burner, or we're waiting until something else, until the county says something. But I believe the county has already mentioned that outdoor recreational activities can resume and are being resumed. And I believe that what we do, if it's placed outside, should be considered outdoor recreation and should not have any additional restrictions beyond that. I believe that's all I had to say for now, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christopher. Our next speaker is Amy Laff, to be followed by John McDowell and Sang Bavangnak. Amy, go ahead.
Mayor, council members, and staff, I'm Amy Halpern Laff, and I'd like to echo what Ross Mayfield suggested a few minutes ago, which was to keep University Avenue open 7 days a week, but for different reasons. I live downtown, and the way restaurants are now putting tables on the sidewalk, understandably, they're putting a row sort of up against the restaurant and then a row of tables by the curb. And although the diners may be keeping social distance from one another, for those of us who have to walk on the sidewalk, there's just no way to keep distance from either side. I hope that's clear. So I just don't think that's safe. And I think that we could mitigate some of that danger by opening up University and letting restaurants spread some of those tables out to make it safer for pedestrians. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Our next speaker is John McDowell, to be followed by Sang Pavagnok and Jonathan Ehrman. John McDowell, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm John McDowell. I've lived in downtown Palo Alto for 10 years, and would strongly like to advocate for more direction to the city council and from the city council to the city staff to really prioritize a 7-day closure of University Avenue as opposed to a more flexible try 3 days at a time or less directive closure. I mean, I first wanted to say that I think, as Rachel said in her presentation, there was phenomenal success on Cal Ave. I think it went really, really well, and the feedback from not just residents, and not just restaurants, but retailers, as was mentioned, was very strong. And I think it's incumbent upon us as a city to share those benefits with the businesses that exist all over our city. And the program has done a really great job with parklets for businesses that are off University Avenue. I think University Avenue is unique in how dense it is. As you heard from Amy, the last speaker, it's very difficult to fit a meaningful number of tables outside many of these very densely packed restaurants with lots of foot traffic outside them. And the way that customers are going to feel comfortable coming and the way that they're going to be able to come safely is to spread those tables out and to basically only allow those businesses, say 3 nights a week, to be able to be in business is, I think, risks doing significant long-term damage to our downtown. I also think it's more confusing to different potential customers to have the downtown area have inconsistent schedules. And it enables a better investment in the experience if we focus, at least for the summer period, on a 7-day-a-week closure to really enable that experience across Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Sang, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman and Stefan Heck. Sang, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm a personal trainer at Performance Gains, which is this boutique fitness studio on California Ave. Since the pandemic, I've had to find creative ways to train my clients. And even though I can train them via Zoom, I find like the effectiveness isn't quite there. And the community that we have at the gym has really supported my clients, and I'd like to be able to continue supporting them to have a healthy, fit lifestyle. And I'm hoping that if we can move to training and exercising out either in the parking lot or on the sidewalk, that would be extremely beneficial. So besides the clients that are able and willing to come to Palo Alto, like I've had to move some of my clients outside of Palo Alto to train in different studios in order to continue their fitness and to support them. And, ultimately, I'm not even sure that I can bring them back once we get out of this, because now they're used to their new gym. They're used to the new pricing that they have at these new gyms. And I'm just not positive that I can bring them back. So I'm trying to minimize the time that they're away from our local gym and keep them there so that they're close to their homes and able to support their communities and be with their friends at Performance Gains. So thank you so much for your time. And that was pretty much what I wanted to share.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Stefan Heck and then David Epstein. Jonathan, go ahead.
All right, am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
Great.
as we open up more businesses and we start seeing crowds outside at restaurants, most things are now open. We've heard from gym owners here. What's missing from this equation are all the performing arts groups in the city. You know, Palo Alto is blessed with a huge number of wonderful performing arts companies. We have children's theater, community professional theater, and opera company, orchestras, chamber music groups. All of these groups perform in city facilities, which of course are all closed right now. And so the only way for these organizations to find a way forward to perform at this point is for the city to engage with them in ways that they can also find ways to do performances outdoors. Obviously, these will be not what they were before, but even with smaller groups or even solo shows, there's no reason why we can't have performing arts groups able to provide some programming as well as all these other organizations. Considering the amount, we have people in parks, we have tennis courts that are full. So when you talk about outdoor businesses, I hope that you will include the performing arts groups in your considerations and engage with these organizations in ways that they can continue to function and serve our community in these times. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Stefan Heck. Stefan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Council members, thank you for creating the Summer Streets program. I especially want to thank the city staff who's done extensive, very high quality work in a short period of time on this initiative. I'm a 30-year resident of Palo Alto and CEO of a local company based in Palo Alto, which provides safety solutions for transportation. Summer Streets has been great. It's a great experience on Cal Ave. The parklets in the downtown area have been fabulous to open up restaurants and businesses, and have been a great experience for everybody who's been able to enjoy that and have brought Palo Alto to the forefront of innovation, even in this time of crisis. Those of you who heard me speak before know I'm a big believer in data and facts. I want to draw your attention to the excellent work of economist Raj Chetty, former Stanford and Berkeley professor who's now at Harvard, who's probably the best authority looking at actual data of what's happening during this crisis. He's found that rich communities have laid off 70% of their workers because they have a much bigger proportion of service workers. Palo Alto is the third richest zip code in the US, and poorer areas have actually recovered faster because they have less dependence on luxury services. So what can we do? We need to make sure we create open space for those people to get back into restaurants, retail, and service businesses here in Palo Alto and make it safe. And the reason that he's found rich zip codes have been slower is not because people don't have the money to spend, but they don't feel safe going out. And so I encourage you to make it not just weekends and not just a few trials here and there downtown, but actually to open our street up 7 days a week so that everybody can come back out and we can support those in our community that are providing all the services we count on: haircuts, food, restaurants, retail, that are most vulnerable right now in our community to this crisis and are just about to run out of federal support. So please consider extending it to 7 days over the summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. Our next speaker is David Epstein, to be followed by Mako and then Niraj. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, 30-year resident. You've heard me speak before. I'm a DCI fellow over at Stanford. I just want to ask that you make this 7 days a week on University Avenue. You've heard the less confusion, the difficulty of walking around in the middle of a street when you're trying to avoid sidewalk tables. It's the confusion of and the difficulty for restaurants and such to bring things out and bring them back in and hire people and such. And most important is that we have a success formula that we see over on California Avenue. And let's just not try to screw that up. Once you have a success, let's work on the same. And that's all I'd like to say is please keep it open 7 days on University Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Mako, to be followed by Niraj and then Jordan Nari. Mako, go ahead. Mako, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good evening. My name is Michael Campilongo. Sorry, with my phone I couldn't mute. I'm the owner of Terun and Italico restaurant on California Avenue, and I'm a witness of how good it's been for us, the closure of California Avenue in Palo Alto. I know many restaurants are still suffering. Many colleagues are having very hard time, so I'm thinking about them. But for my point of view, it's been a success. Friday and Saturday at 9:45, we had full restaurants, full house. I live in Palo Alto. I lived in Palo Alto for 15 years. I love this place. I have 3 kids. And we keep on going like this. And I want to talk about numbers very shortly. Last week was the second busiest week for us since we opened for Terun. We sold over $100,000 and we were short only $500. We've been able to hire back 95% of our employees, so less unemployment. So I just talk for my colleagues, my partners. We want to keep going like that. And I want to thank Palo Alto for being so wonderful, the city council and the city manager helping our businesses. Nothing else to say. Thank you. Let's keep going like that.
Thank you, Mako. Our next speaker is Niraj Dewan, Jordan Nari, and our final speaker, Manuel Martinez. Niraj, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I think the most important thing is for us to think through why we are doing it. I think a lot of members here, a lot of people made it clear why we are doing it. It's for the safety of the customer. It's also, like Amy pointed out, it's safety of the pedestrians or people walking. And is that safety just limited to 3 days a week? Is the virus on break from Monday to Thursday? I think that's what we got to think. If that's not the thing, then we have a very clear decision here. Second, like Marcio or pointed out from Italico, and there are all the positive signs from California Avenue that it has been great. So it should be a very easy decision to make it 7 days. Let's not do it half-hearted. Let's do it, let's go all in, and we can always scale back. But right now we are struggling. And I also feel that, as David said, and as Jonathan said, and also as Stefan said, it should not be limited to restaurants. It should be, it should be everybody. It should be the retail, it should be the service, it should be the gyms, it should be the performing arts, it should be everybody that should benefit from it. And overall, the whole, community should benefit from it. And I think we should do it all 7 days, not just 3 days.
Thank you, Niraj. Our next speaker is Jordan Nari, to be followed by our final speaker, Manuel Martinez. Jordan, go ahead.
Hello, thank you, council. Thank you, staff. I represent Rangoon Ruby, Burma Ruby, and Wahlburgers in downtown Palo Alto. I want to say thank you for this great opportunity. We're really looking forward to it. We do hope you do it 7 days a week, ideally, just, for the consistency of our business. It was great hearing what's happening on California Avenue. Those are some pretty awesome numbers. So that really made my night. I feel like we've been dying slowly for 3 months. So this is something to really look forward to, and getting all of our staff back in. We do have a lot of staff, but we still have a lot more trying to work as much as possible to feed their families. So thank you, and 7 days, hopefully. I yield my time.
Thank you, Jordan. And our final speaker is Manuel Martinez. Manuel, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Good night. Probably I'm the newest on the block. I'm the new restaurant on Hamilton, Chanagus, a Mexican place with small bites and drinks. thank you for everything that you guys are doing. Definitely makes a difference. We own a couple other restaurants in different cities and different counties. Luckily, we're able to open indoors, and that's a huge difference. I mean, I can talk all night about numbers, but definitely that makes a difference. Having more space to serve guests, and what you're doing there on University and California Avenue, that's great. I mean, I'm happy for all the colleagues that are benefited by that. Now, what you're also doing for the sidewalk encroachments, which is super quick. I mean, that's great. I mean, that's been helping us, to keep going with our place in Palo Alto, and we're looking forward for the county to, start allowing the indoor. The third thing that I like to talk is about the parklets. I was able to open 2 parklets in other cities, and the investment there it's big. Concerns me a little bit the fact that will be temporarily. Unfortunately, we're talking about 5 to 10K just to make a parklet on the street without counting tables and heaters and umbrellas and everything else that's needed. You are adding another 5K to the mat. So, I mean, hopefully you can expand the parklet program for later, hopefully. I mean, that's my point on that based on the investment and return on it. I mean, for now, the temporarily outdoor seating will be great. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's our final speaker, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Really want to thank all of our speakers tonight. On the one hand, some of you shared, sad and frightening stories about the business environment the past few weeks, and some of you also shared some really promising notes about how we can accelerate out of this. So really appreciate all of that. Let's please return to council. Once again, this is our last item, and please hit your hand if you'd like to speak to this. Round of questions is probably warranted. So first I see Councilmember Ness.
Couple of things. We really thought long and hard before we opened California Avenue. We weren't sure what would happen. There were a number of questions about it. I heard it in some meetings. I heard it at the round table. People really wanted to get out on the street, and for good reason. They can't get back in their restaurants yet. So California Avenue is such a success that, Ed, I know you feel strongly about only 3 days at University. The surveys have said they want all days. The owners have said the same. I think we should hit this directly. It's the owners of the buildings that don't want that to happen. And I think, life isn't fair, but I do think that's unfair. We're giving the restaurants on Cal Ave a real leg up. Italico, which is where you ate the other night, Ed, maintains that they're doing well, and so are the rest of them. And I'll be on Cal Ave tomorrow. So I know we're giving you a lot of power tonight, and I'm suggesting that you use it carefully and you listen to what we're hearing. And that's now, I started listening in April. This is now almost the end of June. We've done what we said we would, but I'm not sure we're going far enough with University Avenue, and I'll be interested in what my colleagues say.
Thank you, Councilmember Ness. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Sorry. I should probably know this by now, but What's the difference between an ordinance and a resolution, and why do we have one of each?
Two different reasons.
Ask if the city attorney could address that. It's a great question. I'd be curious of the answer as well.
Oh, no. Okay, both are legislation, and there is a rule of co-equal authority. Arguably, they're more similar than different. An ordinance, of course, has more procedures. It has to be read twice, 10 days apart, and has 30 days before it goes into effect. So resolutions are often used when we need to move more quickly. There's some thought that an ordinance, that while a resolution is also a legislative enactment, an ordinance is has more permanency, even if it's uncodified, and often they are actually codified into our code. That was a lot of mumbo jumbo to say, more art than science.
Well, I guess I don't feel bad I didn't know. So I think the last speaker was very interesting. You know, are we allowing a low cost or a no parklet with barriers in the parking space? I mean, can a business get an encroachment permit but not build an expensive platform?
Vice Mayor, that topic has been the discussion of many minutes and hours in our parklet, in our Summer Streets working group. Right now, we believe that a no-build parklet would have some significant liabilities related to accessibility, and how would people who are in wheelchairs or otherwise abled be able to access that parklet, and how would a restaurant be able to provide the equivalent access and programming at that venue for disabled persons in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. We are in conversation with the city of San Francisco, which has rolled out essentially a no-build parklet option. We want to understand how their accessibility office was able to create programming to make that accessible. And so we are hopeful that we could create that. If we are able to, we would be able to amend the standards and other requirements to create the rules for such a program.
And if I could add, there is just a more basic practical dimension to that, which is, quite frankly, the tripping hazard, stepping off the curb. And, you know, to the extent that we're going to be partners with a restaurant that is, again, just to work with the concept, having tables and chairs off of the curb in the parking space, you know, the potential for just the experience for a restaurant patron to trip over the edge of the curb as we're partners in how that business runs gets a little sticky. So that's one dimension. Traffic safety has been the other one that has come up, as well as just basically the building safety. So you'll see that issues of the railing and how those are constructed have all been actually thought through pretty carefully by our staff, and really to their credit. But again,
so
all temporary installations.
So we're allowing parklets anywhere in town, right? I mean, people park and then they step on the curb to go into a place. I've certainly been in restaurants where maybe it's at a two-story house. I mean, does the ADA require that you get to all seating, or this says some seating is available?
It usually requires that a certain percentage of the seating be available. And so because all of the seating needs to be outdoors, you know, there may be circumstances where that can be met. But again, we would want to make sure if we do provide a no-build parklet option where we feel very confident in an establishment's ability to meet the ADA. And I would say, and you may be familiar, Vice Mayor, that we have some particular vulnerability, I think, in our region to lawsuits regarding ADA accessibility that may not be occurring in other cities and other states, for example, that have more permissive parklet regulations.
I mean, again, I've restaurants in Mountain View that are in houses with there's 2 stories. And so again, I'm really interested in a low cost option here. I think forcing people to spend $10,000, $15,000 is not necessarily the thing we need right now with our businesses in the state they are. And again, I think they could be seating on the sidewalk, or depending where this is in our city, the street may be more accessible without a platform. The other thing is where do we expect all the traffic that's on University to go? I mean, if it starts to come back, how are we going to adjust?
We've got a detour plan. This is Brad, Public Works Director. Detour plan for moving the traffic around. Essentially, the eastbound traffic will move onto Lytton, and the westbound traffic will be detoured onto Hamilton.
I mean, I know we're not there now, but I think it's like 1,000 cars a day or something, right?
Right, and Hamilton actually has a greater traffic than University, even in regular times. And we're also familiar, you know, just a year and a half ago, for about a year, we were doing the Upgrade Downtown project where we had blocks of University closed for about a year.
Yep.
Not to compare the prospective experience with that one.
Right.
Certainly not.
So, you know, I come back in the other round. So I think a lot of the legal language doesn't necessarily match the descriptions we just got. And I am concerned about waiving the alcohol requirements and understanding how we're going to manage that in certain places. We'll come back to that. So thanks.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. So, well, first I want to say thank you to staff, Ed, Rachel, Brad, and your whole team for all the work you did on this and to make it happen. But I also want to thank the business community, in particular, Mike Eckwell from La Bodeguera del Medio, and also John Goodman from Premier Properties, for bringing together all the business groups so that we can learn from their, you know, their experiences and what they suggested that maybe council can consider, as well as staff. So I really appreciated those meetings that that was put together for us to learn more. In terms of California Avenue, I was just wondering, are the retail stores kind of moved onto the sidewalk while the restaurants are on the street? Is that how? I went out on the weekend, but I mean on Sunday, so none of the retail stores were open. But is that how it's been implemented?
So
I have.
go ahead, Brad.
Go ahead, Rachel.
I think you know more about what's going on the ground there than I.
Well, I was just going to give an example that I have been out there a couple times and seen the cobblery having retail out on the sidewalk. Okay. And I know I've talked to the owner of the cobblery who had a strong interest in doing so. And Leaf and Petal, in addition, has expressed interest and I think is thinking about it, although they haven't taken the step to move forward yet.
I think that's
an option.
Key, that it's available. Whether they choose to pursue it or not, I think is subject to a number of considerations for each individual business.
And then how much of a sidewalk is left for people to, pedestrians to walk? Well, pedestrians can also walk on the street because it's all closed, but there is space left enough for them to walk, as well as for wheelchair access and so forth, right?
Yes, what we've said during this program is that a minimum 5-foot clear space needs to be maintained for pedestrian access.
Okay. And, you know, listening to the gyms and the other one was gyms, exercise. So has this county has allowed for them to operate, right? Or not yet?
Councilmember Koo, the county has not allowed for gyms to operate. They have allowed for essentially what one might call outdoor recreational facilities, but it says, for example, that you know, like an athletic field, for example, can open and operate, but you really shouldn't be sharing surfaces, touching surfaces, engaging with members outside of your household at this point.
I see. So this has to do with county not moving forward on it.
Absolutely.
Now, when they do allow, you know, where would you see them expand onto?
Yeah, I don't know if you want me to venture a guess of kind of what we've talked about in our group, but it would be something somewhat in line with what we've done with the restaurants and the retailers, which is, an area proximate to where their storefront is. But again, perhaps with those who have parking lots may have some greater advantage. I think we'd have some thinking through to do of, understanding more about the activities of specific gyms. Is it a group exercise class? Is it individual training? What kind of activity is taking place? Because I think we want to do our best to promote some harmony amongst the neighbors. And so making sure that it's a good environment for everyone and the different
And
types.
I would add that I would think that we might receive some guidance from the health order that allows those activities when it does come out. That might inform how we could allow that in outdoor spaces as well.
So I just want to, I'm sorry, Ed, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add that, I think that the issue or the dimension this adds is one of time of day as well, that this will vary, suspect by the area needed by time of day. So it's going to, quite frankly, put a little more burden on us to try to manage how, as Rachel put it, harmony among neighbors, and the role of the city to try to facilitate that in a collaborative, facilitative manner rather than a regulatory one. So this is going to be interesting as we see more activities allowed outdoors in what is public space.
Yeah, which is even more why I'm grateful that we have that outdoor space and it's not as densified as San Francisco or something like that. But also I wanted to kind of make sure that as we're expanding some of the restaurants and the retail, that keep in mind that once the space is kind of used by somebody, it might be hard to kind of take it back from them to allow another business to use it. So just that caution so that we don't have that butting of heads at that point.
Just to be clear, we are very clear that it remains public space and that it's revocable and subject to suspended fees. But ultimately, costs will be an issue as we go down the road.
Okay, in the park. Okay, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Just building on one quick question before I go to the next council member that Councilmember Koo asked, with regard to gyms and personal trainers. So right now they are prohibited from operating at all or within their building?
Right now, as I read the rules for sports and recreational activities as issued by the county, gyms are not allowed to operate inside, and people are not supposed to be engaging in recreational activities with people outside of their household. That's what the order says. So I think they may be referring to San Mateo County, which is allowing many things to open. And so when they spoke of other peninsula communities, that may be what they're referring to.
But could a gym, for instance, one of the things in here is allowing the city manager to devote parking lots to other uses. Could a gym, for instance, in Palo Alto, take over a parking lot, chalk it off, say, everybody's 15 feet apart, something like that? Could they do that?
I would need to follow up with the county is probably the right answer at this moment, because again, we would need to follow up on kind of the specifics of the operation.
Okay. Sorry to jump in there. Next.
If I might also, and I'm reading the guidance from the county as well. So we're clearly in the space of needing to interpret the county health order while also trying to facilitate the business activities. And so I think that's a part of the somewhat ambiguity that we're dealing with. There are some interpretations because, and others will probably want to raise this, that the order does say you may engage in outdoor non-contact sports and recreational activities with members of your own household and no more than one additional household, so long as you maintain 6 feet of social distance from everyone in the other household and do not share equipment. So that's the level of interpretation we're going to need to carry forward.
Understood. Sorry to jump in there. Next is Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much, Mayor Fine. What if people have questions? Who is the person, name, email, phone number that they should be directing things to, because God bless all of the communications people and all the different websites, but there are actually quite a lot of them. So where should we direct people who are like, how do I get my parklet? I have a question. What's the best place?
Yeah, so we have an email address, which is now kind of becoming our central email address for this topic, which is outdoordining@cityofpaloalto.org. We also have Kara Apple and Rob George, who've been doing a lot of outreach with businesses. And if folks have been working with them, they can continue to reach them at their email and phone number and don't need to switch to the outdoordining@cityofpaloalto.org.
Fantastic. That's very helpful. Thank you, Ms. Tanner. I just want to speak to the collaboration, which is mentioned in the staff report, and it's really been extraordinary to see so many businesses working together and sharing information, to see the staff working in partnership. It's really been, haven't been very many joys during these past couple months, but that's been one of them. I appreciate the best practices that are suggested in here on page 92, asking neighboring businesses to work together. We're always tempted to mandate things and have them down at, sort of excruciating levels of detail. And we're not going to be able to do that in this instance. And so we're relying on everyone to work together, and so far so great. So kudos to the community. As Councilmember Niss mentioned, I'm not sure if it's the ordinance or the resolution, it's the second one, gives the city manager a lot of authority on days, hours, duration, including also the location of the intersections. I'll reiterate what I said last time. I think 7 days a week. We have to sort out whether it's open or closed. We can't quite seem to decide what it is. Closing university to vehicles, traffic 7 days a week, I think is worth trying. We are not yet at a place where people are going to be coming back in, to work here soon. And then the other thing I just wanted to ask staff is, what have we learned so far? What have we learned from California Avenue? What's going well, and what are things that have been a little tricky and we're thinking about?
Brad, do you want to address that?
I'd say it's almost all been going well. One of the only things I've heard any coordination issues on that have reached me at least has been the coordination with the farmers market on Sundays, and the fact that we have people leaving who need to move the barricades, and there have been a couple instances where those didn't immediately get back in place, but the relationship with the farmers market and communication there is good. So I think we're resolving that. I haven't heard about this issue on CalAv, but even with university, the way things have been opening up, and with a lot more people present on weekends and having takeout orders, we've had issues with trash cans overfilling when they were being serviced on their usual schedule, and we've had to add additional service there. So I think that's something we'll see more of.
Oh, that makes sense. I remember, yeah, we discussed that in one of the first things we were worried about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Haven't heard negative issues. It's really been positive feedback.
Great.
Well, I also just want to be really specific about, compliments, which is, I think this week, not sure, saw Director Eggleston downtown. I think it was one of the testing adventure things. And as I drove away, there you were on the parklet that is behind Mayor Fine right now, literally inspecting, and it was before the canopies were up. Oh, thank you. Mayor Fine's providing a better view. Thanks for getting out of the way. So, it's really, it's been great. Like I said, there haven't been many wonderful things during this, but this is one of them. And was walking the dog a few days ago, and a neighbor stopped me to say how excited he was about the Summer Streets program. They went to California Avenue, and this was the best part, is they tried a new restaurant. It wasn't one that they'd been to before, and they saw it. And so I think that's, it's been nice to have this bright spot. So appreciate everything that everyone has done and will do.
Thank you, council member. Next is council member Tanaka.
So I've had probably about 6 office hours on this topic. Definitely my most popular topic.
So I want to first thank staff for really moving quickly on Cal Ave, and congratulations on the success. You know, it's hard to move quickly and have successes, so this is great, and hopefully could be a template for other things. And I think it's really important to move quickly because, as a lot of people have mentioned already, a lot of the businesses are fighting for their life, and you know, the PPP money is running out, and you know, people need to start reopening. Otherwise, they will not open again. I just wanted to dig in a little bit more on Cal Ave because that's a really good test case for us. So it sounds like overall it's been pretty successful. And you mentioned a few minor things, but they sound very solvable. How has the retail sales been on Cal Ave? So for the restaurants, it sounds like it's been gangbusters. How about the retailers? How have the retailers done? Do you know? Do you have any indication on how their sales have been? Hopefully they've been as good as the restaurants, but I don't know. So I'm just curious to know how that closure has impacted the retailers.
Great question. I would just say, you know, I don't have any data, and I don't know where we collected any. We do have plans to begin to try to see if we can work with the retailers and businesses to get some metrics so that we can track over time, not just, you know, anecdotal success, but what does that really mean for them? But I have heard, you know, from Leaf and Petal, for instance, that the atmosphere has really been great, just bringing people out and creating a positive atmosphere that people are enjoying themselves and want to do things like browse in a shop and kind of spend their time there in a more lingering fashion than just pick up and leave. And I don't know, Mr. Chicott, if you had more insight into the success of the businesses and the retailers.
Just purely anecdotal, and to the extent that we use that as a basis for decisions, it's been positive feedback also from retailers. Very relatively small volume of feedback, and to my recollection, no negative feedback, which you know we get quite often.
Yeah, it's easy to get negative feedback.
Exactly.
So, okay, so none of the retailers there, even some retailers like they sell, you know, cans of paint or whatever. I mean, even retailers that have where people have to carry stuff, there's been no complaints about like about loss of business or customers, anything like that.
I would attribute it to, quite frankly, we've been careful, and locations of the barricades have been sensitive to the needs of the individual business on each block, and to a large extent, I think where you're headed, Councilmember, is that applies to university as well. So being cautious about how we roll things out and not overdoing it has been, I think, an intentional strategy here.
Okay, well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. It sounds like Cal Ave has been a resounding success, so that's great. So I do think it's good to. I think Rachel, your idea of having, you know, some sort of constant feed of what this, because I think really what we're looking for is how do these businesses have good sales, whether it's a restaurant or a retailer. And so I think keeping a pulse on that is really important because that's what we're trying. That's the whole idea behind this. And if it's not working, we should know really quickly and maybe course correct. Okay, so let's move on to university. So university, and I understand the city manager's caution here, right, in terms of this versus Cal Ave, and there's been, I mean, even from my office hours, I can tell there's a lot more controversy over this one than Cal Ave. So, you know, I think before the Cal Ave pilot, there was more angst, right, from University Avenue businesses, at least from the non-restaurants. How has that tone changed, if at all, given the success on Cal Ave?
We'll let folks chime in.
Go ahead, Brad.
Well, I was just going to reference that we did have a meeting last week with University Avenue businesses. I think it's a fairly wide-ranging list that the invitation went out to. We had a previous meeting where there was a decent amount of opposition or concern about a closure of university. This time I think we had good showing still, but fewer people show up, and it was really one or two property owners that seemed most concerned, and a lot more support from the other businesses.
Even non-restaurants, like even like office and retailers.
Well, that's where I would note that restaurateurs are showing up at this point. So clearly that they're excited about the opportunity, and I think are more present than general retail or certainly office.
I don't, maybe with my computer, but it's a little bit choppy. So, so with I think restaurants in general, universally, would probably love it. I don't think there's probably any controversy there. But I guess what I'm curious is really the office and retailers. And you were saying something, I couldn't really hear you.
Okay. Basically, we haven't heard much from
You haven't heard much.
or
Okay.
retailers.
We don't know yet.
We have had some concern from those not on university directly that closure of university could negatively impact them. But again, I think it's fair to say it's been mixed.
Mixed. Okay. So that hasn't changed much with the success of CalAv.
Hard to gauge, and others feel free to chime in, but I don't know that I could gauge it as stronger positive at this point. It might be leaning that way, but again, hard to say.
5 minutes.
Rachel, you're saying something? You're muted.
Rachel, you're unmuted.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I don't know that the composition of the voices changed much. I will say I think that some individual perspectives have changed. And we've had some restaurants who are kind of like, I don't know who should close university, who maybe changed their perspective to a more, I think we even heard some on the call tonight in public comment to say we should go to 7 days. And I think maybe some voices either haven't persisted in the conversation or have maybe maintained or kind of come maybe more to the middle ground. So I don't know if it's been like a resounding in the way that CalAv was like, yes, 7 days, everyone kind of very unified, but maybe trending a little more in the full week closure direction slightly.
I have a lot more questions, but I want to respect the mayor's 5-minute thing, so I'll ask more on the next round.
Thank you. Councilmember Phil Seth, I believe you're the only one who hasn't spoken in this round yet, if you'd like to.
Yeah, well, real brief. CalAv looks good. I think there's no way to answer all these questions without trying it on university, so let's do it. And, if we expand from 3 to 7 days, I don't need to know that, so I'm willing to give the city manager authority to do that. So let's try it.
Brief and to the point. I've got a couple questions and then we'll go to a second round. So I asked a little bit about gyms outside. I guess I would just encourage us, as county rules change, or if we think creatively with the rules that we have here, if we can support personal services in gyms like that, let's please explore it. One quick question. Right now we are relying on the county ABC permits. But as I learned in our pre-council meeting, those are currently not being processed by the county. So what is our backup there if the county is not processing ABC permits and a restaurant does want to serve outdoors? How do we help them within their footprint?
Right. So I'll kind of explain the issue for those who weren't maybe present, obviously during the pre-council. The challenge is that, the state of California, ABC issues the permits for serving alcohol or selling alcohol throughout the state of California. And we have local rules that we're able to apply that have to also be in compliance. So for example, a restaurant might need a conditional use permit locally, but also ultimately the ABC license comes from the state and we work together with them to issue that. Currently, ABC is allowing what they're calling temporary catering authorization for those who have permits that are valid and have the local authorizations that are valid to serve in areas that were not included in the original footprint of their license. So for example, an expanded outdoor eating area, whether that be on the street, sidewalk, etc., parking lot. And it's just a $100 permit and folks can apply for that. However, there's an issue between the county and the state, and the county, and I've done quite a bit of digging on this today and I've gotten conflicting answers from different folks. But suffice it to say that the state is not issuing those temporary authorizations to any ABC license holder in Santa Clara County. And so what we would need to do is work with and encourage our county legislators to resolve this issue and to make whatever steps are necessary so that those licenses can be issued to those businesses in our county. And really, I think as a city, we've done everything we can do with the allowances we have made in the ordinance and resolution to allow them to operate. We had kind of discussed, well, could we do something, as we talked about at the study session, such as allowing consumption on a public street with a beverage. And while we could allow that, it still would not necessarily relieve the ABC license holder of the duty to not serve in an expanded area that is permitted specifically to that business. The only thing that we could do perhaps that would go a bit further, which I don't know that we have the resources to manage, would be for the city itself to do tables and chairs in the public right of way that would be available to any diner. And I think that's not an area where we can go at this time, and really outside of the realm of what we could offer, I think, reliably and safely to the public.
Okay, thank you. I just asked the question to raise to my colleagues, for some restaurants, as long as the county maintains its current position of not issuing temporary catering permits, this may be an issue. So I really hope staff does push on it. Personally, I'm very interested in seeing our restaurants able to serve alcoholic beverages in the footprint they have on the sidewalks in our streets. So that's one thing. In terms of university, I think Councilmember Filseth summed it up well. Like, we don't know whether it's 3 days or 7 days. That to me says try it in a way like you've done at Cal Ave, kind of methodical, systematic, trying to block and tackle the various issues. I know there are some folks who are vehemently against a 7-day closure or opening, whatever you want to call it, on Cal Ave on University. I would encourage us to try it once at least and see what happens. I don't know if you do it during a busy week or a slow week. Leave it up to staff to figure that stuff out. The parklets our program is until the end of the year. Is that right? These parklets will be permitted?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Agree with the vice mayor. Whatever low cost options we can support there would be wonderful. And it's super random. But Councilmember Cormack earlier mentioned about collaboration and community involvement, and like we just passed a public art commission agreement to paint Black Lives Matter with a number of artists from the community. And like, if there's anything there where the staff can and restaurants can engage community members, woodworkers, students, I don't know, maybe there's an opportunity there, maybe not. 2 or 3 last questions and then I'll give it up. What else would staff like to do? Like, what else would you do? Is it things like, stringing up lights? Is it, putting out kiosks in the middle of some of our streets to communicate city news and events? Is it, water bowls for the dogs? I don't know. Like, what else would you like to do?
It is 5 minutes.
That's a great question, Mayor Fine. I think we have been, I should say for myself, I've been very focused on trying to think about, what's next. So that's the outdoor recreation and trying to think about what might we need to do in the next few weeks to try to really facilitate as much access to our business community and our residents as we can to whatever this new normal looks like for summertime. I know that businesses have suggested a number of ideas such as lights or canopies or ways to collaborate to make it not just what they can do, but maybe with some more intention as they're able to kind of work together and with the city as well to think about how to make it more of a destination and kind of placemaking in these outdoor areas versus, okay, we've got the tables and chairs out. And so now it's kind of like, okay, now how do we enhance it and kind of go to that next level? Of course, doing it all safely. I'm really into kind of figuring out this metrics question of how do we think about what is happening, not just from the anecdotes, but how do we track something over time so that, as we look towards the end of the summer, that when we come back to you all, we would have some more data and information, both qualitative and quantitative, to help guide future decision-making and future envisioning of what these temporary programs might be in the future. And I would leave it to Brad and also to Ed to add additional thoughts they may have for the future of this program.
Thank you. So to that point, if I could ask Mr. Eggleston to give you his wish list, and then I'll give you mine.
I think Rachel's really covered it. Other suggestions. We've talked about making sure there's enough bicycle parking. We're not seeing that as an issue yet. I would just say for the team working on this, it's been a bit of a sprint to work on everything and get us to the point we are so far.
So maybe that is a good segue to mine, which quite frankly, council members, would be flexibility. That as I think about the weeks ahead, that what works next week may not work in 2 weeks, because should we see the health order either loosen up and have more activity, let's take the office workers in particular downtown, that if that happens and we do see an uptick in traffic, it may make sense, and I'll take the feedback tonight back to our team to suggest maybe it's 7-day now, but think about when we need to pull that back, perhaps as soon as we're allowing office workers back in their environment, because the commute would then drive what would require a rebalancing of the space. I haven't had the opportunity really to share that through our roundtables, one of the key factoids that we got from the restaurants early on was almost just a trailer question, which was, so of your business, what percentage was resident versus non-resident? And I was actually surprised that we got a pretty consistent 60 to 90% non-resident market that our restaurants were citing. And this was across a pretty wide range of types of businesses, not just restaurants, but businesses, retail businesses as well. And that fact suggests to me that we really do need to be sensitive to getting the employee base back and supporting that as a key artery for the local businesses. And so it's really a combination of a variety of factors that do require us to have a great deal of flexibility, again, over the next weeks and months ahead.
Thank you all for that. Sorry for the extra time. Really appreciate that. I guess just two last things to emphasize. One, I think the flexibility argument makes a lot of sense, and giving staff some authority to do this, especially since I think, as others have mentioned, you've really proven it on Cal Ave, and I am personally really enjoying it. I'm hearing from a lot of people who are as well. And the second piece to Ms. Tanner's point, like, what are we measuring? I'm not sure the right metrics, but I encourage staff to keep on thinking about that. Okay, I'm going to open it up for another round, whatever you want. I have Councilmember Koo, the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Tanaka, then Councilmember Niss.
So, Ed, when you said employees, are those the restaurant employees, the employees that work in the retail? Where did you go?
This is actually customer. So did I move around on your screen?
Yeah, you moved around.
So this was among the businesses that really toward the tail end of some of our roundtable meetings, I asked the question, I can't exactly remember the verbatim, but it was along the lines, what percentage of your customer base is resident of Palo Alto versus non-resident of Palo Alto? And again, just not a scientific sample, but we did get a pretty consistent 60 to 90% non-resident as their customer base. And recognize that, again, pre-COVID, this is pre-COVID, that many of the businesses many of the restaurants relied on corporate catering and the like, but even hair salon was citing the same, that people drive across the bay to go to the hair salon, and I guess
I can understand.
so very, very dependent on non-resident customer base.
Okay. And so right now we're talking, so California Avenue has happened. We're talking about university, and you and staff will decide when it goes to the 7-day period. How about the other areas in Palo Alto? We have Midtown, we have Charleston Plaza, I mean, even along here, my part of town, the El Camino, so, and then also, even within University and California Avenue, there are some of the restaurants that are on the side streets. So what do you do with those ones? Because there's Anatolian that is on the side street. I see that they've spread their tables out a little bit in front of the hair salon that's no longer there. But what about all the downtown ones? What do we do about those? Just for fairness sake, right? Because they need to expand. They need to make sure their business are surviving.
Yep. And
you guys are talking about all of that?
It has us spread pretty thin because we are trying to address those issues as well, especially through tools such as sidewalk permits, sidewalk encroachment permits, as well as parklets to the extent that that applies. It is really challenging though when you're outside of a concentrated area to be able to stay on top of the issues. And I know our staff are really spread pretty thin on that.
And
Brad or Rachel?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think I would just say that at least the last time I checked, I'm not aware of us getting any applications for either parklets or sidewalk use in areas that were outside of either the core downtown or Cal Ave.
Okay.
But yes, we've had a lot of conversations with restaurants that are on those side streets who a lot of them are very supportive of the closures, but obviously concerned about what they can do. And that's where there is a lot of interest in parklets, and we have been issuing the sidewalk permits.
And obviously in downtown, even on California, but more on downtown, it's when the deliveries come, right? So how does that take place? It's kind of tough to decide all that. But on the slide for page 12, I see that University, there's the blocks that are closed, but the side streets are still accessible for traffic, right?
That's correct. The side streets would be open and then closed at University. And generally, we've tried to designate some curbside pickup spots on either side of University at those side streets.
Okay. So I just, I think mostly everybody have already said, but I do want to for you to be very cognizant about, when the parking starts to become an issue, because we're really using up a lot of the parking for the businesses and so forth, that the enforcement of RPPs for the neighborhoods, that's something that I want to make sure that we're on top of it, and you are on top of it, that you're keeping an eye out for when vehicles parking starts encroaching into the neighborhoods. And the other thing is, Stanford University is going to be enforcing their parking on campus July 1st. So that's another thing to watch out for in case there's also cars coming out. Then just lastly, thank you. Lastly, before I say thank you, I just want to say that, we are partnering in a way, but there is a thin line where we don't want to kind of go beyond, because there is still, like you said, Ed, there's still liability. And then there is still the public space. This is all public space that we're using. So thanks to staff. Hi, Monique.
I do want to say, Councilmember Koo, regarding the parking, Philip Cami staff are taking weekly parking counts of the RPPs that are nearby to University and to Cal Ave to really make sure we are monitoring, a couple of times a week what's actually happening, and we can make sure we understand shifts, and also encouraging visitors to use the parking lots, to use the parking structures. They are still free. There are no time limits, and encouraging employees of businesses to use those places to park as well, in order to maintain, street parking, because obviously it's decreased with the street closure and with the parklets.
Thank you. Seems like staff has thought of it all. Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, I'm going to continue my questions here. So so I guess it sounds like there needs to be more engagement with some of the non-retailers, just to see how things are going. Now, how has the outreach been from staff to the residents that live nearby, like downtown North, et cetera, in that area. How has that outreach been, and what's the feedback been so far?
So I will admit, and perhaps Ms. Tanner or Mr. Eggleston can chime in to better inform me, but that quite frankly, we don't have a formal means of doing that. And so it's really been one-off communication, largely incoming when, concerns are raised, as well as, responding to those. But at this point, we do not have a formal way of doing any major blasts beyond our lights going out and our coronavirus updates.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it might make sense to touch base with some of the neighborhood associations and just try to see, get a pulse on things, make sure people aren't blindsided. Because I talked to some this weekend and some were very concerned. I think more to what Councilmember Koo was saying in terms of there's going to be a ton of parking intrusion and things like that. So, okay.
If I might, on that point is, if you can see, Mr. Cammy's face is also still with us, and he and transportation staff are monitoring parking on an ongoing basis. So they have definitely been engaged on a variety of fronts. And so, Philip, would you like to chime in on the parking issue?
Yes. So as Rachel mentioned earlier, we do continue to monitor parking. We've been going out and monitoring the parking situation and are prepared to
spool up.
Yeah, prepared to react with enforcement as it's appropriate. So that's why we're continuing to monitor and are actually preparing with our contract enforcement to initiate enforcement quite soon.
And as far as I know, there hasn't been any parking issues around the California Avenue neighborhoods, right? There's no, or has there? Maybe you tell me.
Yeah, so I would say not significant, and certainly a lot less of an impact than we had experienced prior to COVID.
Okay.
I've got some significant employers there that are still not back to work yet.
Okay.
So when that happens, clearly that will become an issue, although even in all likelihood, that will happen gradually as well.
Okay. So I'm just thinking about like University Avenue. So how do people handle, if it's only like 3 days a week, how do people handle moving stuff in and back and forth and stuff? Is that going to be an issue, or people are using plastic lawn chairs, or how does that work?
Brad, do you want to talk a little bit about the operations on Cal Ave and street cleaning? Because there is some movement back and forth in farmers market, for example, and deliveries there as well.
Yeah, we are requiring people with these permits to move their furniture in at night. So they're either bringing things into their businesses, or in some instances, if they own property that's still outdoors adjacent to the sidewalk, they're storing things there. And we want that to be the case because we still have operations that are doing street cleaning 3 days a week in both these locations. And even one of the logistical things we worked out with Cal Ave is that there are some deliveries that happen in the nighttime or early in the morning where we're allowing them to move barricades, come onto the street and do those activities at a time when it's not causing an issue.
Okay.
So there is an interest in not leaving street furniture out 24 hours.
And how long does it take for, if someone applies for a park, how long does it take now? I think last time you guys told us about a week, from submission application till go. How long is it now? Because you probably have a lot more. Like what's the current time frame right now?
For a summer streets permit application?
No, for just a parklet. Let's say someone wants to get a parklet in front of their business.
Well, we haven't formally begun that process yet because we're waiting for
parklets already that people have. So when people apply for that, how long does it take to get approval?
So those we called those prototype parklets, where we were working intensively with the businesses to let them build them kind of at their own risk as examples that helped inform the standards that the team developed. And tonight in your package, we're asking you to approve those standards kind of at their own risk as examples that helped inform the standards that the team developed. And tonight in your package, We're asking you to approve those standards. We have a number of people who have applied for those permits, and we've told them that with council's approval tonight, it's full speed ahead on us beginning to issue those permits.
They'll be expecting approvals tomorrow.
We're expecting to be approving them tomorrow for people who have met the kind of bare minimum requirements and have their insurance in proper form.
It looks like I'm out of time right now, but I have a bunch of comments, so I'll get to that next round. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yeah, so first of all, street dining has been great, and I know our businesses really appreciate it. And I also think university has been a bit more tricky, and I appreciate the discussion tonight and agree with the need for flexibility and some cautiousness. So let's get to the ordinance and the resolution. If we could go to like packet page 76, section 9. So this is the one that says we're going to suspend the prohibition of alcohol in Linton Plaza and Coswell Plaza and adjacent city parking lots. There's nothing here about dining. And so again, I'm concerned about just kind of open-ended public drinking in these areas. I think, you know, I think we want to be careful what kind of scene develops. I think we want it to be family friendly, and I think I'll help our businesses that way as well. So I know in the presentation it said it would be with dining, but there's nothing here that says it's with dining.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I'm just going to that page.
Page 76.
It's in the ordinance, I believe.
Page 8 of the ordinance. So section 9, section 10C.
I see. Yes, thank you. That is true. We could make sure we could add that to suspend the prohibition on consumption, and partly actually the reason why that is being suspended is because there is a specific prohibition on the consumption of alcohol in Linton Plaza and Cogswell Plaza, and so we could suspend the prohibition on the consumption of alcohol beverages if, you know, being consumed with a meal. I think that would be allowable and get to the point that you are concerned with.
Right.
You'll have other, you know, measures that would prohibit, you know, let's say some of the rowdy behavior that may develop if someone is publicly drunk or intoxicated. And so there are other, you know, measures that still would address those types of activities.
Yeah. So it's section 9, section 10C is for city parking lots. I think if we could add, you know, with a meal or whatever with dining, I think it gets to it. I mean, people want to work around it, they can work around it, but I think it's a little thing. What is the plan for our bars? Patio, Rose and Crown, Old Pro. Again, it seems like if you have a drinking scene next to a restaurant, it may not be the best combination. It's a little bit different when it's outside versus inside.
Yeah, certainly without knowing all of the license types of all of and permitting of all of our establishments, many of our bars are actually still required to or kind of licensed under the bona fide eating establishment, even if we don't think of them as bona fide eating establishments. And so they are still required to have meals served with their food. And that doesn't apply to everything across the board, but that it's pretty common. And so, you know, we could, and bars themselves are not allowed to open, you know, again, it has to be, you know, dining service or takeaway. So I think what we're trying to conceive of is how we would adjust for those businesses. I think, you know, if Friday, you know, the county were to say, okay, you know, these types of establishments are also allowed to serve outdoors and have outdoor dining. You know, I believe that they could apply for a permit, encroachment permit to serve under the current license that they have. But again, I would want to look closely at whether they are a bona fide eating establishment, and therefore the idea is that they're serving food and drink and not just serving drinks alone.
Okay. Yeah. Again, I'm not anti-bar. I just think it's a little bit different outside.
Yeah.
And then on packet page 89, I'm trying to go quickly. This is where we have our ADA section. And again, I really would like to see a low cost option or a barriers only option. And I'm going to plan to add that when we get to the motion. So again, depending where you are in the city, the assumption of where the person is, if they're arriving at street level, you know, is it better for the parklet to remain at street level versus sidewalk to sidewalk? But I really think, again, that this cost could be prohibitive for some restaurants, and I'd really like to see us work out a way to enable a low-cost parklet. The last one on page 82, this is where we start to talk about parklets. There's no clause here that says there's no vested interest, similar to what we had in the encroachment permit. And so, just a question for Molly: would it make sense to also include kind of a no vested interest in the, I don't know which this one this is, resolution? I think it's the resolution.
Yeah.
Rachel, did you talk with the team about that when you were developing it?
We did not specifically, and I'm looking at the no vested interest, which is section 8 of the ordinance, page 8 of the ordinance. It would seem to be allowed it would seem to make sense also in the resolution, perhaps because the resolution is under the encroachment permit already, and the existing encroachment permit program may already include the no vested rights. I'm not sure if that might be why it's not in the resolution.
Well, one reason I could see is that for the encroachment permits, those are use of the public right of way, and there's already, I think, language that protects us in that instance. Whereas in the ordinance, it's also pertaining to the zoning rules for parking in private parking lots.
I think it's the other way around. It's in the ordinance, but it's not in the parklet resolution.
Right, and I'm saying that one, and this might be way off, but one potential reason for that is that the ordinance is addressing rights to do things on private property in addition to public.
Okay.
So we wouldn't be issuing them an encroachment permit that would have the kind of standard language that an encroachment permit would have, that the encroachment can be required to be removed.
Kind of could Molly weigh in too?
Sorry, I can, but the team that's been working very intensively on this is more knowledgeable about it than I am. And I know Sandy Lee from my office is extremely detail oriented. So I suspect that Brad's observation is correct, that the encroachment permit that's issued for the street closure piece already has that language in it. So it doesn't need to be added at this level.
So if somebody got a parklet in Midtown, would they also get an encroachment permit?
I believe so, yes. Isn't that correct, Brad?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Okay. And then, by the way, you know, several people asked on page 77, it talks about personal services, indoor recreation. It says that when it's allowed, then these would also apply to that. So I think that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thanks, staff. Councilmember Niss. You're on mute.
There you go. Unmuted. So I would like to move the staff recommendation, which is number 7. And if I get a second, I will say more.
Second.
So, I mean, you can read this right in front of you. The adoption of an urgency interim ordinance temporarily allowing expansion. And Molly, am I correct? Will we need 5 or 6 on this? Or did you say this doesn't need extraordinary numbers?
You do, and you need 5.
Okay, 5 on A and 4 on B.
believe so. Rachel, is that what you, that your understanding?
Yeah, the 4/5 is for the interim ordinance, and then the straight majority for the Part B resolution.
So five, and then 4 on B. So let me speak to this, but also to say, I don't want us to forget that 2 surveys were done, and they overwhelmingly said that merchants on University Avenue wanted to open. I think it has to be tough if you're a merchant on University Avenue and you're hearing people from Italico, Tarun, which apparently had a long wait both nights last weekend. It's hard to hear that and think you could have a chance too if they would just close the street and you could open up. So we're giving you a lot of power, Ed, and I really hope that you will take that to heart. And I couldn't say it better than Eric did, which I think was, hey, let's try it. So as you can see here, it temporarily allows the expansion of outdoor dining, retail, other activities on public and private property, relaxing regulations regarding on-site parking, on sale and consumption of alcohol, design, and so forth, and permit fees. You can read the rest of it. So if people want to speak to that motion, that's up to you, Mr. Mayor, and then we'll take up B.
Thank you. Attorney Stump.
Yes, excuse me, I need to correct my math. 4/5 of 7 is 6, not 5.
I thought so, but I wanted just 5, so.
You could get 6.
Okay, so we do need 6 on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
I'm happy to support this. If we sort of come up a level for a moment, really what we're doing in both of these instances is taking a pilot and extending it. So with just the right amount of information from California Avenue, with just the right amount of information from the parklets, I'm actually astonished at the detail that's already in the parklet standards, addressing safety and a variety of other things. So I just want us to reflect this as sort of our new normal on in the city, and council is trying things and flexibility and figuring it out as we go, whether it's the budget or this or other things that we're working on. So I think we've got just the right amount of information here to be comfortable moving forward.
Thank you. I'll just note it's 11:15. Sorry, I didn't call it at 10:30, but forgot. Councilmember Tanaka.
I'd like to just have a few comments on this. So I think for CalAv, I think that would probably be absolutely unanimous vote. University Avenue is much trickier, I think, and I think we really want people to buy in. So I think the city manager's idea of being able to scale up and scale down quickly is actually very important. I think it's hard to predict in advance what was going to happen. I thought CalAv would be very successful, and it was, but sometimes predictions are wrong. University Avenue is, I think, much trickier given what our city manager has said. So if it's a resounding success, scaling up to something that makes a lot of sense. If it's not a resounding success, course correcting quickly, because I know a lot of the businesses are, as I said many times, are on edge, right? We're going through a global depression, and there's no more PPP money for people. So, I mean, having business coming back, maybe not to normal, but coming back better than what it is now, which is for a lot of people 0, is really important. In terms of metrics, I think the one metric that, and Rachel, you asked what metrics we use. I think the one metric we should use is sales. Like what are the sales? And I realize we don't necessarily get that officially, but we could do sampling and just see. And we don't have to get necessarily dollar amounts, but like, are they 90% of sales, 80% of sales, 20% of sales? I think that's just a good to get a quick read as to where we are. Like, is this working or not working? Because if we do this and sales are like still in the tank, right? Okay, we need to figure something else out. Or if sales are like on CalAv or just going through the roof, great, it's working, right? And that's maybe a quick and easy way for us to have. So I don't know if that needs to be part of the motion, or you guys are just going to do it. It sounds like you're already looking for a metric. So okay, so it's the city manager shaking his head up and down. So I think I'm not gonna make it more, because that's a little bit kind of detailed. The other thing is, I thought what you guys did in terms of having these, you call them roundtables, or I don't know what you guys call them. Okay, but
Roundtables,
it's
yes.
really Zoom calls. That's what you yeah, the Zoom calls. So I think what you guys are doing makes sense. I think you should really continue. I mean, maybe CalAV you could let up a little bit, because that seems to be like it's kind of successful and on its way. So that's probably less maintenance. But University Avenue, especially when it starts, I think having like weekly check-ins, like, so how are things going? Like, is it like sales going up, sales going down, big issues, complaints? So you guys could really, really course correct quickly. Maybe even not even week, maybe just bi-weekly, because I know that there's a lot of paranoia from some sectors. There's a lot of, I think, um, this is very popular, but I know that there's certain segments that feel very, very concerned. Some of the businesses there and some of the residents nearby. So there's a lot of concern. So I would recommend, and I think you can do this already, but if not, I can make it part of the motion. I mean, I'm looking at the city manager now. I think you're going to be doing this already, but I don't know.
Yeah, yes, and we have been, and we will be continuing to ramp up those communications, and including, to your point, with neighbors.
Yeah, I think the neighbors and the non-restaurants. I think for restaurants, this thing is going to be fabulous, right? But we want to make sure that, because I think 50% of the businesses on university are not restaurants. I think CalAV has a lot more. So I think making sure that those folks, the non-restaurants, are also involved in the conversation. I will go all your way to make sure. So you have this kind of advisory committee going, as well as the neighborhoods, right? And I realize there's not necessarily formal channels, but it's better that they hear from you before they start complaining, right? Before like they start contacting us. So I think that's going to be critical to make this a success. And then the other thing I wanted to ask about is, and I realize we have big budget issues, but we did set some money away aside for COVID, COVID related stuff. Are you going to put traffic counters on the street?
Good question. Let's see, Mr. Cami, we'll check in on any thoughts around monitoring traffic levels.
Yeah, actually, we had scheduled to do our traffic counts. We typically do them in March. However, we decided that that would not be an appropriate time to do our counts that we typically do. So that was actually a question, and actually something that we have a contract that we're going to need to extend in order to actually be able to use the counts. And the question was really whether we should be doing counts in the time of COVID when it's very abnormal patterns. But yeah, that is a potential use.
Okay, cool. For me, because there's a lot of desire, but there's also a lot of fear. And I think if as you guys start this, you have the traffic counts there, right? So that we have some hard data that yes, it is causing a lot of problems, or no, it's not. And so this might be worth investment. I'm not sure how much the traffic counts cost, but it might make sense to have them kind of around this area to figure out, is the traffic patterns what we expect it to be? Is it harming businesses? Is it pushing traffic into neighborhoods? What's going on? But I think this would really, mitigate some people's fears. And so I don't know, does this need to be part of the motion, or are you guys just planning to do it, or because it's budgetary, it has to be in the I mean, I don't know.
Well, I think we understand the message and agree with the need for us to have a data collection component of this that also ties to what will need to be some triggers as to what leads to following action. So why don't we take that as staff? Does not need to be part of the motion.
Don't you need money for this? Isn't there some sort of budgetary? I mean, doesn't a traffic contractor cost us money, or do you guys just have money stashed away? You can just handle it.
So for traffic counts, we have a contract already, and as I said, we were intending to already do the counts. We had just delayed them. Initially, we delayed them because at the start in March, when we were supposed to do the counts, all of a sudden all the traffic disappeared, and we thought, how long is this going to last for? Is this just going to be a blip on the radar, and then we're going to look back over 5 years of data and say, what is going on here? Now, obviously, it's been a lot longer, so yeah, it's something we can certainly look at with regard to that.
Well, I would recommend doing the traffic counts at least during this pilot period, and maybe if it's successful, you don't have to do it anymore. I realize it might cost us a little bit more, but I think that's gonna be really important. I mean, if people see the sales are good and the traffic patterns look right, I think a lot of people's fears will be put away. And so I think that kind of information collection is going to be important, and also the publication of that is also going to be important, so that people are not so crazy worried about this right now.
Yeah, I'll certainly look into our capabilities of activating it.
Okay, thank you.
So could I ask a question, Greg?
Sure.
You know that these two are different, right?
A and B?
Yes.
I guess, yeah, but I guess what are you trying to ask me though?
Because I know we need 6 on one and the other we need a regular 4.
Yeah, no, I think I heard the
Okay.
city attorney. No, but my main point about this is I want this to be a success, but I know that there's a lot of concern from on University Avenue side, right? And so I'm just,
I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Sure.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes, so thank you for making the motion. I would support it. I do have 2 friendly amendments, which I've mentioned already. So the one that would be that we require alcohol consumption with a meal, which I think was the intent. And maybe I'll do these one at a time. So would the maker and seconder accept
But you
that?
can only have alcohol with a meal?
Yeah, just clarify that we're requiring consumption of alcohol with a meal in the ordinance.
Are you talking about the plaza specifically, Vice Mayor, or anywhere?
In all locations. It was in the plaza clause. It was in the city parking lot clause.
In the street, are you talking like streets, in the footprint, in the plazas?
Everywhere it's mentioned in the ordinance.
Okay.
I just like to clarify that.
The Vice Mayor is making an amendment to require meals with alcohol service in any of the locations specified herein.
So Tom, that would mean that I couldn't stop in the afternoon with my friends and have a glass of wine, right? On University Avenue or wherever.
You could order an appetizer.
I mean, are you worried about people becoming inebriated? Is that it?
Yeah, I'm worried about, again, a restaurant being next to something that's more of a drinking establishment, and they're both there.
I don't think I'm comfortable with that. I don't want to have to think I've got to eat if I'm going to have a glass of wine or a spritzer or something like that. That seems a bit over. So if you want to try it as an amendment, fine. But I think that kind of defeats the purpose of having summer streets.
How do you feel about Cogswell Plaza and Linton Plaza?
That's fine, because I think we already have that incorporated. And I'm really thinking of restaurants and, places that are probably within a couple of blocks of City Hall.
So it sounds like the original amendment is rejected. Mr. Vice Mayor, are you now saying alcohol and food only in Cogswell and Linton Plazas?
If that is acceptable. Again, I can make a second amendment. If I'm the only one that's concerned.
That was okay with me, just in those 2 plazas, but otherwise, no.
Councilmember Cormack?
The meal part, I'm hung up on. You can't have a snack, like somebody can't have a pretzel. Like I don't want to be legislating, exactly what's a meal and what's a snack and what's an appetizer.
I will tell you, just jumping in, this is my own personal anecdotal experience in the past week or 2. Restaurants are serving sauces or giving you a pack of 99-cent potato chips to count as a meal.
All right, it's already part of the alcohol law, right? Is that what we were saying?
What I'm sorry, what is your specific request, just so I understand?
So right now we're waiving, we're just saying you can drink alcohol in these plazas and parking lots.
Yes.
But the intent, I think, was to enable restaurants for dining. So I'm
So
just trying to.
what I heard Ms. Tanner say is that people are doing takeaway because they're more comfortable in a space where they have more space. So that was the intent that I heard.
Just back to the order here, Mr. Vice Mayor, I think you were going after an amendment of requiring a meal with alcohol in Cogswell and Lytton Plaza. Is that your amendment?
Yes, that was my intent.
Okay. Is that accepted by the maker and seconder?
Well, I think that's pretty much the way it is now.
No.
So I can accept that.
Okay. And Councilmember Cormack?
I'm not comfortable with the meal part. That's too much for me. I mean, food is different, but meal is not okay.
But
okay.
Okay.
Mr. Vice Mayor, would you say food with an alcoholic beverage?
Food is fine. I think we're getting to the intent here.
Okay. Is that
and this is just in Lytton Plaza and Cogswell Plaza? Is that all we're talking about right now?
I think it includes city and adjacent city parking lots.
That's another category.
It's all the same section in the ordinance.
Well, let's be specific.
Okay, but does this mean that a restaurant, like, I just don't really think, I'm concerned about enforcement for this. I mean, it's
really just here as a fallback for excessive abuse, right?
But don't we already have laws against public drunkenness that can be enforced?
We're waiving them. We're waiving the consumption of alcohol.
We're not waiving whether or not you can be drunk in public.
I think the differentiation is drunk versus having a drink. And if I'm right, then I think what you're saying is in Lytton Plaza, Cogswell, and if you're out in a city parking lot, we don't want you, drinking a beer or something like that?
Again, I'm worried about excessive abuse of this. If nobody shares this concern.
It doesn't seem to be a burning concern, to be honest, Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this accepted, this language that is highlighted by the clerk, accepted by the maker and the seconder?
No, it actually isn't. So, Tom, you had another amendment, right?
Yeah, I mean, if anybody, all right, I won't make that as an unfriendly amendment. So the other one was the one I talked about several times, which would to ask staff to develop a low-cost parklet option and the standards for where that could be used.
And that would be under B?
Yes.
So you want them to develop a low-cost parklet
option. And maybe there are different standards for where that could be
used. Say standard one?
Sorry?
Versus the one that is indicated here? You want two options, an inexpensive option and then a more standard option, right?
Right. And I'm suggesting that there could be maybe different standards for where it's appropriate to use a low-cost option. I would leave that up to staff.
Yeah, staff, can you do that? Brad, are you there?
Well, can I just say, I'd say we can have some further discussion about it, but I understand that even the standards we've come up with are not necessarily cheap to implement, but the goal of what we were doing was to try to minimize those costs. Really, it was the ADA considerations with things like ramping down to the street, and then the fact that in a lot of instances, the street itself, because of the way it's been ground and resurfaced over the years, doesn't meet ADA slope requirements in the areas where you would have a parklet. So while there may be some instances in specific areas of town where that could work, in those instances, we'd be willing to work with people who wanted to install them. I'll just say that my one concern with this approach would be that if restaurants who wanted to pursue parklets quickly see this and then think we're going to be working on something and come up with some much cheaper way for them to do this, that might not be a positive thing, because I don't think we'll be able to come up with something that
Okay,
as a general rule would be applicable.
so you want something that is predictable, not high cost, but is going to be good for the long term if necessary.
Right, and I wouldn't preclude that there could be opportunities in certain instances to do something cheaper, but I
Somebody-
doubt that we'll be able to make it a
along.
standard.
There will be some company that comes along and says, wow, there's a market for parklets.
So what I meant by standards here, Brad, is just what you described. Like California Avenue, we let people eat on the street. So apparently that street's slope is appropriate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So having a low cost option and the standard is really for where it could be applied.
Okay, so I think.
May I make a suggestion?
Please.
I wonder if we could use encourage staff to consider low cost parklet options.
That's fine. And I just really want staff to hear, we're hearing $5,000 to $15,000 for something that could expire if the environment changes. So I understand it may not be appropriate everywhere, but I think there are places where it could be appropriate.
Would that work? What Councilmember Cormack just suggested?
It's okay with me if it's okay with staff.
If I could just confirm how I might interpret that, and Mr. Eggleston can confirm that this would basically leave it to the property owner or the restaurateur to say, hey, we've got a special situation here. We'd like to do something different, and staff would consider that.
Well, I'm really asking you to help come up with an option. And you might say that it's only appropriate for these kinds of settings, maybe slower roads, whatever it is.
Yeah, I would share some anxiety, and I think I'm interpreting Mr. Eggleston's response, which was we've got some restaurants now that are saying we can't move until you, the city, approve the standards that are before you tonight. And they've been saying that for the last week or so, or maybe a little more than that. So with this type of direction, it does create the potential that they'll then say, no, we're waiting for your low cost option and we can't move until you come up with it. So there is a bit, unfortunately, a burden that gets created as a result.
But you could publish this option. That would be their choice. They could move forward if they need to, or they could wait. Right?
So I would conceptualize the best image I get in my head of this low cost option you're suggesting is the parking lot at Town and Country, where you'll have water filled K-rails basically surrounding an area, and the ability to fit that would be rare on a street environment. So that's the kind of thing that comes to mind.
Is it possible that this could be in parking lots though? So if I think about that, there's at least one that's being, I think there's a restaurant on Middlefield here in Midtown that's thinking about it that wasn't mentioned earlier. So maybe in that environment, that's where they might not need to physically build something, and that might work. Is that an environment where that might work?
And that is exactly the Town and Country example as well,
Okay.
where they're taking over spaces in the parking lot in order to basically create a perimeter of these K-rail. They're plastic K-rail.
Okay, so am I hearing that these low cost options are most appropriate in parking lots? And if we specified that, would that be more helpful?
But to the vice mayor's point, I would say there probably are some places around town where solutions like that could work. I actually think that the way our current standards are written gives some flexibility that people could propose that even now. For instance, we talk about ADA ramps and meeting slopes, or having rails and having turnaround space. Someone probably could interpret that now and say, if I've got a parking space where I want to put a parklet and it's flat enough and I have this space for a ramp, here's my proposal. Maybe what we could do is look at the standards and try to make that even more explicit as a potential option where it's applicable.
That's all I'm asking for. I think that would be great.
So do we still need the language in there, Director Eggleston?
I'm fine working with our team to do that.
Good.
Language or
Maybe we
otherwise.
should say accommodate as opposed to consider. Is that better?
That's fine.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Back to you.
I am curious if anybody else is concerned about the alcohol. If I'm the only one, I will be quiet.
All right. Councilmember Ku, then Councilmember Tanaka.
So with regards to the alcohol, Vice Mayor, I do have concerns about it moving from just moving around, not being kind of remaining in one spot and people are carrying all around. So I don't know how you feel about that, but the other thing is also in case there is drunkenness, are we gonna, obviously there's enforcement that is needed at that point. So those are my concerns, but how you want to move forward on, amendment, it's not that much of a big deal to me at this point. Just would like to understand so that we don't have things not in order and alcohol being served in one spot, taken to another spot.
So Councilmember Koof, and staff should correct me if I'm wrong, as I understand it, you are allowed to be served in an establishment and can use it within their footprint, so on their cafe tables or within the street, or you can purchase it to go and take it home, or you're able to purchase it to go and go to one of these two plazas. But you're not able to, for instance, go to the bar, purchase a drink, walk down the street, take a seat at another place and keep on drinking it. Is that correct, staff?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I feel much better about that. Thank you, Mayor. So my questions is just on the dates. So at this time, they all of this is allowed until July 6th. Is that so? And then we're extending it until September 7th.
Right. Yes. So with the Cal Avenue closure specifically, Councilmember, we have the city has essentially issued itself a temporary street closure permit. And so this really, the extension to September 7th is creating a program under which the city can have a more long-term closure, which really is more kind of aligning more, the way that we typically close streets doesn't really align with the program that we've conceived. And so the ordinance allows the city to have this more permanent, it's not permanent, but it's a longer term closure than, let's say, a weekend or, once a week for a farmer's market. This is something that's of a greater duration. And so this would allow that up until September 7th, unless and until the council were to change that.
But that would have to come back to council for us to decide to extend it further, right?
It would.
And then for the parklets, basically, they would be able to remain during the shelter in place or up to December 12th. And then if the shelter in place is extended, then we would have to, it would come back to council for decision.
Yeah, so the parklets would be allowed until December 31st or until the end of the local emergency. So the council's declared emergency, whichever occurs later. So let's say the council said, hey, you know what, we don't need this emergency anymore in October. The parklets could still stay there till December, but then after December 31st, they would not be permitted any longer unless council were to take different action to have a more long-term or more permanent parklet program.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, one quick thing. So, some of the businesses worked with you guys, I guess, before you had an approved parklet standard. And one concern or question I have for you guys is, so let's say in the standard, their parklet isn't not 100% compliant, but they spent, $15,000 or whatever building this thing. do they have to incur more construction costs than to comply to your new standard, or are they kind of grandfathered in as part of, you know, this pilot program that you guys were doing for these parklets?
I believe the ones that are in are good for the pilot. And as Ms. Tanner pointed out, we're not presupposing future council action, but I suspect we'll be back at some point to the council to say, what do we do next? As everything goes well, shelter in place comes to an end, we're in the fall, and we'll need to make a decision. Is the council open to converting this to a permanent parklet program? And then what's the transition look like? Do they have to tear out the existing? Can they apply for a permanent? That sort of issue.
Okay, because I just, at least for this period of time, because it is short, I think it'd be kind of crazy if like, oh, you spend 15,000, you gotta spend another 5,000 to make it compliant, kind of thing. I think that would probably not be right.
Unless we were to see some problems with the existing, I suspect they're good.
Okay, good. So essentially they're grandfathered in for this pilot then.
No vested right. But nonetheless, we appreciate the pioneers that did the prototype. So I think we'll recognize that going forward.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. It's 11:40, our last meeting before council break. I'm going to call the vote, and then I'm going to call the break. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Nis.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Councilmember Philseth.
Yep, let's try it.
Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Great, that passes unanimously. I think all of us here on council and the community really appreciate staff's work on this, a lot of good work. That brings to a close our marathons of meetings. So we'll adjourn our meeting. I hope you all enjoy the break, although we, of course, have work to keep on doing, particularly with regards to some of the police issues. So with that, it's 11.
Actually, Mayor, quick question. Are there any council member comments?
Not on the special agenda, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I just hope that we could sneak in vote 16 somehow before August, but
I
yeah.
hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, 11:43, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Take care. Stay safe,
Thank
healthy,
you.
same.
Happy vacation.
See ya.